Full moon here in Barcelona, 2 weeks till Christmas, and all through the house we're excited for some more T10 action. Last day of Group B today, and we have 2 contenders first up, then finals all weekend. Just 3 days left in the season. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Spain, Barcelona, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company here in Barcelona as the sun just comes up on another day of cricket. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And you can see there, the good news is the rain has cleared. We did lose 1.5 matches really to rain yesterday, though we did get a result in the third match as the second innings was interrupted at the 3 over mark. And then we unfortunately lost the last match of the day, match 112. Between Gracia and the Hawks. So we are starting the day with a clash of 2 contenders, really. It's Raval Sporting versus the Catalunya Tigers. Raval Sporting had a very good start to the series. Just lost their way a little bit of late with 2 losses to Gracia in their last outings. They're taking on the Catalunya Tigers, who are undefeated, and they're looking pretty strong once again this morning. Catalunya Tigers with a 12-0 record. They have sewn up the top spot at this stage, so this is their last hit out before we'll see them on Sunday in the finals day. So certainly a great chance for them to continue their form. Of course, they want to remain unbeaten. Raval Sporting, though, had some issues with the bat, contending with the pace and spin of Gracia in their last outing, and I'm sure that they are very keen to get one over on the Catalunya Tigers, who knows, they may meet on Sunday, but first they have to get there, and Raval, they're going to have to do it through the playoffs tomorrow. And as you can see here in Barcelona, it's pretty nice conditions. If I'm going to tell you what happened at the toss, I can tell you that Raval Sporting, they won the toss. They elected to field. So we'll see the Tigers first up. Their strong batting lineup. 11 degrees currently, so not too cold. Expecting a maximum temperature of 18 and no forecast for rain. So that is something. And let's have a look at yesterday. And you can see that the Ali Young Stars, they ended up with 2 really tight contests against Fateh. This would ultimately be the last we'll see Fateh in the series. Ali Young Stars put 92 on the board. Fateh got close but couldn't quite get over the line, posting 87. Shahid Nazir made a very good 56 not out of 32 for the Young Stars. That was a close game, and so was the next one. And the same margin of victory. This time, the victor was different. It's Fateh who got up by just 5 runs, 100 to 95. And so, in the end, Bilal Hassan, he was pretty useful with 33 runs. Lovely in his only ECS match in 2022. Scored 21 handy runs. But Masher Ali, we toiled hard for the Young Stars, but unfortunately, couldn't get them over the line. Another really close finish. This is the afternoon session. Gracia scored 113 for 9 off their 10 overs. And so chasing 114, the Hawks were 23 for 3 in the second innings when rain set in. Unfortunately, the rain would basically wipe out the rest of the day. Hawks would finish 23 for 3, but the DLS pass score at that stage was 34. So Gracia ended up winning by 10 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis method. So looking at the table, you can see the Tigers have already sewn up the top spot, because even if Raval win both of these games this morning, they'll be 2 points behind. Though Gracia, they're in second at the moment. Raval, what they've got to play for this morning, if they can get over Gracia, there is some rain forecast for tomorrow. So they would actually have second place, and that would mean they would be at an advantage if there was some sort of weather interruption tomorrow. Remember that the bottom 3 will be knocked out, and we already know that Fateh, Tigers and Hawks, they will be out of this tournament. Well, they are out of this tournament. The teams 2, 3, 4 and 5, they will all play in the Saturday finals tomorrow. That's the Group B finals. So yeah, it's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And so looks like the players just about to get onto the field. Yeah, interesting to see how the Catalunya Tigers shuffle their batting here. Catalunya Tigers 6-run favourites over Raval Sporting. And I'd say that's pretty fair based on the fact that Tigers have not been defeated yet. Ravel Sporting, certainly early in the series, looked like the team most likely to overhaul the Tigers, but they've lost a little bit of form. And the other thing is, this is the first time these teams have met, obviously, in the series. So, Caledonia Tigers averaging 129 with the bat per 10 overs. That's pretty good going, isn't it? So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how everything pans out. Let's have a look at the chat. And I want to say a big hello to everyone who's joined us in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. And so, Sam asking, yeah, what happened with yesterday's final game? Has it been abandoned or is it being replayed? Good question. Unfortunately, we looked into replaying the game or postponing the game and maybe put it on at the end of today, but for logistical reason that wasn't possible. So ultimately, we had no choice but to hand a point each to Gracia and to the Hawks. That's why Gracia are going to finish on 18 points. You see that there. And so, yeah, it's a very interesting group, to be honest. And, yeah, Ravel Sporting, they're a team that fairly youngish, I would say. They're up and coming. They had a very good ECS last year. They were able to actually win their group and made it to the final 4 out of 24 teams. So, yeah, Ravel actually, yeah, they're 18 points. Gracia on 20 points. So, Gracia were just below Ravel yesterday, but now they've jumped up into second. Ravel can steal it back if they get some results going their way today. And even it is possible that even one win, if it's a very good win, could be enough to get Ravel into second. Yeah, the moon looking pretty nice this morning. Anyway, right out there in the middle, it's Manwani to open up. And wow, first ball of the day. And it was almost a big wicket of Yasser Ali who pulled it away. And that's Ranveer Singh who gets a hand to it. But he's not able to haul it in. That's a tough catch at this stage of the morning. Manish Manwani probably thinks in another universe, so that sticks to the hands of Ranveer. And it's a very, very different start to his day. Wasim Abbas is out there now, opening the batting. So very strong openers, as you'd expect. It's a pretty strong start from Abbas. Got to watch the bounce here, and it's just too awkward for the fielder. It's Cuatro Carreras. Unat Kumar Patel is a pretty good fielder, but you can tell he just doesn't really know what this is going to do. Just skips past him. And so, Wasim off the mark with a nice little pickup shot over the leg side. Yeah, hello to Kai Bay as well. Hello to Ivan, who's in the chat. Yeah, everyone, hello. Good morning to you. And hopefully you're seeing it all right. Wasim tries the same thing, but Manwani gets his one past him. A little bit of outswing there for the all-rounder. Manwani had a good start to the tournament, but he's been plagued by a slight knee issue at times. And yeah, had such a strong start with the bat, but he seems to just lost his way a little bit. In the air, and fielder goes back. Well, he overruns it in the end, Numan Ali, and he almost, well, he does. He contorts himself like something out of the Cirque du Soleil here to try and catch it behind his back without looking. Have a look at this for an effort. Wow. I mean, credit to him for getting there. In fact, he overruns the ball, which is often a good strategy when you're trying to go over your shoulder. But yeah, what an incredible effort. So I guess you have to put it down as a drop. So that's 2 chances that aren't taken in this first over. It's good delivery. Good delivery by Manwani, getting that outswing. You're going to trouble a batter like Yasser Ali. Normally have to move the ball off the straight. That's exactly what he does there. You can see, tempt him into the shot. The ball left him. So anyway, nice time to say hello in the chat. I'm looking at it right now. And only 3 days left in the ECN season. Wow, straight, but too straight. The stumps do the fielding. And I feel like the stumps there might have saved a boundary. We'll never know. It's the end of the first over. And gives us a chance to have a look at some of the top performers in this series. And you can see that there's been plenty of them for both teams. Yasser Ali, 352 runs. Well, no surprises there. He's a class player. Always Ahmed and Wazim Abbas make up the top three of Catalonia Tigers. Bowling-wise, though, for Ravel Sporting, Greg Mayavanshi, another 20-wicket series. And actually, it's a bit of a back-to-the-future situation because Greg Mayavanshi, he was absolutely brilliant in the ECS 21 leading wicket take, and Yasser Ali was the leading run scorer. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. And there we go, just some stump issues with the umpire, but everything worked out okay now. That's going to be Ranveer Singh to bowl the second over. Well, this is the first one. It'll be a wide, just pitches on the pitch. Wow. We think about so they basically goad the fielding team into throwing, but they still won't get a run. Well, Goku in the chat saying that he'll miss ECN, even though he's watching it for the first time. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Goku. Hopefully you're not the only one. All right, in the air, slight miss hit. Fielder comes in, can't get there. He did everything he could there, Chet Patel. It was just a horrible miss hit for Abbas, and sometimes you need a bit of luck. Abbas gets some there. This is dabbed away for one. So Ranveer, I've really been impressed with him this series. So this is going to beat the fielder. So Yasser Ali has had a bit of luck himself, and he gets his first boundary. He does like to come down the wicket and blast that one past Chet Patel on the boundary. Sun just coming out at that stage. The sun does come over mid-off a little bit. I think it just might have surprised Yasser Ali there. Maybe some movement behind the bowler's arm. Hello to Bajendra Yadav. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Sharia Islam. Hello to Eason D1 as well. Hopefully you're all well this morning. This is short and it's hit square and it's almost reeled in, but it's going to be 6. Maximo. That's a good shot from Yasser Ali, but if the fielder had maybe 2 more metres to work with, could have been a chance. 6 runs. Yes, and some people ask about the weather. Well, the good news is weather's good. The temperature is actually pretty much the warmest first over we've ever had here in Barcelona. 11 degrees currently. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 18. This is up, and it's powerfully struck over long on. Maximo! What a shot by Yasser Ali. And Ranveer, he's proven to be a little bit expensive, to say the least, in this second over. Manwani has a bit of a chat to Ranveer. Thanks everyone for saying hello. Ranveer's having a rough morning so far. This over won't go magical though, because he gets away with the dot last ball, but Yasser Ali pretty damaging in that over. And after 2, it's 24 without loss. So, have a look at the table. This is what I was talking about. Barassi had 20 points with 2 no results there. So, I mean, they would feel that, yeah, perhaps they left a couple of points on the table because of the no results that they had to deal with. Ravel Sporting, they're now in 3rd. They could get to 2nd if they play well today. But they're going to have to play really well because Caledonia Tigers have not lost a game yet. But for both these teams, of course, it's their last games of the group stage. We know we'll see Ravel Sporting tomorrow on Group B Finals Day. And they will be one of the top 2 seeds on Group B Finals Day tomorrow. So Caledonia Tigers, they have made it through to Final Day on Sunday. And Ravel Sporting, they'll have the chance to make it to Sunday, but they'll have to win the day tomorrow. This is picked up by Abbas once again, the leg side. This is going to be 4. They go to spin in the 3rd, Isham Patel. And it's just elevated over the leg side for 4 runs. Slight error in line, I think. Well, there we go. Bit of early dog watch. And I don't think I've seen that character before. Comes off the pad this time. Is that going to make it? Don't think so. This stage of the day is still pretty wet on the surface. Sean. Very handy spinner. Does turn the ball a lot. Abbas wants to hit with the turn. He loves to hit leg side. This time, this is more what Patel's thinking. Forces Abbas to try and drive through the covers. Basically yorks him. Good keeping as well. That's Kish Patel behind the stumps. Hello to Wayne, who's watching from Australia. Hope you're well. And really enjoying this clash between 2 pretty skillful teams to start the day. You can see there Isham Patel is wiping the ball. That's all about the surface moisture, which is pretty apparent at this time of the day. He's lift up over the leg side, and Abbas looks like he likes it, and he does. Maximo. Again, with the spin, and you can see for Isham Patel, the margin of error is small. Ball before, he was able to kind of york him outside the off stump, and just inside the tram line. This time, it's not a leg side ball. It's not even a ball that's on the stumps, actually. It's outside off stump, but in the swinging arc of Wazim Abbas, he smacks him away for 6. Yes, better length this time. I think with Abbas, you don't want to give him that length to work with. He just seems so good at powering up and through the ball. Nishan, again, he's a wicket-taking bowler. Actually, he's bowling to a pretty similar bowler in Yasser Ali at the other end, holding the bat. Yasser hits him straight and hits him well. It's going to be 4. That's a really good shot. It doesn't get much straighter than that. See, this is the difference. Yasser Ali, more classical technique. He wants to hit straight. That's the correct shot. It's the most safe, I suppose, shot. If you're going to elevate to hit with a straight bat, basically. And it's a very, very good piece of hitting from Yasser Ali. Gets 4, and at the end of the over, it's 41 without loss. And blue skies, it's nice to have that after yesterday was impacted by rain. You see the Caledonia Tigers making hay in the power play. 41 without loss after 3. Hello to Priyanshu Singh. He said he's a big fan from India. Hello, Priyanshu. It's great to have you with us, and I hope everyone is having a happy and safe festive season. Lots of people celebrate lots of different things, but I think everyone around the world towards the end of the year considers it a time to reflect and I suppose think about everything that's happened in the past year. During Mo Vanchi, little Maestro's going to bowl over number 4. And this is where often the game's won and lost for Ravel Sporting. This 4 overs of spin. They normally bowl 3, 4, 5 and 6. First one from Patel was a little bit expensive, went for 15. I suppose the other issue with Ravel Sporting, their batting hasn't been very convincing against good opposition lately. But they are very, very capable. I think Can't really doubt that. Got a couple of players that haven't quite fired yet. Here's Gorang. He gets hit, and he gets hit out of the ground. Maximo. Wow, Abbas takes him on. I suppose this is the thing when you've got a strong batting lineup, you can take chances from the get-go. Again, it's not an easy shot. If you mistime it even slightly, it probably goes straight up in the air. Abbas goes against the spin, but he's powerful enough to get it out of the ground. Marnus is saying, what's happened to Revel Sporting recently? Well, I think they just ran into some good opposition. They played a little bit below their best. I mean, that's the thing in the T10 format. If it goes wrong, it can go really wrong. So he goes shorter and flatter. This one is caught, but not on the field. Maximo. Well, on my Avanci. Well, get him out there. He's the 12th man for Revel Sporting. Well, if you could field 12 and you could have one person fielding off the field, then this is out. Oh, that's a brilliant catch. We just seen him play the one game. I know he's got a bit of an injury himself, young Om, and that's actually Gorang's younger brother that catches the ball. So it's a family connection. Well, I don't think Gorang's happy with the result, which is 6 runs. This is the thing about Gorang. If he gets hit, he doesn't really get flustered. This is down the wicket just for one. Good battles though. And Abbas, you know he's going to take on my Avanci. Get one here. Again, that's the plan A for Abbas most of the time. His only partnership has grown past the 50 mark now. Hello to Jamie Dodger, who's, yeah, he probably makes a good point. Yes, his technique is, I'll just say different. You said better, but yeah, more traditional than Abbas's, but both great to watch. Big hitters, yeah, that's what it's all about. And now, Yasir goes after him in the air, and once again, that one has travelled a long, long way. Maximo. Oh, Yasir Ali, and that is textbook, really, how to dance down to a spinner. So, I mean, Gorang's just hoping for a mistake. He doesn't get one, really, that over. Yasir pounds him out of the ground. That one goes magical 21. Offered 62 without loss after 4. So now the question is, do you stick with the spin or do you make a change? Because it hasn't really worked in overs 3 and 4. They've gone for 17 and 15, the 2 spinners. So the short answer is they're going to make a change, and they're going to go to Numan Ali, who's a good young bowler. He's really come of age, I think, in this series. Not an easy situation, but I've got to say it's good captaincy to be able to change the plans. They've still got overs from Ishan Patel and Mayavanshi to come. I just think maybe, yeah, you keep throwing different bowlers until something sticks here. It's not easy. Abbas, again, is forced into a false shot. So you're already change, just disrupting things for the batting team. It's, yeah, certainly not an easy thing when you've got 2 big hitters who are now basically fearless. Hello to Mahmood White as well, saying they need to bowl outside the off stump. Well, that's true. The problem is even some of the balls outside off stump are disappearing. Can Newman break through? This would have been a wide. Yasir spoils it. That's actually a good result for Numan Ali. Yamanus saying, yeah, Gorang hit out of the attack, although he's not really getting natural spinning. All he does. Yeah, it's not just spin with Gorang, it's also the flight. And a lot of the time he is what I call, he's challenging the batter. He's bowling a challenge line, saying, okay, this is a ball that if you hit in the middle of the bat, it's going to go for 6. But if you don't, then I'm a chance to get you out. I think that last over, they were pretty much out of the middle. This is dragged outside from the outside of the off, over the leg side. Once again, Maximo and Exhibit A. There's nothing really wrong there from that ball from Numanali. Maybe you could criticise the length because Abbas does like length to work with, but the line is fine. But yeah, Abbas just has such a great eye. And he smacks him for 6. Yeah, so now I think if I'm Numanali, I'm trying to okay, the line is important, but for me the length's even more important, I think, to basically try and bounce the ball on the popping crease. Don't give him anything to work with here. Good. That's a good comeback from Numanali. Certainly not easy. It's a real test for Ravel Sporting. And the question is, they've come so far. Can they get all the way to the top? And yeah, to do that, you have to deal with situations like this. You've got 2 good players in. Again, threatens to come back but doesn't. That'll be a wide. And Numanali is good young player. I like his attitude, like his hustle. I think he offers a lot to Ravel Sporting. Probably bowl at either end of the innings or in the middle. Very flexible kind of bowler. I like the way he adjusts his length to Abbas after he got hit. Slower ball. It's clever. Ask the question here. Abbas, if he's out here, he'll be kicking himself because he seemed to be cruising. My feeling is just from his reaction, he's probably in, but they'll check it. Let's have a look. He is going to enter soon. Does he get that bat down? Well, just. Yeah, I think there you can see he's just in. Certainly worth a look. Yep. Guess I'm saying things wrong. Yeah, I think he's just in. So Abbas, he will get there in the end. Still a ball to go in the over, 73 on the board. That's good quick work from Kish Patel as well to almost turn that into a run out. Good quick hands, took it in one motion. Wow, that's a big shot from Abbas. He pumps this up and out of the ground and really over everything. Maximo for him, and 79 without loss after 5. Very, very good start for the Catalunya Tigers. Good morning, everyone. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I have some sad news. You might have noticed Rico, he's not with me today. Yesterday, we found out that Rico's father had passed away. Rico found out during the day. He left a little bit early, and he has had to leave Barcelona to be with his family at this time. So Rico, we'll miss you for the next couple of days. We're really feeling for you at this time. It's been a tough time, and on behalf of everyone here at ECN, wishing all the best to your family at this time. So Rico won't be with us for the rest of this series, and he wanted to pass on to all of you guys out there that he wouldn't leave except for something so tragic and so unexpected. He wouldn't leave his cricket family, but he wanted me to pass that on to all you guys out there. So yeah, it's been a difficult time, but we will continue and finish the tournament. Rico wanted we specifically wanted me to pass that on to everyone watching. Obviously, yeah, really feeling for Rico and his family at this time. The other thing I could probably show is if you'd like to get in touch with Rico, if you'd like to send him a message, then I'll bring you those details in a minute. This is fumbled by Kish Patel behind the stump, so no chance of a stumping there. But yeah, if you'd like to send Rico a message, you can send him an Instagram message, Rico Forward on Facebook. If you'd like to send Rico a message at this time, of course. You know, we love Rico, it's a big part of our coverage. Anyway, this is up, it's in the air, and it's going to be 6. And Abbas, he moves to 50. And it's been a really good innings. And Abbas can be a bit inconsistent with the bat, but you know what you're going to get. You're going to get big shots. And so he moves to 51 of just 19 balls. They bring the spin back of Isham Patel. It's the same old story, though. Ravel just struggling to come up with the answers this morning. Thanks to everyone for the messages already in the chat. I'll certainly pass those messages on. This is off the pitch, I think, and we'll get a run. No ball off the pitch, +1. Sets up a free hit for Revel Sporting. You can see that. It's clever batting, though. If it's off the pitch, you might as well have a go at it, because you can't get out. So, yeah, appreciate all those messages. I will pass those on. And Rico, of course, he would want the cricket to continue, and he wants everyone to enjoy it. In the air. Now, this could be the first wicket. It's an awkward one. Infielder goes back and takes it, but it's a free hit. And so it'll just be one. Good awareness by Karandata to get that one back in quickly. So Rico is very much loved by people that know him personally, and of course people that know him through the commentary. He's a lovely guy, a lovely family. So yeah, thinking of him and his immediate family at this time. So yeah, Rico will be back for the start of next season here in Barcelona. But yeah, I'm sure he'd appreciate all the support. This is cut away. It's cut away well by Yasser Ali. And this partnership continues to grow. Moves to 94. Well, Yasser's, I suppose you could argue, he's been outgunned a little bit by Wasim, but Yasser's batted pretty well himself. He hasn't had as much of the strike at the end of the over. The score is 94 without loss. Now I feel like probably have to go back to Manwani. I mean, he did swing the ball early. You're not in an easy place here. I suppose if you can get a wicket here, maybe keep them to 10s. You could keep them down to 130 or something, and then bat out of your skin. But yeah, right now, 157 pace for Catalunya Tigers. Tigers on the prowl. Numan Ali's going to come back and bowl. Don't mind this. I think he bowled reasonably good first over. I think the key here is bowl full to Abbas. Bowl Yorkers. Don't give him the length to work with. He tries to, gives him a little bit of length. Chance. And dropped. So frustration as this ball was skewed out towards Amit Das. It was a better length. Okay, maybe not quite the Yorker, but it was fuller and it forced the false shot from Wasim Abbas. But that one just bounced straight out of the hands of Amit Das. It's the pre-movement. That's well bowled as well. Didn't let it freak him. Sometimes you see bowlers doing something crazy, but yeah, I just think I'll try and hit what the new Yorker length is that the batter's created there. Yeah, thanks Goku for your comment. Look, Rico is a resilient guy. He's a very good human being, and we'll have Rico back. Yeah, well bowled and out. Well, there you go. It's not rocket science. And Abbas, I think you just don't want to give him the opportunity to get under the ball. And this is an attempted Yorker. It's up in the block hole. It's just clonked off the toe of the bat. Karandata does the rest. So the opening partnership is broken at 96 for 1. Well bowled by Numan Ali. Continues to impress me. This is really what European cricket's all about as well. Watching players improve in real time. And I think he's certainly impressed me with how quick he's picked up situations. He did it in this game right here. Problem is, with the Catalunya Tigers lineup, you've got plenty of batting to come. They could pretty much raffle who they want to send in next. And yeah, looks to me like Mustafa Iqbal, the monster, is coming in. He's called a monster because he hits monster sixes. Well bowled by Numan. Again, good captaincy just to mix up the bowling. I think it's not easy when you're in the eye of the storm to think clearly. I think Patel's done that pretty well in this innings. Walking waft from Mustafa Iqbal first ball. Gets it returned to sender. Yeah, I like the way he goes about his cricket. He enjoys his cricket. Got a good attitude, good positive attitude. Came on to bowl in a difficult situation. Got banged first up, and he's fought back, and he's always giving 100%. That's what I like to see, a young player. Give him a wrap. Wow, could this have been out? It might have been, you know. If Monster gets out like this, it'll be a grumpy Monster. Down leg side. Is he just caught napping here? Kesh was pretty quick to get it back. Yeah, might have just got him if it had hit. On the walk. Starts Rickball will get off the mark here. You see already how little things, getting that wicket, few dot balls, suddenly he's starting to believe maybe he could keep this to like 130. Okay, he's still got Yasser Ali there. Hasn't faced a lot of the strike, actually. He's faced 17 balls out of, I think, 42 in this innings. Which means that's 25 he hasn't faced. But if we get him now, just get the other guys kind of mistiming the ball early, keep it down to something manageable. Shot, though. It's a really good shot from Yasser Ali. Maximo. And once again, it's that length that good players can drive up. It allows him to do that. Well, that went quite a long way off the bat of Yasser Ali. Maximo time. He moves to 43. And it's also the end of the over. 104 for 1 after 7. And a reminder to all of you out there that are participating in the Crickathon, you just have a couple more days to get your question or your answers to the question in. The question of the week this week: how will you use data for analysing the field setup and drive changes during the match? You can be as creative as you like. There's internships and interviews with HL software that are possible. If your answers are impressive to them, you go to crickathon.com to participate in the question of the week. Like I say, with only 3 days left in the season, there's only 3 days left to get your answers together. And no matter where you are watching from around the world, you can get involved in the Crickathon. Well, there's Roberto. He is a good man. I don't think I've ever met anyone that actually does more around the clock at a venue than Rob. And give us a wave, Rob. Yeah, he's just wondering why I'm talking about him, but we didn't realise he's on the camera. An appeal here, but I think he's home. Gorang's back in the 8th to have another go. Yasser got the better of him earlier. Bat gets down in time. You just see the bat just gets in here, and once it hits the ground, yeah, but only just. Yep, in contact, and then the ball hits the stumps after. Yeah, so thanks again for all the messages. Thanks, Rob. That's very kind of you. And Wayne saying, yeah, it means you won't see Rico for close to 2 months. Yeah, almost. It's well bowled. Yasser on the charge, but he checks his shot, just takes one. Maivachi again. He's resilient for a young guy. He knows his style of bowling that he is bowling. Occasionally he's going to get hit. So he doesn't necessarily just go to darting him in. You know, he still tries to work his craft and take wickets. Taking wickets can slow the scoring. It's be a good battle. Here's Mustanza on strike. Right, takes all the pace off it. And just a single. Yeah, so I mean, it means I won't get to see Rico because I'll be on the winter break as well. But yeah, I look forward to working with him again. Of course, he's a big part of our ECN family. So I'm sure he'd appreciate all those messages. I'll pass them on. Thanks so much, guys. Good footwork, good shot, and 4 runs. And Yasser Ali, it's a minimum of risk. And Gorang is frustrated here because he feels, okay, well, at least I'm not going to get hit for 6. It's hit along the ground. But it rockets away, and really, Chet Patel didn't have a play on that ball. It's a very good cricket shot. Yasser Ali. Looks like he's got a bee in his bonnet here. He's not throwing it away at all. He wants to bat 3 of these overs and make a big score. Well, turns this into a full toss and smacks that. That's a no-doubter. That's gone over the grandstand. It's gone over everything. Maximo. It probably was going to be a low full toss anyway, but with Yasser Ali on the charge, he turns into a high full toss and smacks it. And that brings up his 50 now. His half century coming up of 21 balls with 5 sixes and 4 boundaries. Striking at 257. What a good innings you can see there from the wagon wheel. He's hit balls all over the ground. That one took a while to come back because it went a long, long way. Last ball for Mayavanchi. He won't be one that he'll be framing this game. He just gets worked away for one again. It's the ruthlessness about Yasser Ali today. Yeah, he's just happy to take one, take the strike. And he's looking to score even more runs. Mayavanchi goes for 35 in the end in game 113. The score is 118 for 1. So now we go to the 9th. Yeah, it was a sad day also yesterday because we also found out that Bully, John Scott, his real name, everyone knew him as Bully. He's probably our biggest supporter, most enthusiastic supporter in Khartoum. Would always be going out of his way, driving us around the area, showing us around, bringing people to the cricket. He unfortunately passed away suddenly yesterday as well. We found that out in the morning. We mentioned that on the broadcast. So obviously our thoughts also with all his family. I know his son Harry played in the ECL for the Carpet Giants. We've also seen him playing in ECS in Khartoum. So yeah, it's been a tough 24 hours for sure. But I mean, it's life, I guess. These things happen unexpectedly. This is 4, and Yasser Ali, he is looking so good at the moment. Again, picking the gaps, the placements there. Ishan Patel can't get around to it. So they bring back Manwani, who bowled a decent over in the first, only went for 6, but now he's right in the eye of the hurricane. Sneaks off the pad. It's probably will be a leg by. I suppose, yeah, that's the thing about being on the air so much. I mean, we're on the air around about 2,400 hours a year. So it's a lot of time and a lot of things happen while we're on air. And yeah, we kind of have to grapple with them in real time. This is short and it's easily helped away to the leg side. This will be another boundary. Manwani just kind of losing his control. I mean, if you had hindsight now, maybe you'd bring him back in the 3rd over because he was swinging the ball. He was troubling Yasser Ali earlier on. Trying to play and miss and out swinger. Again, Ishan Patel isn't expected to read the future. But now Manwani not as effective. The ball not really behaving the same way. Not really getting that same swing or movement. Morning to Jay Wild as well as in the chat. Yes, Jay from the Costello Soul Club, obviously. We were just speaking about the unfortunate news a second ago. This is clipped away for 1 by Iqbal. He's playing second fiddle at the moment, but he won't mind. Yes, Prez, I hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. There's some really exciting plans for Khartoum next year. Oh, wow. That's dead ball, I think, because he doesn't release it. But I think he must land on the edge of the... Oh, he doesn't even. Well, I mean, that would have been the most remarkable run out ever if he was out of his crease here. But I think it's just a dead ball. I think at the moment he slips. Yeah, I think it's common sense determines that's a dead ball. I mean, I've heard people say that maybe is a no ball technically, but I think if you know cricket, that's... There's no intent there from Manish. I'm just glad he's all right. That would have been one for the highlight reel. I'm just glad he seems all right. Just seemed like just a little slip with that back foot. Couple to come then. Clever batting by Yasir. That's not an easy shot at all. Wasn't a bad ball from man one. He was up in the block hole, but Yassir just little deflection shot, little ramp shot. Again, you've got to get the timing just right on that shot, otherwise you're out. But Yassir seeing them so well. Class. And that's one thing if you are trying to bowl those middle stump Yorkers. That's the only tool batters really have to count on them to get boundaries. But it's not an easy shot. And in European cricket, we don't see that many people playing it that well consistently. It's very good batting from Yasser Ali. Once again, Yasser Ali, master of the last ball single. He'll retain the strike, moves to 64. And it's 133 for one. Graham Doolan in the chat saying, yeah, he missed yesterday's games because he was watching his local hero, Travis Head, making a fine century in Adelaide. I've got to say, I did watch some of the highlights from that game. And Marnus Labuschagne, wow. He's having an absolute barnstormer, as Corey would say. Starting the season with a 200, 100 and 100. Goku's asking, what are the small pieces of wood on top of the stumps called? Yeah, well, they are called bales. Again, I'm not sure what the origin of that term is. It's weird that we actually have a term just for that when you think about it. Yeah. Occasionally, you can break a bale if you hit it in the right spot. Hits up and over and out of the ground. Maximo. Well, it was a good effort from Patel, who went all the way back, tried to bend himself back over the boundary, but really, this was always headed for six. Scopey Warikes, the bowler, trying to stop the bleeding. 150's on here. Yasser's just been class, and he hasn't even taken that many risks. He's got all the tools. This is more of the same. Over and six. Well, that one's going to disturb the scorers. Again, Yasser now, he's just so confident driving through the ball. So any kind of length, you can see he's hitting it on the up and he just keeps the ball travelling up. Sensational batting. Whacked sideways and six more. Maximo. Well, trouble for Warike, who's come on to bowl the 10th. It's the only overall bowl, and he's gone 6, 6, 6. And, well, that ball might have broken in half. I think I have to send a new one out there. No. Is it going to be another one? Probably. Yes. That's out of here as well. Maximo. 6, 6, 6, 6. Well, Jamie Dodge is asking who's my one favourite ECL player from any of the European countries. I've had to pick a guy right now. I'm going to go with Yasser Ali. I'll give that some thought and get back to you. You got to go. A bit like Newman Ali had to realise, you got to get Fuller. I mean, he still might hit for six, but it's not as easy. He goes again, and wow, I think that's gone all the way as well. We'll have to check it. This could be 5 in a row here. Yeah, I think it is. Checking, and yeah. Maximo time, yeah, by about a metre. Well, we haven't seen it all year. The 6 sixes in and over. Could this be the one? Warike's going to change angle. He's gone supersonic. Last ball of the innings. He goes, and he's been, well, what happened? It's gone for 4. It's been dropped, and it's gone for 4. Wow, I lost it for a second, and replay will tell the story. He was dropped. Was it going for 6? Maybe, maybe not. Then knocks it up, and that is as close to 6 sixes in and over as you could get. It was 5 centimetres from the boundary. So Yasser, in a way, will be disappointed with that finish because it's not often you get to do that. He's going to finish on 98. I just realised if that was 6, it would have brought up his 100. But he'll score 98 off 32. And early on, Wasim Abbas, he was the main protagonist through the power play. He was uber aggressive. There was a case of missed opportunities too for Ravel Sporting through the first half of this innings. So did have chances to displace these guys. In fact, if you go back to the very first ball, then Yasser Ali actually got dropped. It was a tough one off the very first ball. So Wasim, he just continued to smash the ball, and he was basically lapping Yasser Ali early, got to his 50 in quick time. He eventually got out though. Karandata taking the only catch of the innings, the only wicket of the innings went to Nouman Ali, who, I think for me, he's probably the best of the bowlers, Nouman Ali, even though even he didn't have a great time. Gaurang was expensive, couldn't come up with an answer. And, well, really, it was the Yasser Ali show from that moment forward. He hits 10 sixes and 7 fours in his innings. Yeah, a bit of a teaser for the field of that one. This one was so close to being out. It was so close to being 6 sixes and so close to being Yassir's 100. I guess he could have been caught for 94. Instead, it goes for 4. He finishes 98 not out off 32 balls. One innings. Finishes with a strike rate of 306. He takes 34 off the last over. Apart from that, Wasim Abbas was impressive early. 54 off 23 with 6 maximos and 2 boundaries. Iqbal came in, didn't have to do much except watch, but we know he's really good. And look at the guys that didn't bat as well, including Ahmed Ahmed, who was due in next, doesn't get a hit. As far as the bowlers went, I mentioned Nouman Ali, 1 for 27. I was impressed with how he navigated his way through a situation. Manwani had a good first over. I mean, if they had hindsight, they probably would have brought him back straight away because everyone else was expensive in the last over. Dangerously slow. 34 came off it. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, take you into the second innings of this game. Rebel Sporting, I don't know about the 168, but they certainly want to perform better with the bat than we've seen of late as they head into finals day tomorrow for Group B. Until then, it's Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. We'll see you just around the corner for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona. It is time for the second half of this match. It's match number 113. Well, 13's unlucky for some. Not too much going the way of Ravel Sporting this morning. They sent in the Catalunya Tigers and the Tigers pounced, scoring 167 off their 10 overs, just losing the 1 wicket along the way. It's a rough time for the Ravel bowlers. They'll now have the bat in their hands. They'll need to chase 168 to win. If they do this, it'll be the biggest chase ever achieved on ECN. But I'd say it's unlikely. Who knows, though? They do have some good hitters in their team. They'll have to have a perfect innings, you'd imagine. But more realistically, I just think it's an opportunity for Ravel Sporting to put together a good innings with the bat. Whether it's enough or not, I'm not sure. If they could make something like 120, 130, I mean, at least they're kind of building into the finals. Of course, these two teams will play 2 matches this morning. This is the first of the 2 matches. And Ravel Sporting will play tomorrow, which is Group B finals, for the chance to play in the final day of the season on Sunday. Catalunya Tigers, on account of topping the table here in Group B, they're automatically through to the final day on Sunday. So almost ready to go. Isham Patel opening the batting with Karan Datta. Mohammad Asif, the bowler for the Catalunya Tigers. 168 for victory. Will we see history made here on a Friday morning? This is cut away, beats the fielder and makes it. 4 runs. Nice shot by Isham Patel. Yeah, I think, something like this situation, yes, you're going to be attacking. You're probably maybe going to take a few more risks than normal, but I think for the most part, it's a real opportunity to make a score. Whether it's enough or not, I don't know, but Ravel Sporting, their batting has been probably the main reason that they haven't been competitive with the top teams. I'm talking about Grathia yesterday, or 2 days ago, I should say. Goes for the cut again, this time little bottom edge. It's always Ahmed who's behind the stumps. No Tahir Ilyas in the side for the Tigers in this match. Always, any recognised keeper. Hello to JJ Bean. He said the snow's come down heavily in Switzerland, snowing away. Well, winter has set in. Seen it all in Europe this year. That big heat wave through July. Well, that Italian summer was roasting. Oh, is there a little edge here? There is. And Isham Patel has to walk. It's pitched up. I'm going to set him up with a couple of shorter ones. This one was pitched up and Isham just plays down the wrong line. Always Ahmed does the rest. And not the start that Ravel Sporting wanted. They lose their captain 4 for 1. And got to say, I'm impressed with Mohammad Asif every time I see him. He's a player that has a good short ball. He's got a very good Yorker. He's got good rhythm, good pace about him. Yeah, these are the highest chases we've ever seen achieved. 162 from Barcelona Shaheen was in this series. And guess what? So was the equal second, Paco Care Barcelona. Chased out 162, or chased out 159, but they finished 162 off just 7 overs against Men in Blue. And Men in Blue, unfortunately, they are on the record books there for the wrong reasons. The top 2 highest chases are against Men in Blue. Men in Blue also have one of the best defences, though. At the other end of the scale, they defended 63 against Men in Blue, against 11 Stars at the start of last season, and that actually remained right up until this year as the lowest score defended. It's now 60. Asif gets one past Chet Patel. One Patel replaces another. Hello to Ivan again. Yeah, Sam saying what a day that was. Yeah, it was crazy. That was basketball. Kind of reality set in again. I wonder if basketball will return on Sunday with the 2 Group A teams on show, Barcelona Shaheen and Harris Abadel. Group A, something like 20 runs higher scoring than Group B per innings. Crazy stuff. JJ Bean, just asking one moment to say, yeah, we had some unfortunate news yesterday if you're just joining us. That's Rico has had a family situation that he's had to leave immediately to take care of, to be with his family. Had a difficult time. So that's why Rico isn't with me at the moment. This is in the air. It's going to be a second wicket in the over, and it is. So Things going from bad to worse. Asif's got 2 Patels in the bag. It's a good start for Raval Sporting with 4 off the first ball, but since then, it's just been 2 wickets and no further addition in the runs column. And a simple catch taken there. So Chet goes for her, and this is a little shout out for Rico. That's a duck. And at the end of, I don't think it's quite the end of, yeah, it is the end of the over, pardon me. It's 4 for 2 after 4. 49 matches without a golden ball. We did have a 167 golden ball once in Cyprus. So it was exact score. So it can happen, but I don't think that's the first over you want. 4 for 2 after 1. Elvira in my ear saying it sounded like a bit of a sick duck. But yeah, thanks for your nice comment there, Jojo Bean. And Amal Rathod as well, who's watched from Grathia. Chris appreciated my effort. Well, I can't have all the skills in life. Here's Uma McGull, who's going to bowl. And a little thick edge. This will go for 4. So Karen Data, well, this is an opportunity for him. He's got 9 overs to bat here. Let's see if he can get some runs. Win or no win, I think for me, how they play is more important now at Raval Sporting than the end result. So Karen gets a bit of luck. He's a guy who has a century in his ECN career against Bangladesh Kings last year. So, yeah. Thanks everyone for the kind messages for Rico. We'll pass those on. It's a good in-swing out. Uma McGull is another good young player. Really enjoyed watching his development. Swings the ball. He's had different situations he's had to bowl. Sometimes at the end of the innings, sometimes at the start. Manwani, the new batter, hasn't had to face yet because it was a change of over when he came to the wicket. This one cuts back, but it's cut away by Karandate. He'll get a second boundary for the over. Same region of the ground, but this one a lot more convincing. Nice batting from Karandate. And the pressure's off here. Already that rate requires up over 18. So if you're a realist, you know it's pie in the sky stuff. But like I said, how they play for me is more important. They've got potential elimination matches tomorrow. Raval Sporting. We know they'll get the double chance tomorrow on Saturday finals day, Group B finals day, but yeah, their tournament's on the line and they'd be playing better. Data kind of walks at this one. McGull does get good in swing. Curves it left to right, you can see that. Karandate, yeah, he'll be very keen to hit some form here. So I mean, best case scenario here, you get some of your batters clicking, you make runs today against the Tigers, and they make runs tomorrow when the tournament's on the line. Feeling a lot more confident. How are you feeling so important in cricket? It's another little edge. And big task for the field. He's not going to get there. So 3 boundaries in the over for Karandate. This one is a bit more of a genuine edge. There's Barcelona in the background looking pretty clear today, which is very different to yesterday. But yeah, we had those rain clouds around yesterday, and it's not a matter of when it was going to rain. It still was raining into the evening. It never really let up. The last ball the over for Uma McGull. This one's in front of the wicket, and this will be a boundary, a 4th boundary, but this one by far is the best shot. And you can see signs of what Data's capable of. I just haven't seen too much in this series. So 4 boundaries off that over. In fact, all the runs so far off that over. 16 off that over in boundaries. It's 20 for 2 overs. There's the table. And you can see Catalunya Tigers undefeated, trying to stay that way. It looks like that will happen. Raval Sporting Grathia close together. Yeah, have a look at the buildings. Got to say, I love coming here. It's been about almost 2 years. And now look at that. That's what we're seeing from the ground. And it's you've got the mountains in the background as well. It's a very beautiful place to play cricket. This, of course, is where they held the Olympic baseball back in 1992 for the Olympics. But, yeah, beautiful shots and a nice clear day. So good news weather-wise here on the last day of Group B action. 12 degrees currently, heading for 18 apparently. Asif comes back. Oh, that's a good ball. It's definitely going down the leg side, but it curves late, swings in late to Manwani, who gets the other end by virtue of a leg by. So have a look at that. Unexpected amount of swing, I think, when you're first in. Mohamed Asif, yeah. I'm a fan of his work. Someone that needs to be looked at, I think, for higher honours. Again, bit of outswing this time. It's driven to Yasser Ali, who throws it back in powerfully to Always, who says, hey, I'm looking straight into the sun. But no run. It's a bit early for food chat, but we had a bit of an outing last night to that place. We talked about it once before. I think it's called Muerte de la Pasta. It's basically means death by pasta. It's an all-you-can-eat restaurant near the hotel. Swing and a miss, well bowled. Karandata is kind of going walking. I'd like to see him stay a bit stiller, Karan. I think that's one thing I would say. Especially someone like Asif. He's hard enough to play when you're standing still. When you're on the when you're standing still. So if you're on the move, it's really compounding your problems. This is dug out for no run. Yeah, so got to say, it was 14.50 or 14.95 euros. That's about, let's say, 25 Australian dollars, probably about 15 US dollars, maybe about 12 pounds, maybe not, maybe something like that. And you could eat or drink as much as you wanted. It included like beer, wine, sangria, soft drinks, pasta, dessert, everything. Got to say, I'm glad I didn't discover that place earlier. Well, this is going a long way. Speaking of big things, this is big. Maximo! Data comes to life. Like this shot because he's not really pre-moving here. He just stands and he whacks it. There's no real shimmy down the pitch there. Just plays what's delivered to him and sends it away miles over the leg side. That won't impress Asif at all. Gets a bit of a chat from his captain, Gulam Sawa. I don't know if I say Gulam with the ball. Got Gulam Sawa and Gulam Daskir in this lineup, the Tigers. They've got two spin options there. They've also got Yasser Ali as a spin option. Yeah, let's just say it's got my money's worth last night. Glanced away. This should just be a single. It's the end of the power play. So 28 for 2 after 3 overs. The one thing I will say is that Raval Sporting, they were pretty noisy when they were going out there. A lot of support for the openers. You know, I like that team spirit. I think they tried to lift themselves. They know that they went for a lot of runs that first innings. Look at that last over, 34 off it. And we were centimetres away from the 6-6s in an over. It was actually dropped and popped off the hands of the fielder just inside the boundary. That took Yasser Ali to 98. Brilliant innings. And look at this. The Always having a bit of a laugh. I saw that with Manwani saying, hey, end of the over. Or have they called over yet? We've seen that occasionally. It's not. I think that's just a bit of a joke. But we have seen it done seriously, which then sparks a debate about whether the ball's dead or not. Into the power play. So 5 outfielders in place now. This is Gulam Daskir, who is going to bowl over number 4. Really represents an opportunity for Data to go and make a big score. And that'll help because that's absolutely tattooed over the leg side. Maximo! Wow, that one woke up his teammates. Here's a challenge length. And Karan Data, again, look how still he stays here. He's not really premeditating anything. He just sees it and hits it a long way. Wow, that sound was pure from Karan Data. This is a slightly flatter one from Duskia. Data just gets one. Time for Manwani to have a go. And look, he's hitting with the spin if he wants to go to the leg side here. Manish Manwani. And really represents an opportunity for him as well to play himself back into some sort of form. He was untouchable, really, the first couple of games. He's really struggling with a knee. He could barely walk, but he just kept smacking balls over that wall to the left of the screen. Hello to Luke. And, yeah, nice suggestion there. And Winey comes down and drives. Yeah, it's something we could definitely look into. Again, it's everything happening very fast. So being the end of a long season, of course, this is week 45 of continuous cricket on ECN. There's no ball off the pitch. And Manwani will get another go. He's kicking himself because he knows he could have swung at this if he knew it was going to bounce off the pitch, but he probably didn't know until the last minute. Just drifted away. Now, I think you're going to see him step across and try and smack this ball to the left of screen. Here we go. Well, he tries, but it's a clever ball by Duskia, but the spin completely does time a Regal. It'll just be a single, though. He got done by the side spin a couple of times here. And look, he just couldn't work out what he was going to do. We've had some interesting bounces here on this AstroTurf, I've got to say. Pretty entertaining. Yeah, Christian likes that idea as well. Yeah, something we can certainly look into for finals day, perhaps. I think that'd be fitting. Duskia to the right hand in our data. He got him earlier. Wants to go again. This time he gets a little under edge. It's away from a waist. It will be a single. So, yeah, it's been a long season. I still remember the first game I did the season, the first game of the season was 30th of January this year. It was a Sunday night. And it was Tarik versus Kalpe Giants in Gibraltar. It was the first game of the season I did. It's a good shot by Manwani. He'll get 4. That's good batting. And he doesn't try and overhit this one. I think that's part of the problem lately. He's been trying to overhit, but he gets close-ish to the pitch of it, but goes straight. And so that's smart batting from Manwani. It finishes the over. After 4, it's 42 for 2. Yeah, so when I think about the season and everywhere we've been, once again, I just think about what a crazy adventure European Cricket Network has been. This idea of cricket all around Europe being played at I suppose, yeah, an amateur level, but nothing amateur about the way the players go about their I suppose, cricket, because they have to be organised. They have to organise their lives around it. They have to make sacrifices, financial sacrifices, time sacrifices, sacrifices to personal lives. Here's Wazir Abbas, who's going to come on and bowl over number 5. And yeah, that also goes for all the ECN crew. There's Always with a bit of a one for the highlight reel. Saves an overthrow there, actually, Always, because there's no one behind him. But yeah, think of all the sacrifices the crew make as well, and being away from their families, their loved ones. That's why. See this in the air, it should be gone, and it's dropped by Kazim Ali. And yeah, he came in, just wasn't really set there. He was on the move and just bangs out of the hands in the end. Gets a bit of cheap advice from the captain who's nearby. He's on the move, yeah, never set for that catch. Yeah, so that's why I think when things come up of a personal nature like this, I'm just very happy that Rico could be in Spain at least and could make the journey back to be with his family. Kazim Ali fields this one. This is where if you're in front of a big crowd at the MCG, you get a big round of applause for this. Just fielding one after a drop catch. Yeah, but we've loved all the different places we've gone. Flicks off the back pad and then bounces into our ways. It makes the block. Mortal World asking how many matches will be played today. Which teams? Yeah, well, we've got these two teams playing the first 2 matches. 2 later on today. So Bus gets knocked away to the leg side. So later on today, we'll have the final 2 group matches of Group B. So 4 matches in total. 2 matches between these 2 teams, and then the Ripoll Warriors versus the Ali Young Stars in the second part of the day. And the weather's looking good, so that's some good news. And Wani plays a good shot. He goes straight to Hamid Azif, but that's a confident-looking shot, shape-wise, from Manish. He moves to 7, and at the end of 5, it's 46 for 2. And Abbas comes to the party with a good over. Only 4 runs came off that one. So just a reminder that we're obviously going all around the world, and wherever you are watching, you can get involved in our social media. You can message me at Mr. Maximo, obviously at European Cricket, but yeah, in particular, if you'd like to send Rico a message, it's a difficult time. He did lose his father yesterday, so he won't be taking part in the rest of the tournament, so he can be with his family, and I'm sure make some arrangements and be with them at this difficult time. You can send Rico a message at Rico4. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. And he wanted me to pass on to all of you how much he was upset to be leaving. No balls pitch. He was upset to be leaving, and obviously not to be able to say goodbye properly, but it was just happened so suddenly, and he wanted to say that only something as tragic as this would take him away from his ECN family. That was his actual words that he said to me before he left. So I'm sure he'd appreciate all those kind messages. And Wani gets free hit. It's coming our way, and that is going to be 4 runs. And again, Manish, he has hit that powerfully down the ground. It's the footwork that makes it. So, smart batting. He's certainly looking a lot better today. Maybe the fact that there's no real pressure in the game as far as result-wise. He can just go out there and bat. Doesn't really have to force the issue. Now he goes up and over. And this is also good batting from Manwani. Maximo! 4 and 6 pick-up sticks. Well, that looks a bit like my golf, where that's ended up. That's in the long grass. And abracadabra, this is how you make a ball disappear. Manwani, I think he's just gained some confidence by hitting through the line of the ball, and now he can elevate with some surety that he can hit it near the middle of the bat and it can get over the fielder. Yeah, brilliant stuff from Manish Manwani. He's one guy, when he was firing, scoring ones wasn't a problem for them earlier in this series. Now he gets one a little bit shorter, but he won't get a run. He's moving a bit more freely. Manwani, I've noticed, he was kind of twinged a knee early on in the series. So he must have changed his mind. He wanted to do the same thing again down the ground. Always has run a long way for no particular reason. I think he thinks this is just going about 10 metres. He ends up having to run about 30 metres. Well, I know one thing Always has been working on is his fitness. And if he keeps running 30 yards for no reason, then maybe, maybe he'll be happy. He doesn't have to do any extra sessions. That's a funny one, though. Everyone's saying, what are you doing? He's saying, well, you know, don't criticise me for putting in effort. In the air, hanging up for a long time, but yeah, Data gets lucky here, right off the end of the bat. You can see, just tries to hit across that last moment. That's probably one you can afford to go a bit straighter. As it works out, it's actually fine, because he gets lucky. Ivan's asking how many balls have been lost since the start of this tournament. Must be in the hundreds. I'm not so sure anymore. I got to say, I'm not so sure anymore because in Group B, we haven't lost that many. Manish was losing a few early in the piece. That's a good stop down there. It's Yasser Ali. I think about 2, but I think Yasser's foxing them, and then he horns in a throw. He wanted them to take 2 there so he could get a cheap run out. As it is, Manwani will retain the strike, moves to 19, 60 for 2 after 6. So to answer your question, I'm not sure how many balls have been lost, much less in the second half. I know that we often go on budgeting for 4 balls per match in ECN, 4 balls per match. So with about 1,200 matches a year, it's basically about 5,000 cricket balls, something in the order of 5,000 cricket balls a year. Just let that sink in for a second. 5,000. What would 5,000 cricket balls look like? Well, pretty big. Nice clear day, and always nice to see this man come on to bowl. It's going to be Gulam Sawa, who's coming on. I put the fixtures link in the chat as well if anyone's wondering what's coming up, and we don't quite have the fixtures for next year as yet. Down leg sides, we go to wide. So I think part of the reason for that is our first tournament next year is in Barcelona right here. I think it'll be a 10-team tournament, still being decided. The exact format's being decided. There might be a few surprises in there as well. Can't say too much about it as yet, but there's some exciting developments. So that'll all be worked out over the end of season break. So if you keep your eyes on the website and keep for news and for fixtures and tournaments popping up, then you'll have the latest. Anyway, this is going to be a tough stop. It won't be stopped by Kasim Ali. This will be 4. So Manwani, yeah, playing himself into some sort of form. He moves into the 20s. He plays this on length more than anything. And away it goes for 4 runs. Well, it's shot as well from Manwani. And now he's in form. He's starting to be able to do anything. He takes this from outside off and goes Maximo. Lifted over the leg side by Manish Manwani. Again, wasn't the correct shot. Maybe not for most people, but when he's in, he seems to be able to do this at will. Runs the best barometer, I guess. Now he gets one up and over. It's good batting. Good batting because he goes straight there. He was tempted to try and drag that to the leg side, but I don't think he was quite to the pitch of the ball. So he actually plays a safer shot. He goes, okay. Actually, you literally see the bat twist in his hand as he's about to hit the ball when he changes his mind to where he's going to hit it. Just watch really closely, if we have time for this, watch really closely the bat in his hand, how he's going to go leg side, and then, yeah, you see a little change of mind. Good batting, though. That was the correct shot. Despite the fact they're going to get thumped in this game, there are some good signs for Raval Sporting in their batting. Oh, no. That's come off the bat and straight up into Manish's face. This is why even against a slow bowler, if you're not wearing the helmet, it's nasty. Oh, Manish. Yeah, you'll see here, it's a nasty one. This is why we really like people wearing the headgear, is that it's hitting the cheekbone. I hope that's cheek. Well, I just hope it's not really his mouth, because that can be really nasty. So, yeah, this is the one reason you wouldn't expect that to happen, but things unexpected can happen, and this is one reason that we really pro helmet. Again, we're kind of not able to enforce that. When people are adults, they make their own decisions about what protective equipment they want to use. But I mean, Sawa is a slow bowler, but you can still see the force of a cricket ball off the leading edge there. It's really nasty. And it's a shame for Manwani because he was batting so well and was gaining some confidence. And now, in that moment, you start to wonder, does that affect his availability for the weekend? Look, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. If you just joined us, Rico has had to leave Barcelona for personal reasons. Had to do so very quickly. And that's certainly something that is affecting all of us here. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat for your nice messages. I go back to the field now. We can see Matt Manish is retiring hurt here. And I think that's sensible. He's just being assisted off. So he's walking off under his own steam. But you can see, looks like, to me, it looked like the left cheekbone, which was hit. And I just hope, I mean, I only got one quick look at it. Maybe the eye, which would be a bit of a cut. Yeah, so it's not a great situation for Manwani. He'll retire hurt for 35 off 16. And we'll get a new batter out there. So, yeah, Manish, certainly hope that you're not too bad, my friend. He's a really enthusiastic young cricketer. And I hope that it just turns out to be a superficial blow. No real structural damage, maybe just a small cut or something like that. And we see him back out there. I know that earlier in the series when he had a slightly sore knee and he kept batting anyway, and I thought, well, he's not going to field, is he? He said, yeah, I'm going to open the bowling as well. You know, it takes a lot to knock him down. Yeah, nasty moment. Suppose one thing to be thankful of, it was only Sawa bowling and not Muhammad Asif or something like that. Your leading edge would have had a lot more force to it. Anyway, I don't know how many batters Gulam Sawa would have hit in the head in his career. But put that in his resume. Kish Patel comes out to replace the injured Manwani. And left-hander gets off the mark with a single. Yeah, so Manish, I mean, he's listed in the second game, but I think, well, I don't know, but he will be able to be replaced in the second game if he can't take his place in the lineup due to the injury. That team's already been named. We'll see in a second, actually. Just drained out the leg side for Data, and he'll just go about his business at the end of the 7th over. He moves to 35. The score 79 for 2. This is what's coming up in the second game of the day, and the last group game for these two teams. Raval Sporting will be taking on the Catalunya Tigers, and just looking at that, Manwani is listed at 4. There's every chance he might not be able to take his place. I think I'm being told Manish has just been checked out by the doctor and to see if he needs to go to hospital or whether he can stay at the ground. So yeah, certainly hope it's only superficial damage. Catalunya Tigers winning the toss and batting again in match 114. Abbas is back, and it's a very Abbas-like shot that he runs into. Maximo Karandata. He has batted well, and again, looking at positives in this innings, the batting of Data, the batting of Manwani, until he suffered that facial blow last over. This is a nice shot as well by Karandata. He's heading for a half century if he keeps this up. Hello to Liam Day, nice to have you with us. Hello to Helix as well. And thanks for your comment, Helix. Hello to Graham as well. Yeah, I'm solid at the moment. We'll have to see. I did look into a couple of things at very short notice. This is just worked away to the offside. Well, the first thing I looked into when we found out, unfortunately Rico had to go, has I got the rut on the line. And I think with Corey, I know that his mother has just arrived in the Netherlands and they're catching up for the first time in quite a while, so that was just a bit problematic to get him back here. Well, this is up, and this is out of the ground. That's good batting from Data. Maximo moves to 48. And Abbas getting a bit of his own medicine here. This time he is on the charge. So again, this is the real positive of this innings for Raval Sporting. Yeah, so I'm very comfortable being here. Obviously, would prefer to have Rico by my side, but Obviously, I'm interested as anyone to see how the rest of this tournament works out. This might have been run out, you know, but it had to be a long throw. Data hustles through and gets there. So, yeah, once again, appreciate everyone's well wishes. You know, we are a community. Rico calls out us, the ECN family, and yeah, that's what families do. They look out for each other. Down leg side, good keeping by Ways to at least block this. Kish Patel, good striker as well. He probably won't mind the fact that he gets a bit of time out in the middle. But it won't last that long. That's well bowled. Abbas just slides this one across the left-hander and knocks out the off stump. So he finishes with a wicket. And his figure's 1 for 20. 8 overs down, the score's at 95 for 3. And so we head into the 9th. Yeah, so if you just joined us as well, I mean, this is on top of one of our biggest supporters, if not the biggest supporter in Kartama, John Scott. You know him as Bully, known to everyone as Bully. A real character, real charismatic character. Went out of his way to make us feel welcome and to help us out when we have been at Kartama for the ECC and the ECL. He actually also passed away unexpectedly yesterday morning. So sincere condolences also going out to his family and all of those from the Costa del Sol region that knew him, and you know, he's a larger than life character. So again, that's still sinking in. Over number 9 then, and Kazim Ali is going to get a bowl. Again, 95, not the worst score. Heading for around about maybe the 115 to 120 mark. Some positives in this innings for Raval. Short, and this should be 50, or will it? Well, it will be, as the catch goes down. So that's Naveed Aslam down there. Karan Data makes his half century. He gets a bit of luck here, but he's played some very good shots in this innings. 50 off 25 balls. I'm not sure if he knows it or not, but well batted to Karan. Again, he's the guy that has a century in ECN cricket, and if they're going to go far in the weekend, you feel like he's one guy that they need a bit more out of, and he certainly has performed in this innings. This is Unat Kumar Patel, who gets off the mark with a single. Naveed Aslam, a bit annoyed he didn't hold on to that last one, but it wasn't an easy one. He was on the move. I've got a question for you guys in the chat. So, okay, we get 7 weeks with no cricket here at ECN. Cut away, just a single. Do you guys get Christmas breaks? How long is your Christmas break or your end of year break? I think Helix saying he gets the week off between Christmas and the New Year. I think Karan gets applauded for his 51 because they didn't realise when he scored his 50, but fair enough. Lifted up and out of here, Maximo. That's a good shot. And they want more of that. Brings up the 100 as well for Raval Sporting. And yeah, right approach. Again, if they hadn't been blasted out of the game in this first innings, then there's every chance this would be a competitive score. Patel, I think he enjoyed that. Julian, last day 21st, back on the 3rd. I think that's pretty standard. A few people have that kind of thing. Christmas is on a Sunday this year, right? A few people will be working till the 23rd, I'm sure. Down the ground, bit behind this, and this will be 4 as well. So Unat Patel showing something. So nice to see him getting a few boundaries as well. I mean, they'll be chasing again in the next game, but I suppose I'll just be hoping they can tame the Tigers a bit in the first half and keep it something manageable. Oh, well, this was almost another trip to the hospital. As Kazim digs it in. Have a look at this. Oof. Bit close for comfort. Bounce off our ways under the stumps, but the batter stays at home. 9 overs down, 108 for 3. Julian saying he got told yesterday that he has an extra couple of days off, so it's a nice Christmas present. Early Christmas present. What do you do, Julian? Would you like to share? If you want to. Injury updates come in regarding Manish Manwani. Now, again, I'm very pro-helmet. Just start with that. But he has been told that he needs stitches. It's just above his eyebrow, actually. The ball rebounded up into his eyebrow. So he does need stitches. And so as far as the second match has gone, he needs to go to hospital and get stitches. He has told the doctor that he will get the stitches after the second game. So just tape it up for now, and I'm going to get out there. So this is up, and it's over the leg side. Good catch. And he stays inside. And that's Mustansa Iqbal, the monster. He's got some big shoes, but he keeps them the right side of the border on that occasion. It's 108 for 4. Brilliant catch as Taimur Mughal comes on, and he picks up a wicket. So, end of a pretty good innings, though. Karandata makes it all the way to 51. This would have been 6, but it was a good catch by Mustansa. 108 for 4. So, yeah, Manish Manwani will be in the side for the next game. He does have a laceration to his eyebrow, but he's just going to have a temporary fix so he can get on with the game. And then he'll get it fixed up later. Well, so now you know that he's a tough cookie and how much he loves his cricket. I wonder if we'll see him batting in a helmet, though. I mean, that would be sensible. Now, another minute, another update on Manish Manwani. Manish wants to play. He was planning to play, but he had to pass a concussion test if he was going to play. He has not passed that concussion test, and so he will not be playing. So there will be some information about who the replacement player will be shortly for the second game of the day. Well, I admire that Manish wants to play, but I think it's for all parties, it's the best thing for him to just sit this one out. Again, with the result not really affecting their tournament, their potential tournament progression. So there you go. Breaking news here in the cube. Couple to come then from Mughal. This one he drags down a little bit too short. It's handled out there by Haslam. Just a single. Even Ali out there getting a bat. So yeah, update with Manish Manwani. He requires stitches, needs to go to the hospital. Initially he said, that's fine, I'll go to the hospital at the end of the matches. Then, but he hasn't passed the concussion test, so he won't be taking part in the next match. Oh, this is a really good shot. And Patel finishes with a bang. And Ravos they'll finish on 117 off their 10 overs. The margin will be 50 runs. Probably a fair margin when you consider that Catalunya Tigers just batted so well. But Ravos Sporting didn't disgrace themselves with the bat. They end up with a more or less a par total, which isn't a bad effort against a team which is undefeated, 12-0. Make that 13-0 now. Catalunya Tigers storming their way towards a date with Barcelona Shaheen on final day on Sunday. Let's go back to the highlights. And yeah, a few boundaries to get things going. Ishan Patel got a boundary first ball, but then it got a bit ugly with 2 wickets. And this was the second one. And so yeah, Karandata was left to basically try and rescue this innings and keep things to a reasonable amount of damage. Played some nice shots in there, and Karandata is certainly one guy we haven't really seen the best of. But always, he was feeling a bit acrobatic. But we saw that one go down. Kazim Ali not able to hold on. Catalunya Tigers all business defending this total. Manwani, I mean, he was the other real bright spot. And I just hope that he's okay to play tomorrow when they really need him. Again, if there is a concussion issue there, I mean, that's not certain. And you have to look after the player's welfare. But yeah, this is the moment. And he basically leading edge one right up and it hit him just above the eye. Obviously, everyone's concerned for him. He wasn't wearing the headgear. And probably Chris Tapp's taking some photos of himself up there. That's okay. He's earned it. So Manish had to retire hurt. He won't take part in the next game. Kish Patel, he got bowled, trying to swing across one. And late in the piece, we saw that to bring up his 50. with that drop catch. But again, Rebel Sporting disappointed. Again, came up against good opposition, couldn't quite get the job done. Good catch late on by Mustanza, and some good late hitting from Unat Patel as well. But Rebel Sporting go down the margin and even 50 runs here in match number 113. Looking at the scorecard, Karandatha with 51 off 28 balls. He was the standout performer, 4 Maximo's, 4 fours for him. The other one was Manwani, who made 35 off 17 before he was forced to retire hurt. And we won't see him again today. Vinat Kumar with some good late hitting as well, 18 off 6. Pretty disciplined bowling as well, just 2 no balls, 2 wides in the 10 overs. And Rebel Sporting only able to gather 117 runs. With the ball, plenty of good performance. I think Muhammad Asif, he continues to impress me. 2 for 11 at the top end of the innings. Wazim Abbas chipped in with a wicket. So did Taimur Bagal late in the piece. But really, with that big score on the board, the result was beyond doubt pretty early in the piece. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. And when we do, we'll be going to the second game of the day. It'll be a rematch between these two teams. Their last chance to have a hit out before the finals commence for both of these teams. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for your ECN. And we'll see you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to our coverage of the FanCode European Cricket Series. It's our last FanCode European Cricket Series for the season. Two real contenders going at it at the moment with Rafael Sporting versus Catalonia Tigers. We saw in the first game, Catalonia Tigers really kind of batting Rafael Sporting out of the game in the first half. They put on a pretty big score, 167. Yasser Ali really turned it on with some stroke play and finishing 98 not out. You might say, well, it's a bit unlucky he didn't make the three figures, but, well, he took 34 off the last over. He started the 10th over on 64, so I don't think anyone was thinking he'd make it to 100, but he almost did it with 6 sixes. And he hit 5 sixes. The last ball was dropped and almost went for 6, went for 4. Anyway, in response, Rafael Sporting scored 117. To have some, of course, with these two teams going head to head, there was a coin toss. And let's have a look at what happened with Rob Kemming.
Your call. Heads is called. It is tails. Blue and red. Okay.
So Gulam Sawa wins the toss again. He elects to bat. Why wouldn't you after you saw that they put some big runs on the board? So once again, we'll see Catalonia Tigers opening up. Now, I wonder if we'll still see Yasser Ali or whether they'll change it around. This is something they have done pretty well. They've shuffled their top 4 or 5 into those opening positions. No Tahi Ilias in the lineup today for Catalonia Tigers. Now, Yasser Ali and Abbas opened up last time. And I think they might give Always Ahmed a go up the order. Looking at this bat versus ball wall, 129 was the average runs. That was previous to the last game, so that's probably gone up a bit. Catalonia Tigers 109, 101. The bat versus ball wall's been in pretty good form lately, but I've got to say, based on the last performance, there were 50 runs between these two teams. Having said that, Raval, he will be pretty keen to play better this time. So I can tell you that Manish Manwani, if you missed it in the last game, he was batting and he took a blow to the face. That's required him to go to hospital. He was still intending to play this game, but he didn't pass the concussion test, so he's gone to receive some attention. So for that reason, Mayavanshi has come in as a replacement for Manish Manwani. He takes up his position. Apart from that, fairly similar looking lineup for Raval Sporting. Last group game for all of these players. We'll see Raval Sporting tomorrow in the Group B finals. We'll see Catalonia Tigers straight through to Sunday on account of them topping the table. And I suppose what they've got to play for is a perfect record. Raval Sporting just trying to grab the win. We'll see them grab the double chance tomorrow. Let's get going. Ranveer gets the first over then with no Manwani. And it could be a wicket first ball. It won't be. In the field, it won't get there. It'll be 4 runs. Wow, frustration for Raval Sporting. Not much has gone their way. It was a risky shot. Always likes to go in this region. And so Always Ahmed's out there with Mustansir Iqbal, who didn't do too much in the first game. Came in towards the end of the innings. Now, Always, he's really spoiled a wide here. This is going to be a huge wide. He's frustrated with himself, and so he should be. Turns a wide into a dot. So Liam has got a question, and it's actually a question that I know the answer to. Now, he's asking, have Malta announced their ECL club yet, or still stalling? Well, team, they're not stalling. What they're actually doing, they're getting a move on. I'll give you some more information after this ball. Always angles this way. It's foot fielded by Numan Ali. Effectively so. Keeps it to 1. So Malta, originally their season was due to finish in February, and it just wasn't enough time to prepare an ECL club. So what they've decided, the latest, is that they are pretty much expediting the conclusion of that competition. So they will finish their season on the 19th of December, so in just over a week's time. And then we will know their ECL club. So we won't know by the end of this week, because they're quickly trying to get in as many games as they can to finish that season. short and smashed by Mr. Iqbal, and that's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, that was flat, and that was hit hard, and you don't bowl short to this guy. If you want to know why, just watch this. Bang. It was very comfortable. Just a half tracker from Ranveer. It gets the treatment. Yeah, so there you go, Liam. So we won't have a further update until the 19th of December, and then we'll be sure to put that on the website, EuropeanCricket.com. Then you'll know all of the clubs involved. Of course, I already know the other 30 that are involved in ECL 23. Goes over the offside, and this one is also 6. Maximo. That's a good shot. And Ranveer, he probably was always going to go fuller after getting pounded, but he doesn't quite get it in the block hole. It gives him something he can get under. A little bit of moving away. Mustafa goes with it. Well, there's a bit of whatever you can do, I can do better about the Yasir Ali Mustafa Iqbal relationship. Mustafa with 2 centuries in the ECS last year. Yasir, which is the one I believe. Still a ball to go in the over here. It's at risk of going magical. This one's played away for a dot, so it doesn't go magical, but a bit of damage to Ranveer in the first over. And after one, it's 17 for no loss. Just looking at the run rates here, it's quite remarkable, the difference between the basketball glory days of Group A and Group B, where it's kind of more normal. Still pretty exciting, but 10.1 and over, 12.3 and over. So 22 run difference per 10 overs. All time here, 10.9. I think, when I think about it, it's probably about right. 11 and over or so. Maximo rate, a few more yesterday, 5.7 per 10 overs. But again, pretty much almost 9 sixes in innings in Group A and just 6 in Group B. That's 6s per 10 overs. So overall, 7.5 sixes per 10 overs. Amit Das is going to get a bowl. Oh, that's a bit of a surprise in over number 2. And I've got a bit of a surprise for everybody as well. Here's Amit. Well, that's one way to do it. It does drop at the end. He does swing the ball a lot. This one goes down the leg side. Sliding stop. This one looks like it's high, but it definitely drops as it's approaching the batter. And so, 2 wides. Amit will probably swing the ball straight into the wheelhouse of Hawaii. Wow, that's another high one. Again, maybe it's been caught a no ball this time. Yeah, that's above the waist, I think. That's a good call. It's a no ball. Just wait on this free hit. Always is trying to hit this probably across the street and probably across another street. Won't get to, can't reach it as wide. Well, free hit's the time to party. What a great time to introduce my guest commentator. For now, anyway, just while we've got a moment, please welcome Meeta Daub, the ECN project manager. And Meeta, thank you for joining me on commentary.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Winnie.
Not the first time I've had you on, by the way.
Not the first time around.
Here's a free hit. Well, Amit's completely lost the plot here. In fact, he never had the plot. This is going to be 6 as well. And always Amit goes Maximo. It's a hanging curveball. Again, how high is this? Maybe just dropping. He is dropping it a lot.
Yeah, I think now we know why Amit Das hasn't really bowled before, unfortunately. A bit of punch time, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that can swing the ball. I mean, he's a fair way out in front there, so they might give him this one, they might not. But how they've umpired in this series, if they're close, they normally give them. So this one could go either way. In the end, they've said, no, we think that it's dropping. And
I think
to be
that's
honest,
a good call.
I think it's a good call, yeah. It's a very difficult call to make live, isn't it? I mean, you've actually done a fair few roles for us. Obviously, you need to be able to do a fair few roles in your position, including umpiring. So
I have umpired, that's true, and that's why I can say it's extremely hard.
Yeah.
I had a...
This would just be a dot ball, always punches it, yeah.
I didn't have the easiest way to get into umpiring either. It was in Portugal.
In Portugal,
and,
you had Nippo,
I had
wrapping
Nippo.
people on the pads every second ball, right?
I had 3 LBWs in my first 3 overs.
Yeah, that's true, and you got them all right. I remember that. I'm glad they're persistent. Well, they have to persist with Amit because he's only 2 balls into an over, but I mean, I think it gives him a chance to find his feet now, and I think he does swing the ball. I mean, I remember Amit Das bowling before, and he probably hasn't been bowling too much because they've got some other options they can use now. People like like Runveer in there. But he obviously gets his opportunity with no Manwani in the lineup. Another full toss though. And it'll be one. And some good slip slide stuff. There's on Mayavanchi, and that's Goreng Mayavanchi's little brother. He's playing just his second game. I say little brother, but he doesn't look like his little brother, does he?
No, he does look a bit older. He's definitely a bit taller. Yeah, gets a go because unfortunately Manish wasn't feeling too well and didn't pass the concussion test.
Always gets this, but not quite out of the middle. I think this is going to be caught. It is. And so Chet Patel takes the catch. Well, Das, he couldn't find the surface in the first part of the over, but he induces the miss hit from Always Ahmed, who'll be kicking himself. He goes for 12. It's 30 for 1.
Yeah, I'm excited if Yasir gets another go to maybe get his second ton in.
Yeah, that's
he
true.
He was apparently like just 10 centimeters short of making 100 last time. He's just dropping before the...
Yeah, 10 centimetres making all the difference in that first game. But still, he went from 64 to 98 in the last over, which is pretty good going. It's not like he would have expected to score 100. It would have had to be literally a perfect last over. Oh, wait, it's this point for him. That's the name of the game, I suppose. He tries to beat the field and doesn't. But we're looking at new batter coming in now. And, well, I'm sure whoever is in the lineup for the Tigers, they're keen to keep this roll going. I mean, the Tigers have been really impressive, haven't they? 13 out of 13. You can't argue with that.
They've been incredible, absolutely. I mean, spoke to a few people on side before the tournament, guessing that Tigers will be one of the favourites, and everyone agreed.
Yeah, for sure. Defending champions as well is Yasir Ali coming at number 3. So I suppose, if you count the 98 runs already, he's just 2 runs away from 100. Didn't get out in the first game. I always think it's a bit funny because in more traditional cricket, you go off for a break, like a tea break, you come back on and you resume your score. It's kind of what this feels like a little bit. And, well, it didn't take him too long to get into the action. That's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, there's his 100. The only difference is he had to wait to get it. But, again, it's a full toss. And Yasir, he wasn't going to miss out.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Just gets down.
Yeah, 36 for 1 after 2 overs. We can check the updated table. Rafael Sporting stuck in third. It's hard to see them getting to second now, even with a win. They'd have to win by a lot. They do seem destined to be in that second versus third game against Gracia tomorrow. That'll be an interesting one. Gracia had their day kind of washed out. Ali Youngstars and Ripoll Warriors, we know that they'll take part in the eliminator tomorrow, so I'm sure they'll be feeling the pressure. But it's great to have you in the commentary box. We commentated together in Portugal as well, I remember. Corey was unavailable for a small portion of that tournament. Here's Ishan Patel, as per usual, bowling over number 3. And the batter is having none of it. That one's going to fly, and that has gone miles. Maximo! What a shot by Mustats Rickball. He really is a monster.
That was massive. Yeah, the tournament refs and integrity officers are all under fire over there.
They better be paying attention.
Oh, I hope they are.
Well, yeah, you'd hope so. I want to welcome another Andy as part of the team today. He's at the ground for the first time. He's just visiting the venue from the ECN headquarters. It's great to have him on board. Here's Ishan. Fires it in. Not a bad idea, but he misses leg stump. So, Meeta, let me try to describe to people what your role is, because it's not easy to describe, and I know the role's not easy. After this ball from Patel, it might take me a while. Again, this sneaks down leg side. Does this just flick the pad? Must have. Otherwise, that would have been a wide. Checking out the replay. Yeah, just a little touch. It's good keeping by Kish Patel to stop that from going for more. Steps across and whacks it to leg side. Iqbal's going to get another boundary. And so trouble once again for Raval Sporting. Pace and spin, nothing really working. So Meta's is one of our project managers, and for most of the ECS, it's been yourself and Sam Williams, and again, occasionally we'll see Maxi Huck in that role as well. So as the project manager, you basically are in charge of everything you see. You're in charge of registering players, getting in touch with the captains and the managers of the teams. Up in the air, high, and fielder goes back. Is he going to get there? Don't think so. Maximo. Unat Patel. Not doing much about it. Well, right on cue. There is Andy. Nice to see Andy doing a bit of fielding. Welcome. But yeah, good hitting once again from the monster. Yeah, so what else? In charge of making sure we get to the airport, from the hotel to the hotel, making sure we get fed, making sure that people are where they need to be for coin tosses. I've probably missed out about 3/4 of it as well, haven't I? And so that means that obviously in between tournaments, you normally work 1 or 2 weeks block, and then you don't work for 2 weeks, but you actually are still working to prepare for the next tournament, right?
So we're then preparing for the next tournament, registering the players, registering teams, getting logos and all of this stuff.
Well, it's the old fall down ball from Patel. He'll be go for a wide. It's a funny one. It's not like he's moving that quick. So, I mean, how do you find your role? Because it's basically a role that has been created out of thin air because of the unique needs of ECN cricket, because there's no cricket like this in the world that's done in this way. So probably it's changed a lot over the 2+ years you've been doing it, right? Just wait for this ball for Patel, which will be a wide.
Yeah, I always describe it as a bit of a firefighter role. Like wherever like something explodes or the fire starts, you like run over and like try to get it sorted. Yes, always a few surprises every tournament. I always say like every tournament is the one first.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Ishan Patel gets hit to the leg side, but just one. It'll be the end of the over. Decent power play for the Tigers. They go at 18.7 and over in that power play. It is 56 for 1 after 3 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Meeta Daub, the ECN project manager, who is, well, the reason you're doing this week is probably not normally Sam would have done this extra week, but Sam is off on his honeymoon. Yeah. So he's no help at the moment, is he?
Probably eating pad thai out of a pineapple or something.
Yeah, he will be. So a big hello to Sam and his wife, Lara. Say wife now.
Yes.
So, yeah, obviously, it's a big effort. And it's this behind-the-scenes stuff. I mean, obviously, I see it every day, but you know, people that watch maybe don't have an appreciation of how much work goes on behind the scenes to make everything run so smoothly. Here's one of our favourites, Gaurang Mayavanshi. He's coming on in the 4th over. Got to get his length right. Pretty good. Doesn't matter. That's out of here. Maximo. That's the challenge kind of length I'm talking about. The Gaurang will basically say, look, here's the ball. Try and hit me with 6. If you miss-hit it, then I can get you out. But if you don't miss-hit it, that's what happens. Maximo 6 runs. Yeah, but Gaurang, he's certainly one of our favourites here on ECN, isn't he?
Absolutely. I think, how old was he when we came to Barcelona the first time?
Yeah, well, it was 2 years ago. Another ball.
He still has a bit of a baby face, but he was a full-on baby when we met him the first time.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that'll be 4, by the way. He hasn't had the best day at the office so far. Iqbal, again, him and Yasser Ali have a weird dichotomy that whenever Yasser does something, Mustanza seems to do something straight after. Yeah, so at the time, I think he was 18 when he first played. Now he's 20. He's come a long way. He's represented Spain since then as well, which is a big moment for him.
Well deserved, in my opinion.
Well, right now, he's getting a proper pounding. That one's going to crash into somebody's unit. Maximo. And this over's gone 6-4-6, and really, at the moment, Raval Sporting don't have the answers for this Catalonia Tigers batting line. Don't forget this guy, only made 8 not out in the first game, and he's coming out here and doing all sorts of things.
Yeah, Gaurang Mayavanshi is just, I think his bowling so ballsy, so obviously it won't go left arm spin, and it won't go right every time.
Yeah, hey, look, one of Gaurang's real strengths is that when he gets hit, it doesn't seem to bother him. He sticks to his plans, and he hopes that things will turn around.
Just really gutsy.
Yeah, like this. And this should be out. It's Chet Patel. He's camped under it, and he will drop it. Well, you wouldn't read about it. Chet Patel, one of the safest pairs of hands in the competition. And Gaurang stuck to his plan. He got Mustanza playing 1 shot too many. And Raval Sporting compounding their issues here in match number 114. Oh, boy. It's Gaurang. And this will be a dot, but... that's frustrating. I suppose if you're going to have a bad day, probably better today than tomorrow, but still, I mean, Raval, they've just lost their way in this tournament.
Yeah, they know they really wanted to become second, at least. As the rain forecast for tomorrow is not particularly great, so in case any matches would be rained off, which we obviously hope won't, then the second place would go through.
That's right. So 74 for 1 after 4. So tomorrow, it's basically our top 4 format, but it is involving the teams 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the table because the Tigers are already through to Sunday. So, yeah, you're right. So, to be honest, we'd have to lose all matches for them to
Yes.
be washed out.
Yes, which is unlikely.
Which is unlikely because let's say the morning gets washed out, then they will get to play in the afternoon, and let's say the first 3 matches are washed out, then it'll be 2 versus 3 in the last game of the day. But I mean, there is a non-zero chance that might happen. I know that tomorrow the forecast is a little bit like it was yesterday afternoon. We might get lucky. It's strange actually how quickly the rain can come and go here. I mean, yesterday it was actually really clear. Well, for a while we thought, well, that's it, the rain's not coming, and then the clouds came in pretty quickly. And
Yeah, I
we
think we
lost the
jinxed it a
afternoon.
bit because I was so positive after those 4 weeks of sunshine.
Hit, and the fielder is going to catch this one. He does. Unat Kumar Patel.
Jiggle.
Yeah, it was a little jiggle, but he does take the catch. So Yasser Ali, it's not his game here in 1-1-4. He's the second wicket to fall, 74 for 2, and well held, even though it wasn't really snug in the hands the first time. But he holds his nerve and holds the catch.
Yeah, kept his eyes on the ball, was able to grab it the second time.
So I've got plenty to go through with you in this innings as well. Of
Oh,
course,
wow.
Sandori saying, hi, Meta Dab, daughter of Michael Dab. That is true.
That
And
is
we told
true.
Michael Germany that you're doing this game.
I haven't actually. I haven't had a chance, but he is probably working right now.
Okay, well, I guess that's an excuse. You can always watch it back. The other thing is, I know we already said this before, but now that you're here in person, big congratulations. I believe a week ago or so, you got engaged.
Yeah, actually not quite a week.
5 days, 6 days?
6 days.
6
Tomorrow's
days.
a week.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
And Elvira is very, very happy. Sorry, Elvira, you'll be working, so no chance of an invite. But, you know, congratulations. And
Thank you very
this
much.
is what makes it even more special, if that's possible, is that your fiancé is none other than ECN's own Stefan Gooch,
Yes, met on
tournament
the
referee,
tour.
and guy's done a lot of umpiring for us at Cartama as well. Yeah, and you met on the tour
Yeah, met each other in Portugal actually.
in Portugal, Cartacho.
Yes.
Yeah. And back in 2020, so you're the first ECN wedding.
Oh, no one else is going to happen between.
True. This is up, it's in the air, and is going to fly out of the ground. Well, take that. That's one way to do it. It was smashed away, and big hits just keep on coming. 6 runs, and this is Naveed Aslam comes out. He doesn't need a sider. He just goes bang, first ball he faces.
Yeah, why waste any time? No time in T10, so might as well just go for ball 1.
A few people saying hello to you. Sundari was saying it. Helix was saying it. Shut Up was saying hello to you as well in the chat. Peter.
Thank you very much.
That's a wild throw, but it should be backed up. So, yeah, first ECN went. Yeah, it's strange. I mean, we are quite a diverse crew. I mean, that's
We are a
true.
very
I mean,
diverse
that's one of the
crew.
things that I enjoy most about us. We have people from all kinds of backgrounds, ethnicities, nationalities, countries they grew up. Oh, that's well bowled. Kish likes it. I'm not so sure. It's the one that goes the other way from Patel. And that's why the batter just plays all around it. I think he does get something back. Yeah, so, yeah, Kish likes it, but I think it's been given not out. You see, it's good bowling. See, here,
I think he just
I
gets
think,
something behind the
yeah,
line.
you certainly couldn't say that there was anything out. That there's nothing back. Well, this is a highish one.
Yeah,
Well, it's going to go for 4, and then Gorang. All right.
I think they're
he
checking this one.
Collides with Unat Patel. And, well, really can't has...
For me, that's waste time. I think that's just waste time.
yeah, I tend to agree with you.
Ouch. Yeah, that
Yeah, for me...
could be just dipping. Oh,
Yeah, see,
hard to call, but for
these
me
are the kind of
that's-
ones they have been calling, but I mean, you could make an argument either way. I reckon they'll call this one. And
No, they're
I'm
not.
wrong. So, not the first time. It's the end of the
Probably
over.
just dipping.
So it's just the 4. Yeah, I mean, maybe. And so maybe they go with what the umpire said on the field. So it's the end of the over. The score is 84 for 2. Welcoming you into the cube. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. My guest commentator for this game is ECM Project Manager and recently engaged Meta Dab. So big congratulations
I
on
wish
behalf.
I could show them,
Okay,
but I-
explain to me, if you're
No.
engaged and you've been talking about engaged, where's the ring? Where's the ring?
Oh, my fingers are unfortunately too fat for the ring, so
Not very
I have.
dainty way to put it.
Yeah, no, yeah, there's no pretty way around it. So yeah, unfortunately,
You should have said-
didn't fit the ring. Stefan is getting it resized
You should
at
have
the moment,
said the ring was
so-
too small for your completely normal-sized fingers. Anyway, your fingers
well-
are busy typing away most of the time as a
Yes,
project manager.
so-
Yeah.
I'm also a bit afraid. I'm not great with jewelry, so I'm a bit afraid
Okay,
I will
so you'll lose it.
I'll lose it. So I don't mind that didn't take it on tour for now. But yeah, Monday it will be back on.
All right, looking forward to seeing it next time we work together next year. Here's Numan Ali, who's coming on. He bowled well in the first game. Right on cue, bowls wide. And of course, if you just joined us, the reason that Rico isn't here and unfortunately won't be joining us for finals weekend either here is that he lost his father yesterday, and that's something that we talked about in the first game and had to leave very short notice to be with his family. So all of our thoughts with him at the moment. And yeah, it's been a rough 24 hours really, because first we found out that Bully, one of our biggest supporters in Khartoum, had passed away suddenly, and then the news about Rico's father. So yeah, it's a stark reminder of the fragility of life, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, our thoughts are with Rico and with Bully's family.
Yeah, for sure. Hello to the robot who's popped in. I heard the robot was on a bit of a Northern Europe adventure, if I'm right. This is up in the air. Someone's got to catch this, surely. Not easy, but taken. Very nice catch. That was not an easy one at all, but I think it's own dust.
Yeah,
he's taken it, and he takes it on the run, back over the shoulder. And they haven't had too much luck, have they? But they do get Musdansa before he can do more damage. He goes for 47, and it's Numan Ali that does the trick. It's 85 for 3.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy catch at all. I know from experience that goes wrong quite often,
Can do.
especially in ECN cricket.
I mean, you're probably the one person, or you and Sam maybe, people that have seen as much ECN cricket as I have. But yeah, you actually, you're working around cricket now and you're working in cricket, but you're a very good player as well. Tell us a bit about your cricket playing background.
Yeah, so my dad is German, but my mum is Sri Lankan, so that's where the love for cricket, has been
It's kind of
brought into
bred
the
into
family.
you.
Yes,
Yep,
exactly.
sure.
Basically grew up on the cricket grounds together with my brother. Also played in some ECN tournaments.
Yeah, and
also
played
works
for
us.
Germany in the ECC back in
Did,
2021.
yes. Proud moment for the family, for sure. Although the tournament didn't really go the way we hoped it would be for him, but yeah, I mean,
Still a big honour to represent your country.
absolutely. Yeah, so basically grew up on the cricket ground, played a lot of cricket in Germany, and at some point,
Numan. The ball. This is Wazim Abbas coming in at 5. Not a bad 5 to come in. Almost gets one out first ball.
yeah, so got at some point the chance to also represent Germany, which was a great honor and loads of fun.
Wonderful.
And yeah.
And now you're living it. Who would, I mean, 2 or 3 years ago, you never would have believed that there'd be a channel doing over 1,000 matches
I
a year.
never
It's crazy.
thought as a European I would be able to work in cricket.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
I love the sport and I love being around it, but I didn't think there would be an opportunity. A couple
Block
of years later,
Yeah, and
doing this full time.
well, everyone's got an interesting story about how they got involved in ECN. And like I say, your role has been kind of chiseled from the proverbial kind of lump of clay, you know, or block of stone, I suppose. But it's just based on the unique needs of cricket like ECN cricket. This one he misses his Yorker 4, and this one is pounded by Abbas. That's his first Maximo. And we can tell some guys, you can just tell they got power. You can hear as soon as they hit the bat, that was 6.
This batting lineup is so destructive, and I'm going to call it now. It's going to be really, really hard to stop them on finals day.
100%. But, I mean, just look at Pakai Care when they were doing all kinds of crazy stuff, breaking records. And getting rolled for 41 in the Group A final, qualifying final.
That's why we love them. They're just a surprise packet.
That's the beauty of ECN T10 cricket. I mean, I'm hooked on it as well. How could you not be? Because, yeah, it's so consumable. You never know what's around the corner. 94 for 3 after 6. And so let's do a 6-over check-in here. They go at, say, 2 a ball from here, get some 142. That's pretty decent. That's probably expected. But if you can bowl well, maybe you can keep it something like 130, something like that, and then you have to bat very well. There were some good signs about Raval Sporting's batting in the first game. It's such a shame about Manish Manwani because he was really starting to hit the ball well.
Yeah, it would be crucial for them to have them back tomorrow.
Yeah, and Karan Datta did make some runs. Ishan Patel missed out. He's another one that could go. Even Kish, Naima Patel, all those Patels could click at any time. And you got Kish, you got Ishan, you've got Unat Patel as well, and Chet Patel. So, look, tomorrow's another day. And so far it's been a bit of a rough one for Raval Sporting. Here's Gorang coming back in over number 7.
Let's see what he can do here.
Yes, well bowled.
Way better start than last over where he just got pumped for multiple sixes right from the start.
Yeah, so you know, well, we don't get to play very often, but we did actually play a game towards the start of 2021 with some of the Raval Sporting guys, some of the Fateh guys as well.
Yes, and it...
Watch out.
Massive 6.
And, well, Rob had to just have a little bit of a heads up. But anyway, the universe is on his side because this doesn't him. Rob actually is a very good athlete, but I don't think he knew this one was coming, and no one seemed like they wanted to tell him. But anyway, Maximo, 6 runs, and the good news was nobody's coffee was spilt during that 6. So what I was going to say was that I've kept to Gorang, and it was a great experience because you can actually really see how he lures batters into kind of false shots.
I think that's a lot closer than one might think. Wow.
I think he's got something down there.
Yeah,
but
just
yeah, it is close. It's worth an inquiry. It's been given not out. He hits this square. Fielder handles it. Unat Patel, just a single. So yeah, that was a cool experience.
That was a great day.
It was a great day, wasn't it? And that wasn't on this field. It was on a field that was, I would describe it as dirt with some stones.
It was quite dangerous. I'm not gonna lie. I fielded at deep square leg, and there's a ball that just.
Yeah, wait for this. This isn't into one. It's called a wide.
Yeah. So it just bounced onto a stone and shot up into my face. I somehow got a hand or like a part of my arm onto it, but it wasn't really safe.
I'll try and describe that a bit more in a second. That one's fine, I think. The pitch was basically a rolled out bit of carpet. It was about half a pitch long. There were one set of stumps, kind of like the stumps you see here. The other set of stumps was just a rock. It was a big rock. Do you remember I got a direct hit that hit the rock?
Yes, I remember.
Anyway, this is going to be 4. No one's catching this. And Aslam gets to 15. He joins Abbas on that score. It's the end of the 7th over. And the Tigers feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. They're 106 for 3 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up on ECN. And basically, it's a big break. 7 weeks, end of season break. I was asking some people in the chat how much time they get off over the festive break. And yeah, some people get a couple of weeks, some people get 1 week, fine. We get 7 weeks. Of course, we'll be working pretty hard to make the next season happen as well during that time.
Yes.
Back in Barcelona and then the ECL. But yeah,
the
7 weeks.
It's not really a break.
It's not really a break.
It's preparation time for the next year.
Just like some people say to you, oh, it must be great. You work 2 weeks, get 2 whole weeks off. It never really works that way, does it? Anyway,
it never is.
This is a chance, and it's taken. And yeah, I think they need to start holding their catches. And I think Unat Patel, he's central to that. Does field pretty well out there, and he picks up the wicket of Abbas. Handy guy to get. And in the 8th over, the score is 106 for 4, and Numan Ali comes back, and he's bowled very well. He takes the 2nd wicket.
And I think any additional run from here is going to be really, really hard for Raval Sporting to chase the score. Like, I think 115 is about the absolute maximum. Afterwards, it's going to be really tough, especially considering they don't have Manish. Yeah,
exactly, and that's a concern for them. But I mean, all they can do, considering where they were, is to try and peg them back to maybe the 130-ish and hope you bat out of your skin. I mean, look, they made 117 in the last game, and you need a few more than that. But someone like Ishan Patel didn't really make runs. You got guys that can get on top and make big scores. I suppose the thing is, the Catalonia Tigers, they bat so well, but their bowling's not weak, is it? They've got some good options, good pace options, good spin options, and so you can see why they are the hot favourites for the title. Of course, last year they beat Pakai Care in the final here in the ECS, but Pakai Care, they're already out. Numan, again, he's bowled well. He's learnt that he has to bowl fuller, and
that's
so
just perfectly inside the line as well.
Yeah,
great spot in short form cricket.
Like him. I haven't seen too much from him before, but I really like his tournament. So this is Kazi Malik, who's coming out to bat the number 6 position.
He has a good stride on, buzzing.
Yeah, look at him. He's got purpose. Yeah, well bowled again. It's
Lovely.
Good. Yeah, good
Great,
location.
great line.
Yeah, he's strutting back again. So he should be. 2 good balls, 2 dot balls.
That's what they need. That's what they need. They just have to get the run rate down.
Bajendra is saying hello to you as well. So he's asking about what your origin is. Of course, you're born in Germany. I think
Born in Germany.
You might have just...
German dad, Sri Lankan mum.
Yeah, that's right. And you'll have an Australian husband. Oh, turn around.
Well, he's also interesting mix, actually.
He's Estonian, technically.
Well, he has quarter Estonian, quarter Hungarian, quarter British, and quarter Burmese, but born in Australia. So, yeah.
That's a real mix, but that's good. That's the way the world's going. You know, in the modern day, we can travel so much easier and quicker than we used to. That's why these things are happening so much quicker. Anyway, this is up, and it's probably going to fall safely. Bermuda Triangle situation. Who wants it? Well, eventually, they leave it for Ranveer. He throws it in, and that might have been close. 1 short called by the umpire. So, for all of that good running, they'll only get 1 run. So, a bit annoying.
Yeah, I would be annoyed at that, especially as the person
It's funny that you get a 1 short. You get a 1 short for like being short by 5 centimetres, but then when they actually run, they ran pretty much diagonally the whole way. So they've run definitely further than 2.
Oh, talking about...
Well, this is big. Watch out in the camera tower. That one is heading your way. Maximo Aslam goes large, and he's been good since he's been out there. Adding another big hitter to the mix. He goes to 21. End of the over. It's 113 for 4 after 8.
Talking about travelling, how many countries have we seen now?
It's a good question.
Do you know?
I don't. It's somewhere
I thought about the other day.
I think it's in the high 20s.
I would say so too.
Something, that's my guess. But maybe that's a project for us to think about.
Especially like if you think about the countries that we haven't visited for a while, like Estonia, like Finland, that we have been to in year 2020, and then haven't unfortunately made it back there yet because so many great places that we want to see.
Now you've got me thinking, and so I want to...
Are you checking
I'm going to make a list based on this year's countries, and we'll add in countries that we haven't gone to this year that we've gone to in the past. Is that okay?
That's a great idea.
So I'm talking countries, not specific locations. So like here we're in Barcelona, we're in Cartagena, but I'll just count that all as Spain.
Yeah.
Okay.
We go by countries, not locations.
Here's Ranveer
coming back.
Over number 9. It all happens in the 9th. First one's the inside edge onto the guts. And well, everyone ends up flat out here. They will get a single. And there was a bit of bat on that.
See them laughing. Always tense up a little bit if there's like people running into each other. It's so dangerous. Just slips a little bit.
Yeah. So I'm going to go back to this year, and I'm going to try and get some sort of clarification. First, let's watch Ranveer in the 9th.
Ranveer, a.k.a. Sam. Still haven't managed to ask him why is Sam on the back of his shirt. I actually really want to know.
Yeah.
Especially Sam Williams wanted to know, but he also didn't get a chance to ask him. Actually, I'm going to do that after this match. Ask him why does he have Sam on the back.
Good idea.
That's a good shot. Probably gets 4 for it. Yes, that's 4 runs. Garang has no chance of getting that ball. That's a good shot.
Okay, so this year we went to 14 different countries.
14.
Okay. 14 this year alone.
Yes.
Okay, and now I want us to start adding in some other countries. Of course, some of those are multiple locations. We're just talking countries, all right?
Okay.
Finland's an obvious one early in the piece. There's 15. Yep. I'll throw a couple in straight away. Oh, another one. Seems good at hitting the rib cage at the moment. They won't get a run this time. So we've got Finland 15, Estonia 16, Switzerland 17, Cyprus 18. We're up to 18. We definitely cracked the 20 here.
Oh, we definitely have more.
Greece 19.
Yep. Good one. Have you have Cyprus already?
Cyprus, I said, 19.
I've
got another way to do this in a second.
Shot.
Yeah, that is a good shot. It's flying, and it will not get to the boundary. Well, someone's going to go back and get it. Well, guess what? They're going to have a little cuddle, and Amit Das is going to come in and throw it back. Oh, good things happen in threes.
I watch the Soccer World or Football World Cup
Yeah,
a bit.
it's like a
Good
celebration.
footwork.
So we got 19.
It's definitely more.
It's definitely
We are forgetting
definitely
big
more.
ones here.
Anyway, tell us if there's anything you can think of. Swing and a miss. As we have one more ball to go. They've done well to pick it back here. We talked about maybe they could bring it back to around 130, and that still seems on the cards. That's the end of the over. The score is 120 for 4 after 9. Now you've got me excited. I'm going to go back to the archives.
Oh, I did a list once.
Of
Well,
20.
places
Of course, we've
I
travelled
went
through a few other countries. For example, to get to south of Sweden, you've got to go through Denmark. There's a few other things, right?
Yeah, weirdly, from Bulgaria to Romania, we went through Turkey, which was interesting.
Yeah, we did.
You
And
remember?
I'm going to count Iceland because you actually travelled to Iceland for
I
cricket. But
did
unfortunately,
travel to Iceland.
It was cancelled
but it
at the last
counts. I would
moment,
say it
right?
counts.
Yes,
Actually-
I'd say that's 20.
Although obviously we're all extremely disappointed that the cricket didn't happen.
Yeah, 100%.
Wait, Gopi is coming back.
Yep. 10th overtime. Seems to just get the 10th, you know.
Yeah, so I was obviously extremely disappointed that the cricket didn't happen, but it was quite exciting because we then had the opportunity to tour the country and actually
Yes.
see something. And what better place to have some time to properly look at it than Iceland?
Wasn't it the most expensive dinner you've ever had? Up in the air. I feel like this has got the legs. The fielder's going back though, and no, he won't get there. I think that's gone for 6, and it has.
Yeah, it has
Maximal. Yeah, it's a real teaser. Again, if you hold this, maybe you can keep it low 120s. It was kind of a slower bouncer from Warwick. He dug it into the pitch, but look, there's the misjudgment. If he's back a step, then he probably takes that a bit more comfortably. Unat Patel, in the end, 6 runs.
Yeah, Eden just creeps up behind him there and kind of gets in his way for him to be able to get a step back.
Takes it in again, this time straight up. Who wants it? Well, Chet's called it. He gets called off it, and it's been dropped. They're going to go for 2. They shouldn't. I think this could be out. It's pretty close, though. You can have a look at it. It's a good idea, regardless, to go back for 2, because I think they want Aslam on strike. This will be a really tight call. I'm feeling he might just be gone. Yep, he's just out. Great work from Spring Productions as well. And so Kazim's going to have to go. It's always going to be tight. So they drop the catch, but that has a twofold effect. It means that... Yeah, he's been given out now. Naveed will get the strike back, and he would have been caught out. And obviously, the result would have been better if he caught it, but it's the next best thing, I suppose. And smart running, even though he's out, Kazim Ali does the right thing. So 127 for 5 after that. And yeah, so we said 20 countries, but within that, it'd be 30 plus locations. So at least.
Multiple locations.
Yeah,
I mean,
and there's other places we wanted to go, but we, for one reason or another, we couldn't, such as England. We had England on the schedule a couple of times.
France was in the
France,
in discussion
France is in the
multiple
plans.
times.
Again, I'm not sure if we'll get
Turkey
there.
was actually in the plans for a while.
Turkey, Israel, even.
Yes, true. That would have been a great tour.
Yeah, and I think ultimately we may even go outside Europe. I mean, think places like in Northern Africa and places like that where we could play all year round. Anyway, here we go with Warwick. Wow, he throws the bat away, and the other batter's lost a glove. Well, this is an absolute mess.
That is ECN as its best, in my
100%.
opinion. How good is that?
Well, I don't know where the
First
bat.
one lose the bat.
I don't know where the bat is. Naveed Aslam is actually run out here, and Muhammad Azif, who's the new guy, he probably said, you know, do we want to run or do you want to stay on strike? First, he throws the bat away, and Azif, who's new to the crease, and look, you see the bat landing. Yeah,
He's teasing him.
Bit of fun. He's saying, hey, where's your bat, mate? But to be honest, his bat's in. Look at where his bat ends up. You watch it land.
Oh, yeah.
It lands bouncing around. Well, to be fair, if you want to be technical, his bat is grounded behind the line.
Well,
The
he's
only
not
problem
touching it, unfortunately,
Yeah,
but
his bat was
somewhere around third man. No, actually, fine leg.
15 metres away from him. Anyway, bit of a comical dismissal. It'll be 129 for 6.
I love these ones.
Yeah.
I love these ones.
Well, this reminds me of the second golden ball ever, where the scores were tied last ball, and the batter got LBW, and as he swung his bat flat out of his hand, he didn't have a bat, and he got hit in the pad. and that was in Gothenburg, and it led to the second ever
a place
golden
I've
ball.
never been.
Yeah, they've been.
I've always been to Stockholm, so maybe
They're both nice.
next year.
All right, I've got this as the last ball. Let's roll. And it's blocked by McCall. I'd had that as the last ball. I don't know if I'm right or maybe I'm not right. Well, apparently there is
Double
one to go.
checking.
Wow.
Yeah, I think there's one to go. Is there?
Well, I'm going to say that that's over. But I think that communication. So I don't know if they'll bowl
Scores.
this, but if this is an extra ball, it won't count. I've got 130. Doesn't matter anyway, because it'll be 130 regardless, as long as Kish Patel can grab that. It's the end of the innings, 130 for 6. And, well, hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. Big thank you to you, Mina. Hopefully we'll see you again in the commentary box. And you never know, it might be
have
sooner.
me.
It might be later. I know you've got some work to do with
Yes.
the teams arriving for the afternoon. But big thank you for now, Mina
you
Dowd,
very
my
much.
guest in the commentary box.
Thanks everyone for having me.
For match number 2 here. Let's go to the highlights. And Ranveer, early on, Always, he was promoted to open the innings, and as Always does, he was pretty aggressive from the get-go. Mustat Srikpal was out there as well, and he was certainly in the mood for some big hitting, as he normally is, and really, he was odds-on to make a big score. Always, well, as he likes to do, goes down the ground, but just slightly mishits that one. And that was a good moment for Amit Das. Had a bit of a rough time just controlling the length of his bowling. And Raval Sporting, you know, they're trying to keep their heads up. They know they've kind of lost their way a little bit in this series, but they are still a very talented lineup. When you think about how far they've come in a fairly short space of time. Chet Patel had a chance there, and really, you felt that might cost him a lot as a stance. It was on a rampage. Gunat Patel did hold this one, and really, the Tigers, we kind of talked about it at one point. We thought they were on target for like something 140 plus, but they end up with 130, which is what we thought was probably on the acceptable side of the spectrum for Raval Sporting. That was a good catch running back by Amit Das with the flight, and that was a good moment. But you can see Raval Sporting means a bit of frustration, but they are a fairly close-knit unit, and they win together, they lose together. But they did fight back pretty well. If you look at the splits in this innings, and speaking of the splits, that was the bowler almost doing the splits, but yeah, they were reasonably good the way they fought back. 84 off the first half, so only 46 off the second half. You see that one went down, but it did result in a run out. Karan Data hitting the stumps, and then it all kicked off. Just watch this: the bat goes flying, the gloves go flying, as if goes back for his glove, and Naveed's the man that had to be run out batless. And a few people had a few smiles with that one, but still Naveed, he batted pretty well in that innings as well, and provided just a little bit of a kick in the tail as we look at the scorecard. And it was Stan Rikpal 47 at the top of the order, top scoring, just 16 balls for him. Yasser Ali missed out, 25 for Naveed Aslam, thought he batted very well, 15 for Wazim Abbas, 13 for Kazim Ali. With the ball, 2 wickets for Numan Ali. For me, he was the best of the bowlers. He's impressed me this morning and throughout the tournament. 2 for 17. He took also wickets for Amit Das and Ishan Patel. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes. Take you into the second half. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your day. Big thank you to Meta Dab as well for stepping into the comedy box. We'll see you shortly for more European Cricket Network action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground. We're in Barcelona. 3 days left in the season, including today. It's finals fever from tomorrow with Group B finals on Saturday. We have the final day on Sunday. So rapidly drawing to the conclusion of the season. Vinny Sandu with you, Mr. Maximo for the ECN. This is match number 114 right now. And it's a match between Catalonia Tigers and Raval Sporting. Raval Sporting have struggled a little bit to handle the heat in this morning's session, but I mean, they're in the game. They've held Catalonia Tigers to 130, and I suppose if you want to mix it with the big boys, these are the kinds of games you need to be competitive and maybe just pull off the chase here. 131 is the target. Mohamed Asif to bowl. Hisham Patel to bat. Let's roll. It starts with a ball that whistles past the outside edge of Hisham Patel's bat. Mohamed Asif, he's been a real good player to see more and more. I really liked watching his bowling. He shapes the ball away from the right-hander. He's just got a lot of tools. He's got a good York. He's got a good short ball. You're never quite sure what's coming, especially at this stage of the innings. Still very early. And you see there, Patel, his body weight just going away from the ball. I know he likes to cut, but I'd like to see him maybe just kind of stand his ground a little bit rather than back away and cut. Easier said than done. Patel's probably thinking if he can deflect this away, he can get it around that man, short third man, and get a boundary. Wayne has asked about the 10th over, but don't worry, that was all sorted out. There was actually 7 balls bowled in the 10th over, but under our new regulations, the last ball is discounted. But it didn't matter because they didn't score off the last ball. So rest assured that the score is correct, 130. And if it didn't seem right, we've got the official scorers here, and they sometimes might not be what you see on the screen because the official scoring is at the ground. It's all double checked and confirmed. Great bowling from Asif though. Right now, it's going to be hard to get 131 if you can't hit one. That's 3 in a row that Asif has got past the bat of Hisham Patel. Very good work from Mohamed Asif. So if he gives you nothing here, and suddenly you're chasing 130 off 9, that ain't easy. Worked away, and this is going to be 4. So 4th time lucky for Patel as he gets off the mark, and so to Raval Sporting, 4 runs. So, Patel, technically, pardon me, 5th time lucky. And now, we'll retain the strike with a single off the last. So the score at the end of 1 is 5 without loss. Well, golden ball. Will we have one before the end of the season? Well, at the end of the last game, we're raising the bat because that's 50 matches without a golden ball. Of course, the last golden ball we had involved the Ripoll Warriors and the Hawks. Well, we're doing some wildlife photography. Well, this looks like taking a picture of a person taking a picture. Is that what that is? Wonder what he's setting up for there. Have enjoyed the National Geographic portion of the broadcast over the last few weeks in Barcelona. Well, down leg side. Always does get down there to stop it going to the boundary. Raval Sporting. Certainly going to miss Manwani in this lineup. He was originally selected for this game, but he failed the concussion test. He's off getting that head blow examined. Probably going to have some stitches. He's determined to be back tomorrow, but I think it's a sensible one for him not to take part in this game. Remember Carl, good young player. Let's slide the ball in, whereas let's see if it's taking the ball away. This one comes in again, no run. So, yeah, Rafael Sporting, we talked about for them, I mean, the result may not be as important as playing well today and just getting a bit of form back. Because they have struggled a bit to handle the heat against some of these top teams. In the air and gone. And so, yeah, you see Karadati throws his head back in anguish. And he just plays it on the up. He's hoping he can get it through the infield into the boundary. So he slides off the bat, but he just could not have picked the fielder out better. And you'll see this on the replay. He picks out the fielder and then, oh, that's the way it goes. Coming off half century. But in this one, he is not going to get off the mark. And Karadata goes for a duck. It's 7 for 1. And so, it's a pretty decent catch by Mohamed Asif, but he didn't really have to move, did he? This is Chet Patel who's going to come in at number 3. So Chet Patel and Isham Patel out there. I'd just like to see. Well, there's two ways this can go for Ravel Sporting. They can try and make something out of it, push this game, maybe pull it off, or at least get 110 plus, something like that, something that makes them feel okay. Our batting's on again, heading into finals tomorrow, or they could just kind of fall off the wagon here, thinking, all right, what's done is done. Let's just hope we have a better day tomorrow. Well, I hope it's the first. I'm worried it'll be the second. But let's find out. Chet Patel gets off the mark immediately. A little cut shot off Magal. Ravel Sporting. Trying to make something of this power play, but only single digits so far. This will help. Magal loses it down the leg side. Well, I asked you guys before, how much time do you get off for the end of year break? Some people said about a week, some people said about 2, some people said none at all, because they have some sort of rotating system. I've got to say that typically in my line of work, when I was hosting things and hosting events and those kind of things, December was probably the busiest time of the year. In the air and caught. Well, things just not going right. It was almost an instant replay, wasn't it? And now Isham Patel's got to go. I was talking about the fork in the road we find ourselves in, and which road Ravel Sporting will take. Well, he's 2 dismissals. I mean, yeah, it's a bit unlucky, I should say. I mean, he's certainly not in control of the shot, but it could go anywhere. It happens to go straight to Mohamed as if again, he takes it again, doesn't have to move. And the score now 9 for 2. This is where Manwani would normally come in, but we won't see him. Unfortunate for Isham Patel. New batter comes in, Zamit Das. Well, he's had some moments today. Could see him bowling again. Didn't really have the consistency that he might have hoped, but to pick up a wicket. He's also played some good innings in this tournament as well. He has to hurry to get to the crease because I think he was running out of time. So let's see if Amit can get a few away. It's still in the power play for 7 more balls. And leg side. And this will be the end of the over. So not out of single digits just yet. 9 for 2. I know, Wayne. Because it's you, Wayne, I'm going to pass that on, and I'm going to make them quadruple check it. So let's just see. But I mean, at the moment, you can see the Caledonia Tigers in control of the game, regardless. And they look like they're going to go 14-0, which is pretty impressive. Again, this game's not over yet. Ravel Sporting with 9 wins. That's what Grathia have, but Grathia did have 2 matches that were washed out. They have an extra 2 points. And after 2 overs, great time to welcome back, by popular demand, ECN project manager and makeshift commentator in this game, Meta Dab. Welcome back, Meta.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Excited to be back.
I think we're just talking about all the different roles and that you have to oversee as part of your role as ECN project manager. And because there's so much cricket, I mean, 1,000+ games a year. I think we're almost 1,200 this year, over 1,200 last year. And the game is so fast-paced. I mean, what we've realised, again, people might have a lot of scoring experience of a longer form of the game, a slightly, let's say, more pedestrian form of the game. But it's a slightly different skill set to score in this cricket where there's so much happening, right?
Surprisingly, a very different skill set. We've noticed that a lot of people that are incredible scorers of longer format or of more traditional cricket.
Oh, how's that missed? How has that missed? He must have got a little bottom edge, and that's gone for 4. Wow, incredible. Unless this is buys, but surely. Well, how's this missed then if it hasn't hit anything? No, he's hit that.
No, it definitely has hit that.
And yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, because if he hasn't hit this is crashing into the stumps. But anyway, he might be lucky to survive. He's unlucky he doesn't get the runs. Chet Patel. I'll tell you who's really unlucky is Always, because he'll get 4 points against him for that. Outside the line. Yeah, so yeah, it's just different because it's a faster pace. You know, things are happening so quick.
It's people that are incredible at multitasking are normally doing really well on our scoring system because not only do you have to pay attention, watch the game, and score it. Oh, big appeal.
Always likes it.
Big
he thinks
appeal.
there's a little edge.
Is he unlucky again? Or?
Yeah, when you're up to the stumps, I mean, it all happens very quickly. We probably won't be able to tell whether there's an edge or not on that because we can't hear. Always was certain. And to be honest, the bowler didn't really appeal straight away.
No,
which
it
tells
only
me,
appeals after Always goes up.
yeah, the sound doesn't carry to the other end. So the bowler and the umpire were both unconvinced if you look at their body language. Now, Always takes a great leg side take, but no reward for him. It'll be a wide. Yeah, so it's just a lot going on with the scoring, right?
Yeah, you're scoring, you're watching the game, you're scoring, but then you're also confirming craze because not only are we scoring, there's also on site, there's also people in the
TV
office.
graphic scoring.
Graphic scoring.
Yep.
So just double checking everything, just making sure that everything is correct. So,
and sometimes things might not be correct in the very short term, but you know, the game often will continue a little bit, and that's why sometimes the scorecard might go down for a bit, but then we try and get back on a
so sometimes you score, and then also double check something that happened in the past just to make 100% sure that we got the right score, because obviously we want to get the right scores to you and have the right scores on our website and also obviously on the graphics.
It's about, I mean, there's accuracy and expediency, so there's kind of an interdependence between those two things. So, yeah, we were trying to be as accurate as possible. We also have to be as fast as possible, and there's a trade-off there. But one thing that we've been enjoying is the National Geographic aspect. And is that hot dogs there?
That is a proper
that's
hot dog.
dogs. That's our official mascot of the Barcelona Bash. Official, unofficial mascot.
I'm always a bit afraid when I see these massive sixes, especially from left-handers on this ground.
Yeah.
That there might be one of the cute little sausage dogs being hit, because
down the hill
there's a lot of I walk past where all the balls end up. I walk past and there's so many like lovely people and their lovely dogs walking around, and I'm a bit afraid.
The crowd's pretty happy to see hot dogs, actually. Hot dogs is he's my favourite. I think he's now the people's favourite. You know, we see hot dogs wandering around. Well, this would have been a wide. Instead it's picked up from Amit Das, and he'll get a single. Hey, so we've got Meter in the chat. Chris is saying, as a scorer, that he agrees. Yeah, multitasking, technology, that communication. I mean, normally, if you're scoring let's say a 50-over game, and I've actually done a bit of scoring. I quite enjoy scoring in the book.
I love scoring.
Yeah, I've never actually done this kind of scoring that we do, except unless you count the HL software game. That was quite pressure-packed. But, yeah, in that sense, when you're scoring a traditional game, in the old days at least, there's another scorer maybe from the other team, and that's the only people you're communicating with. And, you know, and there's not as much time pressure to get things. If you're not sure who catches something, for example, they can fill that in during the break of the innings. Yeah. Or, you know, at the end you seem to add it up. It might or might not. That's the only pressure they feel when things don't add up at the end of the day. I remember that. Anyway, here's Magal. Pretty good ball. swinging towards the stumps. Yeah, but here it's completely different. There's so many different stakeholders. There's so many people that want the information quickly and they want it to be accurate for various different reasons. But I've got to say that I think all the scorers we've got, they do a great job and they have to handle the pressure well.
A lovely scoring team. And yeah, sometimes, like week 3 and 4 here, get the chance to score as well.
Yeah, for sure.
And Sam Williams is back.
McGall tries to put this outside the off stump when he sees the batter backing away. But this hits the edge of the pitch, so it'll be called a wide.
Yeah, so I always enjoy going back to my roots of being a scorer on tour and score with this lovely team together.
It must have just got a bit of the pitch because it got a fair bit of the unpitch.
Yeah, I think it just had a little bit of carpet.
A little bit of carpet. So it won't be a free hit. Das is bowled. It's come off his leg and it's gone onto the stumps. And this is the problem. Trying to back away to a bowler like McGall, who'll follow you. And Amit Das turns into a human backboard. As that one bounces onto the off stump. McGall, he's bowled really well here. He's got 3 wickets now, 3 for 8 for him. Still has the ball remaining. Ravel Sporting, their batting woes continue. They are 20 for 3. Got to say, that's give credit to the Tigers. I mean, you're talking about the batting of Ravel Sporting not really clicking, but they're not being given too much for free by the Tigers.
Yeah, they've been tidy in general, and obviously slightly weaker batting lineup without Manish seems to be struggling with their bowling.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, losing Manish means they lose a bowler, they lose a batter.
Manish also one of the people that we saw when they're super young. The first
yeah, of
time
course.
around.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why I always love going back to Barcelona. We have been here so many times, so many weeks, so it's a bit of a second home together with Kartama, and
yeah,
it's always cool to see the players
absolutely
improve and evolve from the first year we saw them.
So many teams here as well. It's a great location, great city. It's so nice to have a ground that's so close to the city, to the central area.
Doesn't happen often.
Doesn't happen very often because if you think about most grounds we're at, realistically, the amount of space you need for a cricket ground.
Ground that's that close to the city? Frankfurt was back then?
Frankfurt was. I've never been to Frankfurt. I really want to go to Frankfurt. I mean, I have been to Frankfurt.
My hometown,
but not for cricket. Yeah.
Was my hometown.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of other ones that are close to the city. Actually, I don't think you went up to Kiel in the north of Germany. Now, I'd love to go back to Kiel. That was about I used to take the little the little electric scooter. It would take me about 7 or 8 minutes from the hotel. And that was right on the border of Denmark. Dresden's a good one as well.
Walk away.
Probably a few others we're not thinking of right now.
But I still think this is one of the most general ones. Yeah, we're just having a short break. They're just confirming the scores.
Let me tell you that Wayne, he has identified something that if you're feeling the pressure, Wayne, now you know what the scorers are feeling all the time. Vinny Sander here, I'm here with me to Tab in the commentary box at the moment on the last day of group matches. So yeah, Wayne is feeling the pressure. He's feeling the heat. He said pressure's on. But Wayne, I don't want to say that I hope that our scorers are wrong, who did probably double check it, but now we're triple and quadruple checking it.
Yes.
And so, yeah, this is the thing. If issues come up or viewers have issues or questions, we take them all seriously.
Yes.
We want to make sure it's right.
If there's any issues, we always double, triple, quadruple confirm it. Double check, do a little stream check again, making sure we got it all right.
The target was 131 originally, so if that 10th over turns out to be not that, it could come down and run or two. And that'll help Ravel Sporting a little bit, but yeah, probably doesn't make a huge. This is what we should be looking at.
Oh my God, there he is.
There's hot dogs.
Favorite. I'm
going to miss hot dogs. I hope you know what? If I have one hope for season 2023, here's an early one. I hope hot dogs is here when we come back in February. Well, 30th of January is our first day.
Imagine if hot dog's owner finds out how much of a fan favorite his dog is.
It's not often that you get an action shot of hot dogs for that long because we're always cutting back to the action. But right now we've got a slight delay while we sort this out. It's just a technical delay and just as a chance for everything to be double checked. Anyway, I don't want to get too personal, but you did get engaged 6 days ago. I'm sure you've broken a few hearts out there because I know that you are normally pretty popular. Just going to say that. Must be excited. So Do you have a
Yes,
kind of
very.
time frame you're looking at? And how's the planning going? Are you excited by the pressure of planning? Are you daunted? Are you just going to run away and elope? What are you?
Well, yeah, I mean,
thinking?
I'm doing planning for living with
That's true.
ECN, so event planning is a bit of my forte. So I kind of am enjoying it actually.
I can't
my
wait
German efficiency
how
is
structured it's going to be.
it's
Guys,
coming out.
because when Mita, obviously she organises the transport and everything. She organises almost every aspect of what you see here. Yeah, she'll say, cars coming this time, foods this time, and, you know, they might have to take your phone away on the day so that you're not rushing everyone through.
Definitely. We got a vetting plan already,
Right.
because we are on tour so much, so we can't really do as much as a German heart kind of wants to.
I've got a random question. Actually, it's a great chance. Why don't you give some random questions while we've got Mita here in the chat? Normally we do the random questions a bit later, but give us some random questions because we've got Mita in with us at the moment.
Give me some random question.
My random question for you is, what's it like working with your partner?
Interesting question. Actually, really, really great so far. But I'm also used to it. My parents always work together.
Right.
So I'm kind of grown up with the idea that it's not something that is weird or scary or could be too difficult. So far we're managing it pretty well. We do have time where we set there. I have work stuff going on in the evening. So Steph has a bit of his time and I have a bit of my time at sometimes. But yeah, I mean, couldn't be a great opportunity to travel together as a couple.
One thing I like about you guys is that obviously you've invested in spending time with each other, but you also take effort to integrate into the group as well.
We're saying a maximum of 2 nights that we actually just. There was another dog. Did I just miss it?
I was going to say that. But I know that you're more of a cat person. Is this true?
Not really. I'm an animal person.
Are you now?
I have no preference.
Are you a stepmom of a cat? Is this what's
I am
happened?
a stepmom
basically?
of a cat now. Yeah, Gretel.
Stefan
She's
had
amazing.
a cat. Or has a cat.
She starts to like me. She didn't really at the beginning, but she's kind of coming around that she has to share Steph's attention with me.
Look at this. Now we're on to birds. Well, to be honest, we haven't had a technical delay for this long for a while, so it does give us a chance to have a look. Now, look, so we've had birds, dogs. I did give the crew a bit of a challenge to come up with even more different types of animals. I thought I saw a bug yesterday on a tree, but they were actually trying to shoot a dog that was behind it. We do apologise for the unexpected delay, but we'll be back out there before we know. The other thing is today, this is some information for everybody, actually the last game of the day starts 30 minutes later, again for technical and logistical reasons. So the last game of the day the gap between match 3 and match 4, there is a slightly extended gap there of 30 minutes longer. So again, I don't think we'll lose any time in the whole day just because of this delay. But yeah, Mita, I mean, it's been a big year, and I want to say a big thank you because I think you're one of the hardest working people on the tour. Even stuff that people wouldn't see, doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. And I know that everyone appreciates it and appreciates how calm you are under pressure sometimes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope you have a wonderful festive season, and I'm looking forward to working with you again in 2023. Big year for you as well.
Yes.
Anyway, who's got some random questions for Mita? Here we go. Chris Schinkel is asking, Mita, how long have you been scoring?
I've been scoring since I'm 13, I think. So that is...
Is that right?
Math. Yeah, 14 years.
Give away your age, but
I'm
you don't
27, so...
27? Wow. Good age to get married.
Well,
you're 28 by
people
then?
say.
That's what they say. Hey,
I'll find out.
Yeah, so 13.
13 years,
I'm trying to think as well. I actually miss scoring. I found it really relaxing. If I was playing a lower level of cricket and, we have to earn scoring, I normally would bat 7 or 8, something like that. So I was first to volunteer to do the scoring. I find it kind of relaxing. You're involved with the game. It kind of keeps you occupied, but most of the time it's relaxing. Like I say, I don't think our scorers are very relaxed at the moment. Let's see what the wash-up is here.
The target has been altered. Wayne, you were absolutely right.
Wayne was right. Well, there you go. Wayne.
So it is now
129.
129, so 2 runs less.
Now, will that help or not? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I just missed this. They had everyone in the slips this ball, and they were so wide, they went pretty much all the way to point. But anyway, for that last ball, remember Gar convinced them to have 9 slips. And that's that snuck up on us. Anyway, it's 20 for 3 after 4. Hey, more random questions for Mita Dab. There's more coming your way. They're not too hard. You said shoot. I thought you said something else. Okay.
No,
So
I said shoot.
Bishnu is asking, have you ever played a cricket game? And if so, are you a batter or a bowler? Well, I know you've played more than a cricket game.
Yes.
You're quite a good cricketer, and I've seen you, and it is true.
I've played quite a lot of cricket. I still am, actually.
Yeah.
In Hungary for the Budapest Blinders. And I am a wicketkeeper batsman, although I'm now playing in a men's team, so I don't get the opportunity to keep as much because I'm traveling so much.
I believe you.
So I'm
do you have an
batting right
infinite average in the Hungarian competition this
Yes.
year? Because I remember this.
Actually, without having scored many runs.
Well, wait for this, because Ghulam has come on. He's got a wicket first ball. And so nothing going right for Ravel Sporting, except for maybe the fact the target got reduced by 2 runs. But, yeah, I don't think it's going to help that much. It's just a hanging full toss. Should be hit for 6, and it almost was. Only one problem. The fielder guarding the boundary does the rest, and Navid Aslam takes the catch. Chet Patel will be kicking himself, and that makes it 20 for 4. Yeah, so you have been playing, well, you have played in the Budapest Blinders top team, right? And
No. Second
second
11.
team?
Second 11. And yes, so I haven't been out yet in the season, so I have an infinite.
I know you scored
average.
3 not out in one game. Did you bat again? Was
I
that the
did.
game?
Batting at, well, I was hoping to get a bit more, but unfortunately my partner, I ran out of batting partners. So
So you were stranded
I was stranded
97
on the
short of your century.
exactly.
That's how you put
Which
it.
I definitely would have scored.
Thanks for your question, Bishnu. And yeah, feel free to throw some random questions in here, because I got a little inkling that this contest is probably already run and won, but I'm willing to be surprised. Vinat Kumar Patel, well, he's one that actually whacked the ball earlier. And he whacks this down the ground.
And that will be 4 runs.
Nice batting by Vinat Patel. I mean, both these guys, I say it's run and one. Both these guys are big hitters if they get going. And the required rate, it's around 18 and over. That's the top of the kind of bounds of, I think, what's achievable. But it's not impossible yet. I remember a game in Kummerfeld, I think it was, where SG Findorf gave up 109 runs, I think, in the second half of the game. So it was about 148 target. Big swing and a miss.
Kummerfeld, yeah.
Well,
That was my second
do you remember that game I'm
ever.
talking about?
I do not,
so-
unfortunately. I do not recall as much.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, it was PSV Hanmunden versus SG Findorf. And I'm going to
Munden, actually, my old teammates.
Is that right?
It is.
So, yeah, check out this for a scorecard. This is one of my favourites. And I still remember this one because it's pretty early in the piece. It was June 2020. Back to in a second. He just locks him up here. He thinks of a shot, thinks of another shot, and by the time he decides, the ball's past him. So
Give you one advice, don't leave the ball in a T10 match.
But I could
not
read
pop
his
it up.
mind there. He was just thinking, I'm going to go on leg side. No, I'm going to go offside. And actually, all that, you only got, well, a bit more than half a second for Ghulam, but yeah, less than a second to decide. Here's the quicker one. It's edged into Always. Can't really call that a chance. Evades his hands, but it will be a dot ball. So SG Findorf batted first. They made 146. Okay, so 147 is the target. PSV Hanmunden, they're 52 after 5, 52 without loss. So they need 95 off the last 5 overs. They end up making 101 off the last 5 overs, winning with 6. So ridiculous game. Adil Ahmed scored 119 off 39. This is just whacked away. So look, it is possible, but it's pretty unlikely. Helix is saying big thank you to the whole ECN crew and the ground staff. Thank you for a super job. Thank you, Helix. Sam Collinson's pretty excited for Wayne. And the target is now been reduced to the 129 because they did score 128 in the first innings.
Yes, it did. And yeah, thank you, Wayne. Always helpful.
I say this all the time. The viewers are really what makes ECN tick as well. I mean, everyone here is working
100%.
hard, but we're kind of obligated to be here through employment. But the viewers, it's up to them whether they join us or not. So the fact that we have great viewers like Wayne and like so many of you, I won't mention you all, but the fact that they choose to spend some of all their day with us, it's amazing.
You're making our day every single day.
Yeah, it's true. I think we've got the best viewers in world cricket. I say it all the time. And yeah, Luke chiming in as well. Nice to see you, Luke. Saying got it right after all. Good job, Sam. And Wayne, well done, guys. Tell you what, might send over a few receipts and you can do my tax return if you'd like. Anyway, this would be one. Yeah, that's the kind of eagle eye that I like. Anyway, throw a few random questions. Oh yeah, Tarek is going to ask this one, which we asked it the other day. Which actress would play you in a movie? Good question, isn't it? I mean, obviously, I look a lot like The Rock, so I get that a lot. So
The Rock.
Yeah,
Skinny The Rock.
well, skinny is very harsh,
Oh.
negative connotated word, but okay. I
didn't
get the
mean it in a
combination.
bad way,
Not-
but
not-
you-
no offense taken.
The Rock is The Rock, so he's
The Rock's The Rock.
huge.
Rock or Vin Diesel, or that guy that used to be on Prison Break, Wentworth Miller.
Oh, he's pretty.
Not really. I mean, I don't really look like anyone, let's be honest. I am a bad actor. I did share that with the crew.
Would you want them to? Oh, that's 4 runs.
Think
oh,
so?
Nope.
Well,
Just died.
that's why Zimbabwe's looking like a guy he hasn't played all 14 games, but he's played most. He looks like it. Again, the Tigers, at least they've earned a day off tomorrow before they hit final day on Sunday. Ravel Sporting, if they do make it Sunday, they'll have to play all the way through. So, yeah, go on. Who would play you?
Oh,
Any ideas?
I would love Frida Pinto to play me.
Oh, okay. Good one.
She's so gorgeous.
I'm going to make you laugh when someone suggested one for Rico.
Okay. Shit.
And I'm just...
I'm intrigued now.
Don't look. I'm just going to Google it.
Pre-beard or post-beard? That is sensational.
Conchita Wurst.
Who suggested
Somebody
this?
said
Who
in the chat,
suggested
yes.
Conchita Wurst?
It's good though, isn't it? In the air, this is 6. That's out of here. Maximo. Well,
That is sensational, chat. Who was that?
I can't remember now, but...
Please claim your
do you know
joke.
who-
I want to know.
Actually, I remember who it was. It was the robot.
That
suggested it.
is so good. I love this. Thank
Conchita
you, the
Wurst.
robot. That's sensational.
Yeah. Anyway. Let's get on with the game here. Good suggestion. This will be a
White ball.
wide. This is Yasser Ali bowling for the first time today. And you see he's kind of remodeled his action slightly. But I think a bit of leg spin as well. I think he's trying to get higher, a bit more over the top. Yasser. Sparkling 98 not out to start the day from him. This is hit into the gap. This is 4. So Kish Patel, well, he's coming to the party with a couple of boundaries. It does look like it's all to no avail for Raval, but yeah, picks up the length quickly. And look, Yasser Ali's a good bowler. If you can hit him for a couple of boundaries, you're batting pretty well.
Yeah, he's been so successful on our games and our tournaments. Yeah, and Patel working a little bit on a strike rate.
He is. He can go big. This time he almost goes home. Rabas looking about as ginger as an Irishman in the summer at the moment, but yeah, he's staying out there. This will be the end of the over. It's 43 for 4 after 6. So yeah, Chris saying the greatest thing about scoring is interaction with your co-scorer. That's true. Where was I? I played, I played the odd game for Costa del Sol while I was there at the ECC on the weekend when they had touring teams. And so they had a touring team from England that, they had 3 or 4 scorers, and maybe they were players that weren't playing in that, but they had 1 or 2 actual scorers. But I've never seen scorers. They were cheering for their team unbelievably. Normally the scorer is a bit removed from it, and they were waving their books around. They were cheering. I was like...
That's so cool.
And it's a bit awkward when you're the other scorer. You're like, okay, when you've settled down, tell me who caught that. Anyway, there we go. Saw a little bit of dog watch there. Ghulam gets launched, and he gets launched out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that's Unat Patel. He takes that ball for a walk, and that brings up the 50 for Raval Sporting.
Well, my favourite scorer to score with is Lisa Hegelman.
Yes, I haven't seen Lisa for a while.
I
Been missing
haven't seen
Lisa.
her. I really miss Lisa, and especially her snacks, because she comes to the ground always in a great mood, always super nice and friendly.
And prepared.
And brings like 2 or 3 boxes with sweets.
Wow, this is pretty sweet off the bat of Unat Patel again. This almost takes off the umpire's hat. He says how you play, Sar. If you can get to the pitch, get close to it. And it was stop, drop, and roll style for the umpire, as that'll be 4. So, yeah, hello, Lisa.
Yes, Lisa, we miss you.
Elvira's got a question for you in the chat.
Oh,
hello,
wow.
Elvira.
Okay.
Nice to see you in the chat. Elvira's actually our director here at the ground. And I'll ask you after this ball from Sawa. It's a bit quicker. Sawa's quite clever the way he throws that quick one occasionally. She's asking Meta, what's your favourite country to work in?
Oh, that's a That's a tough question.
There's no easy questions here.
Oh my god, that is hard. Spain has to be really far up there. The weather's great, the food is great.
Full toss.
Cricket is great.
And yeah, the cricket's great, that's true. I'm
And
trying to
we
learn
hear so
Spanish, you know
much.
that, so that's one reason.
Yeah, no.
That's a no ball this time, I
Yeah,
think.
it has to be.
Elvira,
It's very.
good job pulling up the replay while she's asking a question in the chat. Yeah,
Yeah, that
100%.
has to be. It just has to be.
And ain't dipping. That's a no ball and called.
Cold.
And Sixawa knows it.
That's a good call.
Yeah, so free hit coming up. Yeah, so yeah, it's a tough. I mean, whenever they say this to me, wait for this free hit, which is probably likely to be quicker ball. It is. And
What was your response?
I gravitated towards Spain as well. I got quite a few favourites. I kind of mentioned also
Portugal.
Hungary. I mentioned Hungary and Prague as well
Thank
as
you
like
very
really
much.
nice cities that people might not think of first.
Portugal.
Well, Hungary and Budapest and Prague, I meant. Portugal for sure. Spain, yes. But even as a beauty, I mentioned Sweden, the long days in the summer. Sun
That's
going down
beautiful.
10 or 11 o'clock.
See, that's a classic ground where I wish the ground would be a little bit closer to the city because
Yeah.
Stockholm is a phenomenal city.
Now, where we're staying, we a bit of fancy
Oh,
work
wow.
there. Yeah, do you know what? I'll tell a true story. Once I broke my ankle trying to do that in warm-up. and
Oh, no.
It's a bit embarrassing, especially
is
when I
a bit
was
embarrassing.
screaming like a child. But anyway, yeah, Stockholm, where we stay though, in Älvsjö, is quite near the trains. I went
Is
a
that
few
how you
times.
pronounce it?
Apparently. Well, Always almost gets a stumping in unorthodox fashion, and he gets a little pat on the back. And it'll take us to the end of the over. The score's 59 for 4. Is this a case where he just misses the stumps here, or was he already in so he missed them on purpose? Let's have a look. Oh, well, it was pretty tight. I don't think they're too bothered. With 3 overs to go, let's have a look at what's coming up this afternoon. And we have the last 2 round-robin matches here in Group B. And I can tell you that this afternoon we've got the Ripple Warriors taking on the Ali Young Stars. These 2 teams will actually meet tomorrow. We know that in the Eliminator. So they're going to get to feel themselves out here. News from the toss, the Young Stars, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first. Mubashir Ali is having a pretty good tournament. Mohamed Tanzir has been very good as well for Ali Young Stars. Ripple Warriors, I have to say it though, Prince, you get Prince, you win matches against them. That's the way it's panned out. And some uniform news. The Ripple Warriors have a new kit that they will be debuting.
Looks good.
Does look good, doesn't it? I mean, I like their old lizard
Very
kit though.
It-
Like Jurassic Park
Yeah,
kit.
it is a bit Jurassic Park. T-Rex.
So anyway, so you're going with Spain. Spain's a pretty good answer.
Yeah, but I also really like Bulgaria. I always feel like we have
Bulgaria,
such a good time in
Rico said that
Bulgaria.
as well. This one's up. It's in the air. Will it carry? Don't think so. Lucky he's tall. Carl pulls that one down. It's a bit like choosing between kids. Like you got all these kids, and who's your favourite? You like them
You
all for
can't.
different reasons. They're all different. There's nowhere I would have said I've gone that I really haven't liked. There's always something to like about a city. Just looking at this, I think we could be in for time penalties. I know we had that stoppage, but I mean that would have been taken into account. I wouldn't say
Yes.
they've really rushed through this innings.
No, there has been a few extras.
It don't
Just
matter.
when we said they're a pretty tidy bowling unit, there have been quite a few extras in this one.
That's true. Pineapple on pizza, yay or nay?
Absolutely nay.
Yeah, I'm a nay. I like pineapple though, but I just think on pizza it just overpowers the other toppings.
Look, I'm not saying it's not tasty. It's not like disgustingly tasting or anything. Like
Yeah.
you can eat it, but just go with the classics. It's so much better without it.
Agree. I think it detracts more than it adds because it's a bit overpowering.
But I'm a big defender of not judging people for what they eat. Everyone has a different taste, so
That's nice of you.
yeah.
Really slow one. This is up. It's in the air. It's catching opportunity. And it is taken. Nicely done by Mustanza Iqbal. It's a little bit of an ice cream cone for him as it always popped out of his fingers, but he does take it in the end. Rafael Sporting. Their group campaign started with a rush, but it's finishing with a splutter. It's 61 for 5. So there's a good round of questions coming in as well. Marta thinks Men in Blue should be called Men in Black. That would make them a lot more menacing psychologically. Yeah, hear what you're saying. What else have we got? Bishnu saying that he's asking me, did I always want to be a commentator or some other profession? That's a very good question. I haven't really been asked that before. but I can't say I ever intended to go down this route. Some people do, and credit to them. That's what they want to do from the time they leave school. Down the ground. Well, this might be 4. No, it's not. Gulam, with the size 34s, manages to keep that in play. So, Bishnu, to answer your question, I didn't intend to do this. At the end of the 8th over, the score 62 for 5. I did get into hosting events, and then with my cricket, normally they were always separate, but through more luck than anything else, I ended up getting involved with ECN pretty soon after it became ECN.
Well, I would also say, like, maybe you always wanted, but you didn't think it was an opportunity. Like, I would always say, this is my dream job, but I never thought that this would be an option.
Your job didn't exist, so what?
Exactly, but I would just say, like, the chances of actually getting a job like this in cricket is so limited that you don't really dream of it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's so unlikely to happen.
Not going to run here, or will they? Yeah, they will. The other thing is, I suppose my job didn't exist either. Yes, there's commentary, but not in this style or this magnitude. I suppose it wouldn't suit everyone. And I know we talked about this before yesterday. That some people probably it's not suited to them because of the amount of work it is, and some people would probably enjoying doing less. This is up and it's out of the ground. Nice shot by Newman Ali. He's flexing his muscles. Maximo. All happens in the 9th, and a nice highlight from Newman Ali, who just stays pretty still and bangs it. A little bit too short once again from Kasim Ali. Yeah, so it's more like a lot of things in life. A lot of coincidences happened that led me to the chair here, but I'm loving it, and I'm really, like you are, I'm really enthusiastic about what we're doing and building for the future. And one of my things is I hate going backwards. I want to be going forwards. We're always improving what we're doing. And I think that shows. I think we might be in for time penalties here.
Yep.
Because I think that clock is running down. Again, probably if ever you were going to concede a time penalty, now's the time.
If they get a wicket in this next ball, they will get a minute added.
Yeah.
And that could save them.
I've got a suggestion.
There's time.
There we go. Right on cue. They've accounted for something.
Yeah, I'm guessing that was the break, probably.
Okay, they hadn't had the...
And there's also the wicket.
Well, there you go.
Oh, no. Did you drop it?
I think he's got it.
Okay.
That's Mohamed Asif, 3rd catch of the innings for him. Yeah, right on cue. The 3 minutes gets added. And so, yeah, I think they had accounted for that. Just a little bit behind putting it on. I've got a suggestion for you, though. I think maybe we should add 1.5 minutes for wickets after 5. Because, and this is something that's come up a few times, you can game the system a little bit if you're the new batter. So if you see that a wicket has fallen and you know that, say, in that situation, 20 seconds was on the clock and there was 1 ball to go, you can just kind of sit back there and take your full 90 seconds.
I do agree.
Just saying it closes a little.
I do agree.
Don't think, I mean,
but
you say people don't think of it, but then
I would
actually,
also say
yeah,
so often the batters do not take anything close to 90 seconds.
That is true. But I'm just worried that it'll become strategic in something like an ECC where players do go to these degrees. I don't know. How much would it add to the average innings? Well, probably not that much. It's just you're not penalising maybe an extra minute or 2 in those circumstances. Maybe it's worth thinking about. Anyway, just thinking out loud here. Anyway, I'm going to come back to some random questions before we finish. Anyway, this could be another wicket. It might not be. He's completely misjudged this. And then I think he's pumped that over the line. That is Maximo, 6 runs. And, well, guess what? I've been calling for this the whole time. I wanted Gaurang to hit a boundary. Never hit one before in his career.
Oh, my God.
And he's just hit a 6. Well, there we go. And everyone is excited about that.
Yes.
Gaurang Mayavanchi goes Maestro Maximo. And no one saw that coming.
Oh, he was a bit lucky.
He was a drop catch.
It is a boundary.
It is a boundary.
That's all that matters.
Gaurang, I'll give you some statistics on him.
Let's go, Corey. Promote him in the Spanish batting lineup. He now scored a boundary.
Yeah, so 9 overs down now. So before, this is his 49th match. And that also brings up his highest score ever. His previous highest score was 3. His career runs were 14 before this. He's taken 66 wickets, though. Well done, Gaurang. You can retire now. I'd like to see him raise the bat. I can see him smiling through his helmet from here.
There's a big grin on his face.
That has to be his highlight of the year. They might be still trying to find. Oh, there we go. This is a bit of wildlife, but that's just a small human that's been spotted. Well done, guys. So I'm going to burn through some of these. Yeah, so to answer a round of questions, I'll have to be quick. This is a full toss that's been worked away for 4. Numinali's batted well as well. Again, young players continuing to evolve in real time. So, yeah, that's how I got into commentary. It was an accident, but I suppose I was actually quite well prepared for it from my history of hosting and doing some kind of similar things. What else? Elvira is asking, will there be a live stream from your wedding as well? Well, maybe you need Spring Productions on board.
This is funny now because it actually will be, but not on the ECN channel. But
well, that's what you think.
No, definitely not. No, but we'll probably have a private live stream because we have a lot of family that live overseas in Australia and Sri Lanka and in the US. So
what I would like to do is then give it to Spring Productions, the footage, and let them cut together a highlights package with the highlights music so that I can commentate the day based on what we see on the day. Yeah. No. Well, Mita turned up late, 5 minutes late, and Stefan was getting a little bit nervous. The groomsmen, well, they were dressed well. Meanwhile, Mita, she just squeezed the ring on. She was a little bit apprehensive.
I really hope
I think that's where we're going with it. Thanks, Elvira.
No.
I worked out. Do you know what I worked out?
No.
You can put that highlights music to anything. At the end of the night, you can put highlights. You can do anything that works. Anyway, this is launched, and this time he's dropped again. Oh. The history repeating with the drop catch. Gorang wants another one because he's thirsty for boundaries. It will just be a single. I guess there's a highlight for Gorang getting his first boundary in 2 years. Anyway, thanks so much for the random questions. Hello to Kitty Hundley as well. And, Wayne saying that Gorang's the Phil Tufnell of Spain. Fair enough. Don't know if he parties as hard as Phil Tufnell. And I like that Numinali has just turned down this single, just saying, no, that's a wide, and I earned the right to face this ball, so I'm going to have it again.
Yeah, Gorang was like, I'm going here. Oh, I want another chance.
He might get the chance here, because this should be a single.
The funny thing is, on our ECN profile, we had him down as a right-handed batsman for a while, and we never noticed the mistake because he never batted.
Is that right? That's hilarious.
For nearly 2 years, he was down as a right-handed batsman for some reason. It was just like a mistake.
Next game's coming up in around 15 minutes. We'll join you in about 10, take you into the third game of the day, as this is the last ball, and Gorang, well, true to form, he gets ripped. But anyway, Gorang, I'll call that. That's a 6 and out for Gorang. Gets his first boundary. Magal gets a wicket late in the piece, and Raval Sporting managed 85, but they were never really in the hunt, chasing 129. The final margin of victory will be 43 runs. It's the end of the group stage for these two teams. Both will feature on the weekend. We'll see Raval Sporting tomorrow fighting it out to qualify through Group B finals day. As far as Caledonia Tigers, we'll see them now on Sunday the next time. They'll be playing in the double chance game against the leaders, Barcelona Shaheen from Group A. Well, it's not wedding time yet, but we'll cue the music and have a look at some of the highlight of the second half. I know you're excited about that now. Magal, well, he chipped in with 3 wickets early, and you can just see there's a bit of rinse and repeat as Mohammad Azif took a couple of catches. And yet Raval, look, this is where they just need to draw a line under it. They've got essentially elimination possibility tomorrow, and they would have been disappointed that they couldn't play as well late in the piece. Again, the issue of Manwani and his head injury may be relevant. Magal, that was his third. He got Mohamed Das playing off the leg onto the stumps. But when it comes down to it, Raval, they didn't have the luck either. I mean, this is one that could have gone. Instead, it went straight to the fielder. Hamid Aslam took a fairly simple catch. And Sawa got whacked. But I mean, that's the nature of this cricket. I mean, right now, the Tigers are up and Sporting are down, but that could change very quickly over the weekend.
Yeah, and this match kind of set the matches for 3 matches for the next 2 days. So Aliyam versus Ripper Warriors.
Yeah,
tomorrow morning.
That's true.
Raval Sporting, and then we also know Caledonia Tigers are going to face Caledonia Shaheen. So
exactly right.
That's all set now.
So we know those things, and so it's interesting because when we get to the weekend, Caledonia Tigers, they won't have played since now, whereas let's say Raval Sporting make it to the Sunday, they will potentially play 2 or 3 matches tomorrow. So again, maybe the fatigue coming in, you can imagine that. And that was me clapping Gorang when he finally got his first 6 ever. But anyway, Magal, He couldn't catch a cold out there, to be honest, but it didn't really matter because the Tigers had done enough. And they go undefeated through the 14-game group stage. I'm going to go out there and say it. I think they're now on the biggest winning streak we've ever seen on ECM. We talked about Packet. I think they won 12 or 13 in a row between the ECL and this tournament. I'll have to check. I know they won the final last year, so I'd have to work out exactly what their form was last year, but they are on a heater. Numanali impressed me late in the piece with 15 on out. Goran gets a 6. Unat Kumar Patel, the top scorer with 20, closely followed by Kish with 19, but just didn't happen for Raval Sporting with the bat today. As far as the bowling for Catalunya Tigers, again, there wasn't too much intensity there because they had that big score on the board. But Uma Magal, well, might have dropped a couple of catches, but he wasn't missing the target with the bowling. He took 3 for 8 off his 2 overs. Apart from that, they split the wickets between Gulam Sawa, Yasser Ali, Kazim Ali, and also Timer Magal. We'll just have a quick break. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes to take you into the third match of the day. Looking forward to seeing the Ripoll Warriors take on the Ali Young Stars. Until then, Swinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Big thank you once again to Mita Daub for her company in that match. I'll be back with more action. Hopefully you can be back too. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Barcelona Olympic Baseball Stadium. We're here at Montjuic and it's time for the afternoon session. In fact, it's the last two matches of the group stage. Now, we are starting with match number 115. This is a match between the Ripoll Warriors and the Ali Young Stars. Both these two, they're neck and neck on the table. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier when Rob Kemming was with the two captains.
Tails is cool. It is tails. I'm batting first.
Well, looks like Rob just gave the old fake out there, fake handshake and walked away. I didn't spot that the first time, but he said bad luck to the Ripoll Warriors skipper, who is not going to win the toss. Unfortunately for him, Tanzir wins the toss. He elects to bat. The Ali Young Stars, they are going to make first use of the facilities here. Mubashir Ali listed to open with Tanzir, the skipper. Shahid Nazir has been in good form as well. And look, they've been building. Ali Young Stars, I mean, they're a team that never played ECN cricket before, but they have 6 wins, or 6.5 wins really so far out of their first 12 matches. Ripoll Warriors, well, Prince Demant, have a look at those fantasy points. 1,321. He has been so important. But yeah, the issue is that the rest of the top 5 or 6 haven't really been giving him as much support as he requires to get them across the line. That's why they've only won 5 games so far. Having said that, though, Ripoll Warriors are 2-run favourites according to the bat versus ball wall. So they've been crunching the numbers. What it does tell you is this could be a very close game. I suppose they all could be at this stage. And looking at our Young Stars, they've got a bit of a pattern going the last 6 games. They've gone win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. So do the Warriors, but they've gone 4 wins, 4 losses. So that's not ideal. But we are bringing this game. Sorry, it was for the slight delay to the start, 5-minute delay to the start, just due to a bit of a delay we had in the previous game. But these two teams will play now, of course, but they'll play again. That's at 3 o'clock local time, which is 7:30 p.m. in India. It's 8 p.m. in Bangladesh. That is half an hour later than that usually is, so it doesn't really knock us off schedule too much. I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat. I don't know, Mita was getting glowing reviews for her performance. She'll step away. There's plenty of work to do as a project manager. Trust me, it is not an easy job. They're the ultimate all-rounders, I'm telling you that much. But yeah, time to head into the afternoon. Vinny Sander with you, Mr. Maximo here in the box, and helping all of you, whether you're watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Kitty said she's stepping away for a bit, but she'll be back tomorrow. We'll look forward to that, Kitty. Big day, finals fever hitting Barcelona. Group B finals on Saturday, which is tomorrow, and then final day of the season, Sunday. So the format's the same on both those 2 days. There's an eliminator, qualifier 1, qualifier 2, and a final. But whoever wins Saturday gets the last spot on Sunday. Time to go, though. Mohamed Nazim opening the ball for Ripoll Warriors. And the ball comes straight back past him with interest. And it's going to be stopped. Really good stuff. Prince Demant almost has a sunglass emergency. I don't think he's broken them. Let's have a check. Give us the thumbs up, Prince, if the sunglasses are okay. He says, yep, they're okay. Well, these look expensive. I'm not going to lie to you. Just have a look at how he almost steps on them. There go the glasses. And, oh, okay, all's well that ends well. Always trying to avoid being expensive in the power play. That's not what they normally mean, though. Ties up the batter. So it is Nazir out there with Mubashir Ali for the Ali Young Stars. So Kitty saying she'll definitely be back for Saturday and Sunday. We look forward to that. And then you're going to have to miss us for a little while, but you can always go back and watch some of the past games. Why don't you go back and watch some ECL cricket, because the ECL's coming up soon. Maybe spot some of those teams that are returning. It's a good shot, but he's found the fielder, Swaka Khan. And you might have already realised something's different about the Warriors. They have new kits, and they were telling me, the captain, Karamjit Singh, was saying, yeah, every year for the Liga Catalunya, we get new uniforms. So yeah, these new ones are now here. So yeah, looking brilliant. Although I've got to say, I do kind of miss the old ones. Oh, that's a shot and a half there off the back. Well, it's almost gone all the way. I think it's just gone for 4. But Mubashir Ali, well, Mubashir is a basher. And you see that, just sets himself, doesn't really rush at the ball. Just very quick to whip his hands through the ball. Gets it over the offside, 4 runs. Good shot. So, yeah, we'll miss the kind of lizard or the Jurassic Park style lime green numbers that they've been wearing the last couple of times we've seen them. Edged and out. So, big moment, Mubasher. He goes 4 and out, and Nazim comes through with a big wicket early in the piece. It was well held behind the stumps by Makbul, who's got the gloves today for the Ripoll Warriors. Nazim Makbul took that, and it took a big deflection. And it was on the way up. It was still on the way up when it got to him. And I think he's pretty relieved that one sticks. Similar kind of shot, although this time I think he just loses his shape, Mubasher Ali, and he tries to kind of whack it away to the leg side. It wasn't really on. And so he's the first wicket to fall. It's 5 for 1. And one door closes, another opens, and you know, the young stars, team that have really impressed me ever since I first saw them against the Yada Tigers. I put them away a couple of times in their first 2 ECN matches. Mohammad Riaz, the new batter, coming out at number 3. Good stuff this from Mohammad Nazim. Still has 1 ball left in the over. Has tried to bowl one side of the wicket. I like that. Like I said, not too much between these 2 teams. Good looking drive first up. Finds Waka at cover. It's the end of the over. Score is 5 for 1. Good over from Nazim, especially when you consider 4 of those came in one swashbuckling lofted cover drive from Mubasher Ali, but he's now back in the shed. Let's have a look at some of the top performers in these 2 teams. Well, Ripoll Warriors, that one really shows you the issues they're dealing with. 542 runs for Prince Demand. The next best is 155. So he has pretty much 400 runs more than the next best. And again, you don't want to concentrate on the Prince too much, but he's such a key player. Other youngsters a bit more even with Mubasher Ali, the leading run scorer, but he's already back in the shed, and Nazir's out there at the moment. Mushtaq is a guy that's made some runs as Mushtaq, but missed out last time we saw him. This is a guy that I've enjoyed watching bowl, Lakhdar Khan, his left armers. Didn't get the first over, which is interesting because he often does well bowling the first one. He can move the ball back into the right-hander, and he's bowling to Shahid Nazir. Goes for it. This is high, though, very, very high. Prince comes round and takes it. Well, easy as you like. He's not the man you want to give a chance to, because Prince Demand, he rarely drops catches. Sunglasses perched on the head now. So Nazir tries to go large first ball from Lakhdar, but he holds out. Prince Demand does the rest. 2 early wickets for the young stars. They're 5 for 2. Yeah, whether you go for him first ball or not, I don't know. I think he's trying to go a bit squarer there, but he missed times. It's like a hint of a leading edge because it ends up going a lot straighter than the batter intended. A very nice bit of catching by Prince Demand. Well, Chris Schinkel has a comment, and I think we can look into it. He says he would like Rob Kemming to do a stint with me. Can I pass that on? Well, I know Rob's always said that he will do it on his last day before he retires. That's what he said historically. But I wonder if we could coax him into it. But I know he likes to stay very kind of disengaged from the razzle-dazzle so he can concentrate on his job. So I'll pass that on, Chris. I know you're watching in the Netherlands. Maybe we could get the king of Dutch cricket at some point. Well, I'll tell you what, the food chat would be good with Rob anyway. Because we went out for dinner the other night and I ate probably what normally a family of 6 or 7 would eat, and Rob watched me and let me steal his bread and some of his side dishes. But we always like to at least have one night where we go out, just the 2 of us. But thanks for your suggestion, Chris. Goes leg side, and I'll just settle for 1 here. There's Mushtaq out there now. So look, they've still got 2 batters here that are very, very capable. I think it's a bit counterintuitive, but you need to counter-attack. Well, the robot has put a comment in saying we can make it Rob's last day. Well, that's a bit cheeky from the robot. I'll be scared of the day when I walk in and everyone's holding up happy retirement signs and they say, and I say, but I'm not retiring. And they say, oh, yes, you are. It's, anyway, it's a good suggestion. Obviously, I'm very happy flying solo, but I mean, if it works, we have a few people around that can help me out. Again, big commiserations to Rico and his family on their situation, which has taken Rico away from the microphone for the rest of this tournament. But he will be back the 30th of January with me right here in Barcelona. So thanks for all the messages. Robot's pretty keen to get Rob on. He's got a cricket story or two. I've got Mita next to me later in the day. What do you think? I'll ask her when she comes back. I think she might be able to come back next over. Tries the pull, gets away because there's nobody in that region. But Prince, he's going to hightail it over there pretty quickly. Wow, bit of an appeal there. Wayne liking the work of the robot. I'm liking the work of the robot. It's not even Saturday yet, and the robot's piping in. Let's see. Yeah, he gets it down just in time, but they were semi-interested. It'll be the end of the over as well, so it's 10 for 2 after 2. Well, by popular demand, and by virtue of the fact that she's super organised, she's come back once again to help me out this innings. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, joining me once again, ECN Project Manager, and now official commentator, Mita Dowd. Welcome back, Mita.
Thank you very much. Am I commentator number 3 yet?
We don't do rankings, although Corey does
I know that he
believe in he has his own ranking system in his head. Let's just say if there was a rankings, I don't think that would match up as well as our scoring does. Anyway.
Can I ask the robot to do like a poll? What people like better? Which kit? The old one,
Ooh.
the lizard kit, or the new one?
That's
it looks
brilliant.
a bit.
It's a bit more traditional.
Like
I don't know what you'd call
South
it.
African vibes a little bit.
I got South African vibes from it. I've even got sometimes Pakistani kind of vibes.
Yeah.
That they have that kind of scheme. Okay, robot, that's the challenge. Can we please have it? Which Ripple Warriors kit do you like better? And the old lizard kit or the new kit?
Lizard kit or Sapphire kit? Oh, what a ball.
What a ball to get rid of Mushtar.
Incredible.
You said it. Naseem is on fire. Well, he's come up really well. He got hit for a boundary early in the piece, but that is an absolute seed. Just have a look. This angle's in, seems away. Well, look at it better on the replay. But that's a third wicket now. 3 dangerous hitters all gone. This one, look. I don't know, maybe it holds its line. Maybe it doesn't do as much as I thought the first time. Plays down the wrong line with Stark, and now he has to go. So, over goes the castle. It's 10 for 3. The trouble continues for other young stars here in the power play. So, there we go. Oh, I like this. I like this. The robot has put 3 options. The first is do not click here, because we have this theory that whatever the first option in the chat is, it always gets more clicks. Because maybe some people that don't speak the language or something, they just click the first thing to get away. So,
interesting. I've never heard of that.
Yeah. So sometimes we switch the, instead of yes and no, we go no and yes. And we did that with should Corey be a spanner? And consistently the first one was winning. It was like 80-20. So the options are, which Ripple Warrior kit do you like better? A, do not click here. Please don't click there. 2, the new South African kit. Or 3, the old lizard kit. I'm going to vote, but I'm not going to lead the audience, but I have voted. Do not click here is winning with 57%, but it's very early. All right.
No, it's not.
Not joking. Anyway, this is good stuff from Naseem.
It's defense.
And Tanzier's out there, though. He's a regular opener, so there's no problem that he's out there. I'm liking it. Let's get those votes in, guys.
I want to know. I'm definitely pro lizard kit. I just love it.
Okay, I'm pro lizard as well, but I didn't want to lead the audience. But now they're led. Not that they care what I think. Anyway, this is going to be up, and Prince is going to handle it.
What are your thoughts on these pants? They have like pretty funky like.
Can we show that? You probably see it on the keeper there, McBull. The side of the trousers.
I would really love a close up on the side of these trousers.
It looks to me like Aboriginal inspired, like Australian Aboriginal inspired, but I haven't had a close enough look yet. Here's the last ball of the power play. big filthy hack from Tanzania, and that's the end of 3 overs. It's 12 for 3.
It has a bit of either Aboriginal vibes or like Goa party psychedelic trance stuff.
There are some magnificent kits here in Barcelona. And I guess because there's a bit more of a player base, there's probably a bit more of a community, it's larger. Maybe there's a bit more in the way of, I don't know, funds and sponsorship for them to get these kind of kits. That's one thing I'm noticing. I'm not saying they're rolling in it, but I do think it's nice to see these kits trotted out. A wicket in each over, but 5, 5 and 2, that's 12. It's not a great power play for the LA Young Stars. Still a long way to go.
Yeah, us coming on to the scene definitely changed a bit in like kits around Europe. Like before, the need of like shirt numbers and stuff wasn't as big. We still have the occasional taped up number, and sometimes I'm so impressed by.
I love some tape jobs.
Oh my god, I love.
What was the team? I think it was in Sweden. They had the best tape jobs we'd ever seen. Mashta, it was. Yeah.
It was sensational. It was like digital number style. It was
so
good.
Here's Waka Khan who's going to come on. Gets the first ball straight through Riaz. I think it's just not happening yet. They're turning the key, but the engine's not starting. Currently Young Stars. So still, the fact that Do Not Click Here has 57%. This new kit is 31%. Old Lizard kit is 13%. So I suppose I'm now going to just disregard the Do Not Click Here's, and I'm going to go to what's left. This one bangs off the stumps. Well, this is where he has to actually change course. It almost turns it into a 2. Almost turns it into a 4, actually. Well, it'll just be a single. Look at this. So, you know, we were talking during the ECC about, there was a run out like this that actually bounced off the umpire. But the umpire of the stumps, they can hurt the batting team. They can help the batting team sometimes. They kind of even out. Remember that one where Kohli was able to get those extra runs in that close game against Pakistan recently? Well, this isn't close. This one is out, and it is out of the ground. Maximo, good hitting. And Tanzania, it's coming a bit lower than we have seen sometimes, but we know that he can give it a bash. 6 runs.
I just voted.
Would you vote for Old Lizard Kid?
Of course.
I voted early, and it hasn't helped me because 31-13 at the moment.
What's at the front of these new shirts?
Yeah, I don't mind them. I think they're good. In isolation. If I hadn't seen the Lizard kits, I'd be way more enthusiastic. But they are nice and clear. Imagine. Oh no, that's absolutely almost owned the umpire. He's done so well. This is a proper matrix job from the umpire. Have a look at this, because this one was going to get him. Look at that. And he went the hands first.
That is.
He went the hands first, and he thought that wasn't a good idea. That's proper matrix. I would like to see this again. We've got a little bit of time. At what point does he change his mind here? Oh, yeah. Great job. Sensational work. Went down the ground for 1. Well, I've got to say.
Jamir Khan just.
Jamir Khan.
Full on matrix.
He's going to find himself to be a social media superstar, I think, after that. Because that was a fantastic get out of the way job. This one isn't hit as well. So yeah, all of our highlights end up on the social media.
Right, imagine this.
Okay.
Have Lizard Kit top, and then original psychedelic pants combined with it.
Wow, like fusion. Fusion Fridays coming soon.
That will be so good.
24 for 3 after 4. I like the way you think.
Just mix and match, you know.
So.
You're a master of that, mix and match with your suits.
Yeah, I do sometimes. Yeah, Jamil Khan. I'm gonna make sure that when it goes on social media, he gets the recognition he deserves by name. Anyway, time to start new over. Prince comes on, bowls wide.
That White seemed a bit annoyed by the umpire. He's like, oh, not again.
Yeah. Just say, if you don't bowl wide, I'm going to signal them. Maybe the Prince, key player to say the least. This is up in the air. Won't carry. Watch the spin. One thing I've loved about this AstroTurf, some of the unpredictable bounces. Now they'll take on the overthrow, and they'll get there. Prince looks nonplussed. It leaks another run.
Yeah, he's not happy.
all-time favourite kits? I mean, you've been around the traps for a couple of years now. Or more, probably, yeah.
Oh, all-time favourites. I still love.
There's been no ball for off the pitch.
Yep. I still love the old kit from the Bangladesh Kings.
Oh, yeah.
That like ombre, like change of colour,
Was it
dark blue and pink.
Okay.
Loved
Oh, yeah.
it. So
Okay.
good.
That's a good one.
Still have
Free
one
hit coming up.
in my. Still have one at home.
Do you?
right? Yes, Steph got one.
That's right. Last year for being their biggest supporter.
Yeah, I love it because they wanted to write to our best fan and just wrote to our best friend.
Oh,
Steph
that's lovely.
is so sweet, and everyone signed it.
Oh, that's so nice. Gone. And Prince Demand takes return catch. And
Makes it look
Mohammed
easy.
Riaz, yeah, he's roper with himself. Wraps the bat around this. No timing. Prince takes it clean as a whistle. Another catch for him. Another wicket down for the Young Stars. 29 for 4.
Yeah, Prince Iman, if I would choose one player out of this whole tournament to play in my team, I think it would be Prince Iman.
He's got
He's
so
just
many.
dominant.
He's got the fielding of a Simranjit Singh. He's got the batting of top class international Spanish player of say a Mustafa Iqbal. He's got the bowling of someone like Mohammad Asif. He's all those players wrapped into one. That's why he's got a bunch of fantasy points. He's got to be in the frame for the MVP of the tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, he's already the top run scorer. Still has 2 batting innings to go.
Yeah.
In the group stage. So all the batters from Group A have already played all the games.
Yeah.
All the other teams have already played their games. He's already the leading run scorer.
Yeah.
Says it all.
And still got a game to play tomorrow, at least one. If they keep winning, they'll get more. So for these two teams, we know that they'll finish in the 4th and 5th positions. What that means, basically, they are each 6 matches away. Oh, hello. What was that? Oh, that's a surprise. I just thought it was night time for that. Can we show that again? I know that was a mistake, Elvira, but I'd love to see that again. I suddenly thought I'd blacked out. This will be a single. I would like to see this again. There we go. That's Barcelona.
Yes.
I don't
Beautiful
believe
picture.
that is right now. Thank you for that. There we go.
Oh, wow.
While we're here. That might have been... in the air and caught. And so it's going to be a duck for Tajinder Singh. Well, in fact, no. I think that's Tanzir because they crossed last ball. So it's Tanzir that's going to go. It's even worse, really. So it'll be 29 for 5 after 5 overs. Yeah, things not going to plan. Well, Vera said that it wasn't her fault. The computer did it on her own, and I believe it. But some nice shots there. Unfortunately, this wasn't the best shot from Tanzir. He's going to have to go. The Prince takes 2 for 6, and just on cue, he has come up with 2 big wickets, and 30 for 4, the actual score after 5. Let's welcome you to the Cube here. Any Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Well, first, actually, before we go to the Cube.
Oh, my God. Great picture.
That is Plaza España, so that's like the central station, if you like, and that's where everything comes out from there. Any Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Mita Dab. Hopefully you're having a great day. Again, if you've just joined us, Rico, unfortunately, he's had to leave unexpectedly due to a family situation. So, Rico, our thoughts are with you. And we'll finish off the tournament. We'll do it justice for you, and we look forward to you being back soon, just after the 7-week break when we return to Barcelona. Let's get back to the action. And the first ball was just clipped away for 1.
Wakak is bowling this one.
Yeah, and Waka's a pretty good player as well. Got to say, you might have noticed I've gone heavy on the Christmas sweaters.
Yeah,
I've doubled down.
warm because this is the first day in like 2 weeks that it's actually
it's
warm,
hot.
and you have double Christmas jumper. But I'm impressed; they are awesome.
I planned this a while out. I did not bank on the 17 degrees we're currently sitting in. Anyway, to think of how much time we spent freezing. I mean, pretty sure there were some days, and you'd be the same as me. Some days I couldn't feel my toes. It's been pretty cold a lot of the time. But this is to be honest, it's perfect conditions for the players right now.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's really nice, especially teams have played last afternoon, yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. It's very different yesterday.
Yeah, they were freezing. I mean, it was like windy, it was cold, and then also wet. That's the worst combination.
Yeah, it was a tough one. I mean, to be honest, both teams wanted to play. They wanted to get out there and play. I think the issue was the ground staff felt that this pitch, particularly the wooden base, may get damaged and it may affect the integrity of the pitch, and that would cause issues on the weekend. So we're forced to abandon that game. But yeah, both sides, we're saying the rain isn't that strong. We're happy to go out there. This is hit to the leg side. This is in the Prince zone once again. Gets plenty of the ball, doesn't he, in 10 overs? Good fielding. Isn't it nice to see players like Prince, for example, but others like Gorang as well, like Kravinda from Grathia as well, get some opportunities at the international level, which I honestly don't think that would have happened without the exposure that the ECN's given them.
100%. It's really, really cool to see them like try at a higher level.
Up in the air. This one is out of the ground. Maximo. Well, Tajinda, well, he has survived, and they're trying to make something out of this innings. The wickets have been tumbling. Can they fight back? 40 at the moment in the 6th over.
I believe that's his first game, right?
Yeah. So Tajinda's come in, and it's never easy to come in at this stage of a tournament. Full.
Yes,
Yeah, just keeps it out this time.
Still has to adapt to the format.
Yeah, and look, he was listed at 11 in my notes. He's not batting like a number 11 right now. Some
Yeah,
really nice
he's
shots
actually,
in there.
it's probably my fault, but the captain wasn't too sure himself.
Yeah, well,
where
this
to
is
put
the
him.
thing. Sometimes people say, oh, batting order. We give the best approximation of the batting order that we can give based on the information we get. But of course, they're not tied to that, and they can put anyone in any time. 41 for 5 after 6 overs. 2 wickets for Nazim, 2 wickets for Daman so far. The other wicket fell in the 2nd over to Akhtar Khan, who still has 1 left. Just Wakar, the only one a little bit expensive. He finishes with 23, conceded off his 2 overs. One thing they haven't used yet is a 5th bowler, though. So, yeah, something to think about.
Who would be your 5th bowler out of the mix?
Probably, I'm guessing it's going to be Karamjit Singh, the captain.
Yep.
Most likely.
He has been quite expensive, though.
Can be, yeah. Saqib Javad's another option. But let's see. But they've decided to go for the kill. I don't mind this either, because if you can take 1 or 2 wickets here, it really makes the innings hard to come back from. Akhtar. It's a pretty good start. Knocks into the ground. Misses a
cheeky single.
This is a fairly simple return. It wasn't a catch because it hit into the ground.
No, just not tall enough.
Couldn't quite get there. Yeah, Akhtar's pretty good bowler. His
And
accuracy is his hallmark. Ahmed Kamran style hairstyle. This is the cutter. This is a variation. Yeah, you can't believe that's missed.
What is that at the front of the shot? I haven't really figured it out yet.
Try and zoom on it. Zoom in and get a better look. One actually spun too far. That's why it went past the stump. Good question from Binge Watcher. We might circle back to this in a second. This is glance away for 4. Good batting. Look, Harun Salik, he's no slouch with the bat at all. He can hit boundaries and hit them quickly. Youngsters trying to pull something out of the fire. So Binge Watcher says, hashtag question, what is the work for the project manager? So just tell people, I gave my approximation of what you do. Why don't we do it in your words? Basically, what's your job? If someone came up and said, what's your job? And then you say, I'm a project manager for the ECN. And they say, well, what does that mean? After this ball, share that with us. As this is in the air, well, it could be trouble. It's a catching opportunity, not an easy one. He drops it, and it's going to go for 4. Yeah, Kaiser Zulfikar had a lot of work to do there. It was high, kind of took a left turn at Albuquerque, and he had to try and cycle back at the end. He ends up just parrying it over the line. 4 runs.
Yes, so my job starts about 2.5 to 4 weeks before the tournament actually happens.
Yep.
I get in contact with the local organizers. We get the teams together. Then we get the players registration done. And then when I'm on site, I'm here to make sure that everything runs smoothly. The right people on the field.
Well, hold on 1 second, because this is another chance. And Wakar, I don't think he's dropping this, and he doesn't. So he got lucky once. He doesn't get lucky twice. Harun Salik, big hitter, but he's got to go now. The 50 came up, but at a cost. As it's the end of Salik for 10. It's 50 for 6. Good catching this time. Nice catch by Wakar Khan.
Yeah, that went really high. You can't really see it on screen, but that went high. It wasn't a comfortable one, but he made it look easy.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, it's true. It starts 2.5 to 4 weeks, sometimes more, before the start. So what sort of things are you communicating with the local organising committee like before things start? What sort of things do you have to organise in advance?
Well, we have to make sure that everything is at the ground. That is stuff like the boundary
Stumps.
rope, stumps, poles. So we send this. We've sent a lot of the stuff over. But also the ground has to have certain facilities. That is, with things like not nice to talk about, but toilets.
Yeah, required.
Tables, chairs, all of that stuff that we need every day. That you don't really think of at the beginning.
Sure.
Yeah, the boundary rope, that the lines are drawn the correct way. Do that together with the tournament ref, and then and then we talk about potential schedules, which team can play on which days, and which teams are allowed to play in the tournament and allowed to participate.
There's a lot of moving parts to it. I think that's what everyone will be realising listening to you talk now. This is hit over the offside into the gap though. And so that'll be 4. There's precision from Subani. Again, he's not a bad guy to come out number 8. He can give it a clout, and he does. Very first ball. Has to reach for this one from Aktadar. He seems less than plus. But he goes for a boundary to finish his spell. He finishes with 2 for 18. The score at the end of 7 is 54 for 6. Well, if you want to know what's coming up on the ECN, well, we just have 2 days left. So this is where we're at now. Barcelona and Shaheen, they are Group A leaders. They're straight through to Sunday. Here are Sabadell also through to Sunday because they won the Group A playoffs. Group B, we know it's Caledonia Tigers. The only one to fill in is the Group B playoff, and that'll be decided tomorrow. So from here, this is the end of the group stage. Tomorrow's Group B playoffs. We'll find out who will make it through to Sunday. It'll be either Gracia, Raval Sporting, or one of these 2 teams here. Ripple Warriors or Allianz Stars.
What's your guess? Who do you think will make it tomorrow?
I think Gracia.
I think Ripple.
You feeling it?
I feel Ripple.
I think Ripple certainly have the potential. They all have the potential, to be honest.
Absolutely.
I just think Gracia have the most players that are in some sort of form. Uh-oh. That's going to be a no ball straight off the bat. And it'll be a free hit coming up. You see Sakib Jarvid. There's your answer with the 5/5 bowler. They are going for Sakib Jarvid. And he gets this completely wrong. It's about shoulder height. That's an easy one to call. So the end of the poll, just quickly. The Do Not Click Here won it with 54%. New South African kit 31%, and Old Lizard kit 14. If anything, we have learned that the theory of the first answer winning is so
true.
You'll love this. Is the robot sense of humour. He once said, "Does the top answer always win?" No, yes. So it was like an anomaly.
Nice.
No one.
Well done,
which
robot.
proved that the answer is yes. So these things in advance. And
I mean, it's a lot of work, but we get amazing support from our dear James Cantor, who is doing so much work behind the scenes.
Hello, James. Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, there's a lot of people working behind the scenes on various things like, I'll tell you what, once he fumbled it, he wasn't going back for seconds. And so it's a bit of a lapse in concentration, allows 2 runs. Yeah, so there's lots of people behind the scenes, obviously, the management level, but also James, our head of operations. We've got Nikita Burin, who's the head of branding. We've got
Christoph Breitenreiter, who's doing logistics. So
exactly. Charlotte, no, she's leaving us soon, but Charlotte has been with us for quite a while now. Well, this has gone as well. Good catch, jumping catch. And that's Azza Iqbal, who's into the side, and he's jumping away to his left. Great catching. And Ripple Warriors, they look on at the moment. And you might be right. If they're playing like this, well, the other teams better watch out. It's 57 for 7.
I just have a good feeling that their bowling side is stronger than the rest of the teams. Like, I agree, Gracia is getting into form now, but the bowling side from Ripple really impresses me.
Yeah, that's true. And the batting, Prince needs more help, basically.
Yeah,
they've got guys that are very capable of doing it. It just hasn't been happening for them. You saw in their leading run scorers, it was crazy. I'd never seen anything like it. Their top scorer, Prince, with 542, and then about 400 runs behind was Masood. So it just shows you how much they've relied on him. Well, the robot saying James is useless, probably just watching cricket right now and spelling it correctly because there was a typo. So, well, James, showing your hand. But, big thank you to everyone. Who have we talked about? Probably Ravi, Rohit and Shazad behind the scenes doing a lot of the graphics that you see and a lot of statistical work behind the scenes. All that crew at SI, at Sports Interactive, they provide great support as well. Spring Productions, obviously. There's so many moving parts. This is unbelievable. Organising that into some sort of company structure is something that's kind of happening in real time and it's evolving. But that's why it's super exciting. One of the things I've always been interested in and I've studied quite a lot of is entrepreneurship. And this is really in real time shaping an organisation that is unlike anything that's ever been done before. We love it. Anyway, this is keep Jarvid again. This one's knocked down the infield. Keep it a 1. But you are a superwoman. I'll say that's true. And everyone that was Binge Watcher. And he said you can do everything. Umpiring, project manager, commentator. Wow. Now, Corey often says the commentating's the hardest gig in the ECN. I don't know if I should ask this.
Well, I haven't done enough to...
This is up and is over, and this has gone out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs, finishes the over. Sabani, he's on a rampage now trying to finish things. And who knows, the way that the Warriors fold with the bat, if Prince gets out in this series, maybe 80 or 90 is enough. It takes us to the end of the over. It's 64 for 7. And we'll go to the second last over now. Yeah, I mean, actually, it's probably an unfair question.
I can't judge how much work it is because I've just had the good side of commentary where I just jump in here and there and can choose when to come on and when not.
Yeah, I think that's true of every job. So a lot of the jobs, if you did it for a little bit, you go, oh, this is great, this is easy.
So it's really hard to judge this, but I think one of the hardest jobs still is umpiring because you're so scrutinized.
Yes.
Like, if I make a mistake, it's not great, but
you've been in that position. You've umpired for us.
Yes, and we can make up for it. And we can just sort it out. But as an umpire, it's so rough.
Hello to Ivor Hammond in the chat, saying he thought this game was starting 30 minutes late. No, that's the last game of the day, starting 30 minutes later today. This one was delayed by 5 minutes due to a technical issue. But anyway, even if you missed the start, I hope you can always wind back and watch it. But we can just fill you in right now. And you can see that we're into the 9th where everything happens. Prince is back to bowl. This is zeroing in at the stumps, but I couldn't agree more. I think the umpires, it's good that we have technology assessing them to a degree. Of course, it's not going to be 100%, but I mean, people don't realise, people are so quick to jump on the umpires because it's the low-lying fruit. It's easy to do, right? Here's Prince, or a bowl, it'll be a dot ball. But what people don't realise is how high this umpire set the standards for themselves, and if they do make a mistake, they're staying awake in bed at night long after I, viewers, have forgotten about it because the game moves on.
Yeah, when I umpired the first time, I got so nervous.
Yeah, this is a tight one. This is a great example. I feel like this goes over the line, and that's should be a wide, and the umpire's just basically missed it.
Yeah, that's a wide for me as well. If it catches a bit off the line, I would.
That caught probably more than a bit. But that's just an error in judgment, and you're going to get those when you have, I don't know how many decisions they're making a day, several thousand. So you're going to get, if they're 99% right, you're still going to be able to pick out things. So I mean, yeah, that's a call. It's probably not correct, but that's the way it goes.
Before I umpired the first time, I asked Steph, my lovely new fiance.
Yeah.
And because he's one of the most experienced T10 ECN umpires.
That's true. Oh, there you go. End of the over, 65 for 7.
He said, go in knowing that you'll probably make a mistake. He said, it's human to make a mistake, so don't dwell on it. Just be aware there will be, if it's a wide call, if it's something like that you miss, it's gonna happen most likely. Or you miss one for the over or something. Yeah. It's like there's always gonna be like a little tiny mistake. You hope it's not gonna happen, but it probably will be. So you just have to go in with the mindset that it's okay, it's human to make a mistake. Yeah. To not dwell on it.
I've heard that said. I've also heard things said like, when people talk to umpires, look, sometimes you just got to eat a bad one. You've made a bad one. You can't do anything about it. You're looking for help. Like, for example, there's a little nick behind. You're not sure if it's been nicked or not. Rather than look around for help or try, there's not many people that can help you with that. This is out to the leg side. This will just be a single. So, for example, that's a good example. Say there's a cut shot that's missed by the batter. There may be an edge, there may be not. You're the only person that can make the decision. You're not sure, so you don't give it. But you suspect it might be a nick. You can look to square leg. You can look around. You can look to the, sometimes you just got to put your big shoes on and say, I'm not sure, so it's not out. And if that's wrong, it's wrong. You just have to own it. And I think everyone can understand that. Umpires are super under pressure. We want to be positive towards umpires because we want to encourage more people to do it. I think for me, over the last couple of years, the ECN's been involved. The standard of umpiring has been probably one of the most improved things across the board. I'm sure you'd agree with that.
100%. It's been amazing. And these group of Barcelona umpires are great proof of it.
Yeah, they're doing well. And this sneaks inside. So
that is a great ball.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant bowling. Jarvid's doing a great job as the 5th bowler here. Yeah, that definitely is inside. So the fact that, one that one earlier. It sticks out so much. It's because it happens so rarely that we go, oh, actually, I
And
think
that shows
that's
how
not a
good
good call.
our umpires are.
Yeah.
Because, like, we don't have the possibility to double check like LBWs.
Up in the air and out of here. So he just missed his spot that time. Maximo Sabani. Well, probably wish he'd faced more balls. He's getting up to something that approximates a competitive total. Gets him up into the 70s.
Yeah, he's around a strike rate of 200.
Yeah, that's useful.
Finally, that was necessary.
He came in low, Sabani.
Not many in double figures in the squad.
Now I think maybe you got to take it on here. Basharat has been swinging like a rusty gate. But no, now they're going to go for it. And you might as well. Yeah, that's clever. It might be run out here, but doesn't matter. That's super clever because yeah, Sabani wanted to get the strike back. It was the last ball coming up. So it hits the edge of the pitch, actually, gets a bit lucky. The main thing was, I think Basharat does well here because he doesn't go until he's sure that Sabani's going to get down safely. Look at number 11. And he's saying, okay, hold on. He's saying, come here. And if I'm out, I don't care. That's really unselfish. That's really innovative stuff. We've seen that coming into the game as well. It will be 1 and a wicket. It's 73 for 8.
I still remember that golden ball in Prague, and that was kind of the first time I really realized what they were doing. And it was so smart and so switched on. Yeah. Props to batters out there back then. So
I always think someone like Basharat, then he should get half of the runs that gets hit this ball. Yeah, I feel like he deserves it. But yeah, players have to be unselfish. You can't be looking after your average. You know, I really rate that kind of thing from a team perspective. So well done, Bubba Basharat. And how about that for deep in the crease?
Yeah.
One more ball for Sabani, and you don't have to be Nostradamus. No, he's trying to knock this one out of the park. 73. If you get a 6 here, sets 80. Again, they should catch it, but it's been a funny old series for the Warriors. Here's the last ball. Seatbelts on. He does hit it miles in the air. Well, this is either 2 or caught. Prince is under it, and he takes it. Well, I should have known. I don't know how many.
Celebration.
Don't know how many catches that is. I'm going to have to count them up. But Prince takes 1, 2, 3 catches in the innings, and he's safe as houses there. Nice work from Sabani, though. He swings 17 late in the piece to get his team to 73 for 9. Look, it's something to bowl at, I suppose. Prince Demand, though, he's had a good game with the field. And with the ball, I'm sure if he bats well, the Warriors will back themselves to chase this down. Looking good in the new kits.
Yeah, that's 13 catches for Prince in the tournament so far.
Yeah, well, that's a fair number, isn't it? Great statistical insights from Ida Daub as well. Maybe if Corey can project manage, maybe we need to do a switch. Lily's got some good points. We'll talk about those in the second half. Right now, let's have a look at the highlights of the first half. And the Ripoll Warriors just on fire with the early wickets. And this was the issue. One hitter after another was gone. They went to 10 for 3 early, became 29 for 4, became 30 for 5. And just struggling to get going. I think that Nazim bowled really well. That was the ball that knocked over Mushtaq. And yeah, Warriors just not really giving the youngsters a chance to breathe. Of course, Warriors have played ECN cricket before. Youngsters is their first series, but they certainly haven't looked like rookies out there. Oh, that was probably one of my highlights of the innings. And the umpire had to duck and dive pretty quickly. That's Jamil Khan, who was doing pretty well to allow that ball to go to the boundary. Prince came on and changed the game again, made sure that the youngsters weren't going to get away. Chipped in with a couple of wickets, took 2 for 7 off his 2 overs. Same figures for Nazim. Some late hitting though. Acted out, couldn't believe that one left the building. But unfortunately for the youngsters, every kind of little mini rebound was eventually met with another wicket. That was Waqar Khan that took a nice catch after one was spilled. And then Saqib Jarvid, I think he did a pretty good job in his 2 overs. Bowling the death overs, took 2 for 18. He's actually had 4 separate bowlers take 2 wickets in this innings, and there was a run out. There was your 9 wickets. Sabani was pretty clever to get the strike back here, and also clever from Basharat. He ran himself out just to give his team the best chance of hitting a 6 on the last ball. And so, in the end, it went high. Prince Demand took the catch, and yeah, you're right. Prince does know where the cameras are. And the final score, 73 for 9. No one gets to 20. And really, 5, 6, 7, 8. A bit like the hit song by Steps in the 90s. That was where it was going, and it was driving the young stars crazy as they only make 73. Subani top scoring with 17 from the number 8 position. Tanzia with 15, but yeah, no one could really go on with it. And to be honest, you look at the top 4, only hitting 12 runs between them. It's always going to be a tough start. 4 bowlers take twofers. Got to say, like Nazim earlier, he set the tone, and Prince Demand came on and made sure that the young stars weren't going to wriggle out of the hole they dug for themselves. But also 2 wickets for Akhtar Khan and Skip Jarvid. Waka Khan, the only bowler, a little bit more expensive, but even his figures weren't too bad. We'll have a break. When we return in around about 10 minutes, we'll watch the second innings, and we'll see the Ripple Warriors. They're hunting the 74 for victory as these 2 teams meet for the first of 3 occasions at least in the next 24 hours. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Peter Dow, you might be back as well if we're lucky. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to the Trick Olympic ground here in Barcelona. Almost ready for the second innings of this, the penultimate match of Group B. It's match number 115 in the calendar. Ripple Warriors embarking on a chase of 74. That's what's required against the early youngsters who scored 73 for 9 in their 10 overs. Innings that never really got going, to be honest. Here's Harun Salik, though. They're going straight to spin. Now, the Prince. Time for him to do his thing, and he starts pretty well. He pumps this over, long on. Maximo! The Prince is holding court from the very first ball. Brave shot. If this goes wrong, puts his team in a world of trouble. But it doesn't go wrong. Just a push. And he knew mid-on was up there, so he knew he just had to get it over mid-on's head. Didn't have to get it all the way over the rope. As a bonus, it does go all the way. It's funny how often that happens, actually. Quite often when he's trying to hit over mid-on or mid-off, just trying to get over the infield, you time it so well because you're not trying to overhit it. This next one goes very wrong. I think it's called a no ball for off the pitch, but my question is, does it bounce past the stumps? The short answer is no, it doesn't. It may bounce past the crease, but that's irrelevant. And so, free hit coming up. Good take by the keeper. And, slight shank, but fielder does very well. That's Baba Basharat. He lunges to his right to make the stop. Just a single. Prince had the immunity cloak there because it was a free hit. Once again, big hello to everyone watching the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Beautiful sunny day now. 17. Just couldn't have been more different, the weather today, than the weather yesterday afternoon, where the rain set in. Probably around about this time, actually. This one's cut away. A slight slip. Still a bit of moisture underfoot because of that rain yesterday, but yeah, I hope he's all right there. Just completely lost his footing. Uncontrolled fall. Thanks so much to everyone in the chat as well for all your messages, and I will pass them on to Rico. Of course, he had to leave suddenly for those family reasons. Anyway, Prince is up and about. It's a little bit short, and that has disappeared. Maximo! Prince Demand just a little bit short, but this one disappears by some distance. So, if Prince fires, this 74 will not be enough. If you get him cheap, it's just that little window of opportunity. But also, I think Prince knows, okay, I can afford to be a little bit selective here. Gotten off to a flyer. 15 already before the end of the first over. This is down the road. And it will be a single. The Prince will keep the strike. And so Salik, yeah, not the best first over, but yeah, it's not easy go to bowl to be fair. 16 without loss after one. Well, we did reach the half century in the golden ball counter a little bit earlier today. Now we're up to 51 matches without a golden ball. It'll be 52 if this one isn't a golden ball. Who knows? Guess what? The last golden ball involved the Ripple Warriors back when they had their lizard kit. How about the brand new kind of South African inspired kit we're calling it today? But yeah, will have to be something dramatic to happen if we're to get golden ball 38 right here. Yeah, I will certainly pass on all the messages to Rico. Rico told me before he left, he said, you know, one thing that he really was upset about as well is he didn't get a chance to say goodbye for the season to his ECN family, and he just wanted to pass on his best wishes to everyone. He said it would only be something so tragic that would take him away from his ECN family at this time. So yeah, we're all very understanding of that. This is leaned on. It's going to be 4. Really good batting by Daman. Subani comes on. It wasn't the worst ball ever, but no third man. It's pretty low risk, high return shot from Prince Daman. And screams away to the boundary. Yeah, so next time we get to see Rico behind the microphone, all things being equal, it should be the start of the new season, 30th of January. Now, obviously, we try to give Rico all the support he needs to get through this difficult time. I think the management have been really good about it as well. I have to say that. This is a better ball from Subani. Prince just pushes out. Now, before the break, I had a question from Lily Panda, who was enjoying the conversation. She said she'd love to hear the thoughts on how European cricket is improving in all areas, skill, involvement, umpiring, also everything behind the scenes. Really good question, Lily. I know Mita's just a little bit occupied at the moment. I'll do my best to answer. Then maybe we'll get her thoughts again a little bit later if she can come back. Short, Prince takes on the hook, but he might be gone. He is. Well, could be a game changer. Prince had got to 18. Sabani rolled the dice with a short ball. This is a risk because it quite easily could have gone for 6, but Prince doesn't get hold of it. And it's a pretty good catch running back. Well, big moment in the game, really. And the Prince is gone. 18 for him, and it's 20 for 1. Huge moment in the game. So, just when Prince was there, it was looking so easy. So, this does change things. And it was Haroon Salik actually gets a bit of personal revenge by taking that catch, doesn't he? Because Haroon did go for 16 the first over at the hands of the Prince. But then he takes care of that problem. So credit to Haroon Salik. Wasn't the easiest catch. Gonna have to turn and run with it a little bit. Subani gets the big wicket. Now gets a crack at the new batter. It's cut away. This will be 4 though. So this is Muhammad Nazim, who's come out in the number 3 slot, and he cuts the 4 away. Well, that's a steadier as well, because I guess you're hoping you're going to get on a run on here if you're the Ali Young Stars. And no easy beats these Ali Young Stars, are they? They've been really impressed. They only had 4 players with ECN experience before this series, so they've done really well. Right now, actually sitting 3 points above the Ripoll Warriors. It doesn't matter too much. Well, I say it doesn't matter too much who's 4th and who's 5th, because they'll meet in the Eliminator tomorrow. But that's assuming the game doesn't get rained out, because if it does get rained out, and there is a bit of a forecast for rain tomorrow, well then, there could be trouble, because the higher ranked team will go through. Anyway, Subani, good effort so far. Slower ball, I think, bit of a cutter, but he grunts away to try and fool the batter. So yeah, Lily was asking how European cricket's improving in all areas, skill, involvement, umpiring, everything behind the scenes. First thing I would say, and look, European Cricket Network is a big part of this, but it's not just because of the European Cricket Network. It's a trend that's been continuing for the last 10 years probably, due to immigration patterns and just the amount of people coming from countries that are cricket-playing countries. There's been more interest and more games being played. Well, he rolls the dice with a short ball again. This time it's not going to work out. 4 run. Well, I wonder, obviously he hasn't had one called for the over yet. And if he has, that's borderline, but it's a pretty well executed pull shot from Waka. Pulls it in front of square. So that will be the end of the over. The score is 29 for 1. So nice start to the innings for these 2 players after they lose Prince. Yeah, have a look at the table. So Ali Young Stars game and a half ahead of Ripoll Warriors, but that does mean if the Warriors win both today, they'll go into 4th spot, which means that when these 2 teams meet in the Eliminator tomorrow, which they will do, we know that, if the Warriors are the higher ranked team, then if for some reason we can't get a 3 over minimum game, and like I said, there is some rain forecast, then it means whoever's 5th, they'll get knocked out straight away without even getting a chance to complete the game. So this could be a really big double header this afternoon. These 2 teams will meet 3 times in 24 hours. So going back to your question, Lily, yeah, the first thing I would say is player numbers. There's just so many more players, there's so many more teams. I think, in conjunction with the German Cricket TV taking off and then European Cricket Network in Germany, went from something like about 70 to about 370, something like that in the space of just 2-3 years. So crazy exponential growth. Also means you need fields, you need to work out how you can have pitches in countries where they don't really have cricket pitches. You need equipment, obviously. There's a whole bunch of logistics to make cricket happen. This is a slight miss hit. Should be gone. Is gone. Well, there we go. And that's a nice catch. And, well, Prince was good in that position. Nazir saying, whatever you can do, I can do. Waka Khan misses out again with the bat. He has to go for just 5. Ripoll Warriors, 30 for 2. Let's see if this is a blip or a trend in this innings. We're polled by Mohammad Tanzir. The captain's come on, and he's pouched to wicket. And Shahid Nazir, well, he's impressed. Why not? Shahid Afridi, a style celebration from Shahid Nazir. Good hands. You've got to take your chances if you're going to have any chance of defending this 73. And you look at the run rate and you say, oh, short, that's too easy. It's under 6 and over. But keep losing wickets. Might just go off the rails. You need a collapse. If you're the young stars, you need a collapse to win. So, yeah, player numbers have been improving. The skills, well, I think the skills get honed by this T10 format. Okay, maybe it doesn't really foster concentration skills and those kind of things. But this T10 format and the European Cricket Network cricket, it really forces players to make decisions quickly, tactical decisions. To problem solve in real time. You saw it with the running between the wickets late in the innings, thinking about who's on strike, sacrificing wickets for the greater good. New batter out there. Here's Kaiser Zulfikar. Knocks this away. Doesn't get a run. Yeah, so I think the skills, obviously limited over cricket skills, they're heightened in the T10 game. So it's actually not that different to if you're playing the last 10 overs of a 50 over game, how the batting is, right? Full toss, skews off the outside half of the bat. They won't get a run again. So the other thing, yeah, involvement. Yeah, obviously the more teams and the more players, the more involvement's required from others off the field. You look at people like Rob, the groundsman here in Barcelona, who honestly I just can't think of someone that does more in a day than Rob. He's doing everything. Edge and caught, and it's right in the webbing, and now Zulfikar goes for a duck, and Tanzir gets a couple in the third over. Things just starting to wobble for the Warriors. This has been the issue all the way through this series. If they lose Prince, they all follow in line. And you can see here, keeper, he just grabs it. Not quite in the middle of the hands, but good enough. Mubashir Ali takes the catch. Yeah, in the fingers, but good enough. Big healthy edge. 30 for 3. But like I said, keep tuned in. Do not leave your sets just yet. So yeah, just finally, probably what I would say, Lily's talking about the involvement. The umpiring we talked a fair bit about in the last game, and I actually said the umpires probably have the hardest job, and that's what Mita said actually. I agree wholeheartedly. I think they get scrutinised. They are laying awake at night thinking about that one decision that with hindsight they would have done differently long after you or I have forgotten about it, or even who made it. I know because they approach me and they say, oh, well, sorry about that one yesterday. I can't remember what they're talking about. But, you know, I think the umpiring's been one of the most improved aspects of European cricket over the last couple of years. And if you don't agree, just go back and have a look at some mid-2020 footage. Nothing against the umpires then, but I think they've just been upskilled to a level now that, you know, they're on show, and I think if we judge them even harshly, they get good marks. End of the power play. The score is 31 for 3 after 3. You can see there, good start from the Prince, but he's gone, and now tricky little period to negotiate. Having said that, Nazim's hit a boundary already. He looked good. Azim Makbul's out there, and he's no slouch with the bat. But yeah, they've all looked capable. They haven't really put the runs on the board, the other Warriors. And the last thing that Lily had in her question was about everything behind the scenes. That, for me, might be the biggest achievement when now I think of it. Here's Nawaz Sharif. Makbul just wants to get off strike. Nazim's not keen. Doesn't think he'll get there. So behind the scenes, I'm probably specifically talking about our cricket, ECN cricket. Of course, a lot of what we do here flows into their local competitions, and you can see, you know, things like the Spanish T10 finals, which preceded this, that they were able to stream on the Cricket España channel. It's nice to see more games getting coverage, more games getting streaming. I think that's fantastic. Cut away, fielded cleanly. So yeah, another dot ball. For me, though, the real thing, I can say this because it's not really my department, the ECN organisation to do this level of cricket behind the scenes is second to none. And I'm including things like ICC Cricket T20 Internationals in there. You know, the efficiency and the precision that these events are organised with is quite incredible, considering all these unknowns, weather, sometimes players we haven't dealt with before. I think we've had something like almost 7,000 players now play on the ECN. And we know this, for example, when we go to T20 International tournaments to cover them. For example, I went to Desert Springs earlier in the year. And again, because they are just not organising as many matches as we are, we're saying, guys, why don't you do it this way? Or I think it's just from our experience, because we are now doing more cricket than anyone. Right now, Nazim's camped at the non-strikers end, and Maqbul's saying, well, what's it going to take for me to get you to run? Because that's another one he's pushed away. He wants it. Nazim's just kind of sat in his bat. So, yeah, that is something that I think is quite true. And that goes for things like scoring digitally, organisation of players into areas, and doing everything that has to be done professionally, even though these aren't professional players. Well, Nazim says, I'm going to leave you on strike, and it's going to work out all right. It's going to bounce over the line, 4 runs. So he does get something in the end. Just picks it up, finds the gap. Probably lucky he does, because otherwise it's probably catching opportunity. And with the bounce, Nazir couldn't quite pull it back. So, yeah, that's probably what my answer, Lily. Probably what I haven't really talked about is the television aspect. And I suppose that's indirectly responsible as well for a lot of the attention on European cricket and kind of fans the flames of the growth. But I think big shout out to Spring Media and Spring Productions for what they do. Again, unlimited resources, quite incredible. Now he wants to run. And for a guy that's batting higher, Nazim seems happy to stay on strikers, because that's where he'll start the next over. At the end of 4, the score is 36 for 3. So, yeah, Spring Productions do a fantastic job. And look, again, some organisations with more resources, for example, you saw the World Cup qualifiers this year, and you look at the quality of the television. In that, it's, or the streaming, it's just not as good. I'll just go out there and say it. And I've got people that have done a lot of ICC tournaments, and they come to an ECS or an ECC or an ECL, and they say to me, Vinny, this is incredible what you're doing, and that's high praise. Obviously, we're interested in cricket improving as a whole, so if that improves what they can do with their resources, that's only a good thing, I think, overall. Now, this one hits the stumps and is going to be a run out. Well, it was on the cards for a while, and now Nazim's run himself out. Well, let's have a look at what happens here. I didn't quite clock it in real time, but just pushed away. Now he's keen. He shows too much of it. It's actually the first time he's backed up at all, Nazim. And he ends up losing his wicket. So, yeah, things just went pear-shaped for him there. But now he's going to have to go. He's gone by a mile as well. So, yeah, have a look here. He ball watches. I think that's the thing. He takes eyes off his partner. If he knew his partner wasn't going, then he would have turned around quickly. I think Maqbul's saying, well, hey, look, I wasn't going. They kind of did the same thing. They both stopped at the same time. Then, just a really good piece of fielding when it comes down to it. Nazim run out, and Mohammad Tanzir, the captain, is the man that comes up with a direct hit. Well, Lily, I like what you've said here. Professional behind the scenes, amateur on display is her recipe for success in entertainment. Well, thank you very much, Lily. That's high praise. Well, speaking of high, this is high. And guess what? Same fielder, Nazir. Well, not once, but twice. He's looking nice. Well, the celebration's interrupted as here come the teammates. And they know this is game on now. Ripoll Warriors, they were in such a good position in this game. Took 16 off the first, took 13 off the second. They were 29 for 1. And at that stage, they needed 45 off 8 overs. So 45 off 48 with 9 wickets in hand. But yeah, things just going off the rails as we thought they might. Still, I do think there's plenty of time for the Warriors to get these runs. They need under 7 and over. New batter coming out, and it's actually Mohammad Masood. Now, he's actually scored a fair few runs for the Warriors, but again, the pressure of the situation here, 5 wickets out now for 36. They're exactly half the score of the Young Stars. But Lily, I like that. If you don't mind, I will be borrowing that. I love that. Professional behind the scenes, amateur on display. I've got to say, there's nothing quite like the European Cricket Network. Loving the questions. Bajendra's got the golden ball tingle. Well, you had it a bit early, I think. Oh, it's a good ball. Tanzir follows up his good work. I mean, he's got 3 for 2 and the run out. I'm going to give him that. So 4 for 2. That's pretty good going from Mohamed Tanzir. Did that all himself as well. Yeah, keep the questions coming. We're loving them. That was a bit of a long answer, but hopefully you found it interesting. It's just my opinion, of course. And of course, I'm very touched. I mean, I know I hold the world record for most matches in a year. I don't know who's commentating in the world today that's probably done more than 2,000 matches. There might be somebody. But it's really unique to be able to have this experience. I'm really loving it. Here's Tanzir. Little late dab. I won't get a run here. So Lily's saying I'm welcome to it. And she said she's gotten so much from this channel. And it's nice to think that she can give something back. Well, Lily, always happy when you're tuning in. And I'm going to say it's pretty late there. Is it 10 to 1 or is it 10 to 2? Anyway, it's good that you're with us. And Chris Schinkel is in the chat now. Chris, tune in for the 4th game because I think I can twist Rob Kemming into coming in for an innings. Okay. This is up, it's in the air. Another catching opportunity, and he's got to get it. Yeah, you know he is. He was hovering. It was dropped by Baba Basharat, but this guy, Shaheen Nazir, he's the ball magnet. If you don't believe that, then just watch it. It was gravitating towards him. Well, here come the post-mortems, but in the end, it's a good result. It's going to be a catch. Well, it's 1, 2, 3 for Shaheen Nazir, and this one is highly unorthodox. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 juggles, 8 from him. 1 originally clunk off the hand of Baba Basharat. Look, to be fair, I think Basharat is having a go at Nazir for saying you distracted me, but he said, I wasn't trying to put you off. I was just preparing for the unpredictable. And that's basically how it worked out. He did clang it, and luckily it went in the direction of Shaheen Nazir. I've never seen so many arguments after a wicket, but I love it. And really, what a game this is. It's 36 for 6 after 5 overs. Wow. I'm loving it. Yeah, 150 in New Zealand. The robot will be in that time zone in a few days. Well, I know what robot that is. I'll also be wandering down to the Southern Hemisphere. I don't get down there much these days. I'll be spending a bit of vacation time in Australia to reconnect with family and friends down there. It's amazing how many of them love to watch the European Cricket Network. What a catch, though. And I love it that straight away, Nazir just went straight back into the Shaheed celebration like it was all part of the show. Expect the unexpected. That's ECN in a nutshell. Well, 36 for 6. You got 2 batters out there that haven't faced a ball. Hold on to your hats. I mean, I don't want to get all nostalgic, but would this be happening if they were still wearing their lizard uniforms? Tough initiation for the new kids. Akhtar Khan comes out now. He's out there with Karamjit Singh. This innings has all the hallmarks of a bunch of headless chooks running around trying to scream, don't panic. This is the other thing. You're on the back foot. Well, it's an outrageous throw, really. I like that they're getting carried away. And he launches this from about 4 metres, hoping that he can catch the batter napping. He doesn't. I mean, that could have bounced off the stumps and gone for overthrows. Who cares? If in doubt, do something exciting. Yeah, the robot's going sheep watching. That's what Wayne's saying. We love our cousins across the ditch. What a game this is, hey? Maybe the tingle's on. The rate required's crept up again. It was, for a while, it was down 5.6. Now it's up around 8.1, 8.2-ish. Oh, he goes upstairs. Akhtar almost wears it. Subani doesn't mind. Oh, he's called a wide, actually. Oh, I don't like this call, actually. Yeah, I think this almost knocks his head off. I don't think it's over his head, is it? Oh. Tight call. Personally, I don't think it was wide just because of how close it was. The fact he actually just have to get out of the way of it. Anyway, that's the call that's been made. Certainly, Sabani got his message across there to Akhtar Khan. Akhtar probably knows next one has to be pitched up, so just pushes it down the wicket. What do you think about that one? It's a pretty tight one. I will say that height calls from square leg are probably among the hardest to do in real time. You only get one look at it and you side on. You're trying to track the ball normally from the bowler's hand. Sometimes you'll be looking at the batter, but normally you'll be watching the bowler. And so, yeah, it's just a hard thing physiologically to get your eyes tracking and to be so accurate with it. And the slow-mo replay helps somewhat. Even that one was pretty ambiguous on the replay. Oh, this one's a tight one as well. They'll get it. Just a single. And so, what are we thinking here? I mean, the Warriors, if they want fourth spot, which, like I said, protects them. It's like an insurance policy against the weather tomorrow. And they've got to win this one. They've got to win both. So if they don't do this, then they're pretty much locked into fifth. So I suppose it's even more important, this chase, than you first realise. Can't be too conservative here, but I know that they're worried about losing more wickets. Oh, this will help. Got to say, Mubashir Ali's wicket keeping is excellent. He's not too happy about that delivery, but what he does well, look at how he blocks that. He's not letting that through. Well, he's doing his very best to get something behind it on the second bounce. It's almost baseball catch like the way he blocks that. That's really good wicket keeping. He's not just throwing a hand at it hoping it sticks to his hand or hits his hand. I think he does a very good job back there. I've got to say, youngsters, you say the Warriors are panicking. They've got a bit of panic about them as well whenever something goes wrong. But anyway, enjoying this low-scoring thriller in match 115. Glanced away. I'll just get an easy single here. So, yeah, Chris, make sure you tune in last game of the day. That's 3 o'clock in the Netherlands. I think we can get Rob Kemming on. Now, what's funny is when I had a quick chat to Rob about it in the break, I want to say he was nervous. When I chatted to Rob about it in the break, he said that he would make a list of things that I could ask him about, which is, I said, okay, you can do that. Seems like a bit of work, but also you can just share what you want to share. He certainly had a rich and varied life in cricket and outside of cricket. And then his next sentence was, did you know I once got blown up in a landmine? So I think we could be in for some story time last game of the day for Rob Kemming. That's definitely worth the price of admission. Anyway, I hope the landmine was okay. It's the end of the over. It's 42 for 6 after 6. And have a look at that rate required. I'm going to say it's 8 and over required. Yep, spot on. 8 and over required. And Lily says she loves a stubborn wicketkeeper. Nothing gets past them. Well, I know that Lily's a bowler, so no doubt she would appreciate that. Have a look at Tanzir's figures. 4 for 2, including a maiden. How did he sneak that one past me? He's had a maiden in the 5th, a double wicket maiden, of course, because there was a run out there. So basically, he takes 4 for 2, but he has a run out which is direct off his own bowling. So really 5 for 2. Mohammad Tanzir changing this game, and the over in between his 2 overs from Nawaz Sharif only went for 5. So the last 4 overs have gone 2, 5, 0, and 6. That was after 16 and 13 in the first 2. Well, here we go with Usman Mushtaq. Gets one on the stumps. And now, I mean, ones are kind of your friend here now if you're the Ali youngsters, because they do marginally push up the rate. Obviously, you love dots. But even a 1, that's fine. And 1's going to get that rate up to kind of that 9, 10 and over. And suddenly you've got guys that aren't hitting boundaries. They're going to be under pressure. It's probably more likely they make a mistake and you get that 7th wicket. Again, they're 2 wickets away from being miles behind Ripple Warriors. Wow, this is a little deflection. It's a pretty good shot, actually. He just reaches for it, and this is where the boundary is going to come from. Akhtar Khan hasn't taken too many risks since he's been out there. He doesn't want to become a statistic. And it's a bit of a risky shot because he's not really in control of where that goes. There's 2 fielders hovering, but that bisects them. And that's the pressure-leaving boundary that Ripple Warriors need. Yeah, so that's a good suggestion, Chris. And Rob's been with us for over 2 years, I'm pretty sure now. Never done commentary. So, again, probably he'll be pretty busy when the finals get going tomorrow. So I suggested maybe, yeah, last game of the day, maybe Mita can cover that spot. And we can get Rob on. I know the robot was pretty enthusiastic about the idea of Rob coming on and sharing a few stories. Rob's quite funny, and the umpires are quite funny because they say, well, we can't really do commentary because we need to be impartial. And I normally say, well, what are you saying? But also, it doesn't really matter because they can't influence the game from here. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing from Rob. And it'll be interesting to hear what he makes of the European Cricket Network experience as well. It's a great time to reflect on the last 2 to 3 years. Sneaks past the outside edge. Wow. He's probably going to go up to 8 and over again after that ball. Nervous times for the Warriors. And you can see both these teams at their best. They compete with the big boys, but see, they're not at their best as often. I think that's what you can see in this game. Get one again. Having to work hard for even once here at the moment. But we'll get it that time. Karamjit Singh, captain, Akhtar Khan, experienced campaigner there as well. It's the end of the over. Scores 49 for 6 after 7. 3 overs to go in this one, and it is a thriller right now. Let's have a look at what's coming up in match 116. It's the final round robin match in Group B. Ripple Warriors won the toss, selected to bowl first, so they'll be chasing again. At the moment, they're making a bit of a meal of this chase, but we'll see what happens when we return. And special guest, Rob Kemming, will be on the microphone, at least for the first half of that. I have a feeling that once he does the first half, he'll probably end up doing the second half as well. But let's just see. That match is coming up, and it's a little bit later than the last match they normally is. So it's starting an hour from now. Starts at 3 p.m. local, at 7:30 in India. It's 8 p.m. in Bangladesh. Join us for that. I'll be preparing. Rob will probably have a whole scrapbook full of notes for me by then. Anyway, this could be out. A good throw. I think that's gone. They're going to check it. And Karamjit, well, he tried on it too. Things weren't really happening for him. Had to work hard for every run. I got a feeling he's just short here. But I'm a long way away. But my spider senses are tingling. And, well, let's just see if I'm right or if pictures tell a different story. He's gone. He's gone by a step. And fantastic throw. Again, you can trust this surface to throw back in on the bounce. So he grabs it. He's well bounced. He's actually coming forward when he grabs the ball, Karamat Subani. And he grabs it pretty quickly. Bounce through to the keeper. Mubashir Ali does the rest. So 7 overs becomes 7.1 now. That's 50 for 7. It brings up the 50, but at the cost of a 7th wicket. Yeah, but, I mean, to be fair, it wasn't really happening for Karamjit Singh. Look, when you're running out of wickets, you don't really want to lose wickets, but maybe someone can come out and just have a good time. He had to struggle for each of his runs. I think he finishes with 5. Finishes with 5 runs off 7 balls. Maybe somebody can come out. And look, Imran Hussain, he's a guy, we've seen him hit boundaries before. That's basically what they need. 1 or 2 boundaries changes this game. And maybe the Warriors, they started their series with a golden ball. Could we be headed for another golden ball here? Here is Imran. Well, Lily was saying that everything she sent down about a miss, the keeper stop, was a good ball. Her nickname was Panda, so there are a lot of clumsy deliveries. That's right, she's called Lily Panda because she's quite clumsy, like a panda. I didn't know that about pandas. I knew they like to sleep, but Lily doesn't sleep. She's up at night watching cricket. This one's over the offside, and this one could be a boundary. And this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes a change is as good as a holiday. And look, nothing against Karamjit Singh, the captain, who we know on his day, he can be a very competent batter, but it just wasn't happening for him. And Imran comes out and hits a 4 first ball. And you're playing with fire when you've only got 3 wickets left in hand, but still, that is a real pressure reliever. It gets down to 20 off 16. Now we're talking 20 to go now. You've got the finish line in sight. It was hard grind through those middle overs where they just kept losing wickets. Now it's Sharif. Well, this could be gone, and it should be gone. Basharat, well, he doesn't get there, and he tries to kick it in the end. It's going to be 4. Well, this is a calamity. He at least had to try and keep it in the field of play. Couldn't really decide what he was doing here. He gets close to it, and then last minute, he goes for the Jackie Chan style Kung Fu kick, and he comes up with fresh air, and it goes for 4. Well, he was involved in an assist earlier on in a catch. There's no one to help him out that time, and so Imran Hussain comes out, and this is what I'm talking about. Change of batter, change of luck for the Warriors. They go back-to-back 4s, and suddenly they break this game wide open, trying to keep their chances of leapfrogging the young stars alive. 16 off 15 now. Goes again, and this one is over the fielder, Maximo. Well, where have you been all my life? Imran Hussain, well, he sat and he watched. He saw everyone scratching around. He saw everybody getting out. And really, to be fair to Basharat, he couldn't have done a lot more this time. He set himself, he jumped, but it was over him. And it's not his fault, he's that tall. That's all he is. Maybe a man that was capable of slam dunking a basketball might have been able to get a hand on that, but I don't think Papa Basharat could have done anything differently there. So 10 of 14. This is what I love about ECN cricket. Just when you think it's going one way, there's always a surprise around the corner. Oh, a little edge. This one gets past Mubasher. Not much does. And this is going to go close. Well, it's a tough one. Firstly, it gets past Mubasher. Not much gets past him, but it was a significant deflection. He gets a finger on it, which slows it down. But we'll have to see the exact moment he kicks the ball. Does he touch the rope now? I think it's inconclusive. And when I saw it live, I don't think we'll be able to tell. See here, you'd suggest he might, but I don't see the rope move. And yeah, and then if you keep rolling that through, I don't think we see the rope move once it's off the ball. So I think, it's a close one. But I think that you've got to give that to the fielder because there's too much doubt. And I think that's what's happened. So 9 off 13. Now you can push. And suddenly, one's your friend. It's so funny how a game can change so quickly. In fact, they only get 1 off that last ball. So, takes us to the end of the over. 66 for 7. So, yeah, just a single for that one. They went all the way down to the boundary. I'm surprised. I would have thought they would have got 2. I was too busy trying to work out if it was a boundary or not. I think it's a good call. Again, when you have doubt, it goes to the fielding side. So, a couple of overs to go. Yeah, like I say, now one's your friend. Are you happy with that? Hello to Shriyans. Hope you're well. Is Saqib Muhammad playing for Ripple Warriors? Yep. He's Muhammad Saqib Javed. So, yeah, I think some confusion with the Saqibs. But we know him as Saqib Javed. All right, this is what's good about having the project manager nearby. I'm told, maybe bring the fantasy dashboard up again for the match number 116. Maybe we can organise that. This is just worked away for 1. So now finish line's inside. So the answer is yes. So I know it's confusing. You've got Saqib Javed and Saqib Muhammad there. Saqib Muhammad playing his first match in the series. So that's why it might have been a bit confused, but there you go. There's your answer. Hopefully that's clear enough for you. So Saqib Javed is playing in this game. That's why he's got all those fantasy points. Saqib Muhammad was his first match in the series. So that will be in the 4th match starting in around about 50 minutes time. This one goes a bit too wide, called wide. Mubasher blocks it. Well, the thing is, we've seen this vehicle chugging along and stopping and stalling and chugging along. Like, if they still go into the last over, it'll be game on, I think. Now you're getting 6 runs away, and I tell you what, this is where your mind starts playing tricks with you as a batter. You actually think you're going to be careful. From here, the players actually, you just push 1s with a minimum of risk. With 7 wickets out, it's not worth risking your wicket. But you can say that, and when the ball comes down, there's a little voice in the back of your head saying, you know what? If I can pound this out of the ground, I'm a hero and we can walk out of here. Exhibit A, he pounds it and it's out of the ground. Maximo! Well, sometimes it's better to follow your instincts. And Imran Hussain comes out and finishes things. That's got to be a player of the match performance. 21 off just 6 balls, and he wins the game for his team, Imran Hussain. And, well, whether he gets the player of the match or not, I think that you'd have to say it was a very good effort. I mean, Tanzir might have something to say about it. He took 4 for 2 and took a run out in there as well. But, I mean, regardless, it's the Warriors that are smiling. And that does give them the opportunity to leapfrog the Ali Youngstars. Whoever wins the last game of the day will take 4th place and potentially that insurance policy against the weather intervening in the eliminator tomorrow. Let's have a look at the highlights. The Prince Damani was good early. 16 came off the first over from Harun Salik. The Prince was in session, but it didn't last too long. Salik got his revenge, catching the Prince at square leg, miscued, pull shot. And Zim had a funny little innings. He came out there, he looked confident. He seemed shy to take the strike, if I'm honest. He spent his time down on striker's end. Meanwhile, Waka Khan, he started well, but he wouldn't last too long either. This is 1 of 3 catches for Shahid Nazir. It's not the most weird. That's coming up. Here's Mubashir Ali, though, behind this dump, who takes a thick outside edge. This one gets to the boundary. So look, here, you weren't panicking just yet, but panic was just around the corner. Nazim found a way to run himself out. Great work from Mohammad Tanzir to grab it off balance and hit the stumps. And then you throw his 4 wickets in with that. It's an incredible performance. Now this, Basharat, who really had a genuine Barry Crocker in the field when you look at it, but it didn't matter because Nazir was around that time. And then Sabani. Well, this turned out to be the worst possible result. It's funny how the world works because Karamjit was not hurting the Youngstars, but that just brought out Imran Hussain. And he came from the get-go. He had a magical innings, 21 off 6. He made batting look easy when others had fallen around him. And the question was, who will stand up for the Warriors and support Prince into this final series? I got to say, you look at that innings, got to get Imran up there. I think it's time to panic and change your order. I think that's what you need to do. He comes out. When the game was on the line, he performed under pressure. With 6 to win, he made sure it didn't go into the last. And he gets the Ripple Warriors home with 8 balls remaining. What a game. And what a performance from Imran Hussain. This is what's coming up. It's the last game of the day. Like I said, it's a slightly delayed start due to some scheduling issues. So we'll be back in 45 minutes to take you into that one. Starts 2 p.m. GMT, 3 p.m. in Central Europe, and 7:30 in India, 8 p.m. in Bangladesh. And well, I can tell you the news from the toss is that Ripple Warriors, they won the toss. They're going to bowl first. They'll be chasing again. They made hard work of it that time, but certainly they got the points in the end. Not often you see the number 9 top scoring, but that's the story here in match 115. Imran Hussain, 21 off 6, wins the game for his team. Apart from that, Daman had a good start, but fell in the second over on the hook to Sabani. Aktadar Khan played an important role there as well. He was careful. He was determined not to get out. Karamjit Singh, it was a funny innings from him, wasn't it? In the end, he got run out, and that turned out to be the best possible kind of jump starter for the innings. 4 for 2. When I look at that, maybe you do have to give the player of the match to Tanzir, including a maiden. He also got that run out, and yeah, just going back to the first innings, I think that he wasn't the worst performer either with a bat. He scored 15 off 9. So very interesting game. So despite the efforts of their captain, Mohammad Tanzir, Youngstars fall to the Warriors. That means that their place in 4th is in jeopardy. We'll be back in 45 minutes to take you to the last match of the round robin stage before finals fever takes over tomorrow. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo. Keep those random questions coming, and I'm going to chase down Rob Kemming to join me in the first half of the next game. Until then, hope you're having a great day. We'll see you for more sunshine and cricket just around the corner on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and it's great to have your company for the last round robin game here in Group B. In fact, it's the last round robin game, full stop. It's match number 116, and look, we had a pretty interesting tussle between these two teams in the last game, and it got a bit closer than a few people would have thought. They're fighting for fourth spot in this game. I'm talking about the Ali Young Stars taking on the RuPaul Warriors. Well, a little bit earlier, we had Rob Kemming out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Your call.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is tails.
We're going to ball first.
We saw the news from the toss there. Is that RuPaul Warriors, they won it and they decided to field first. And well, that's kind of what worked for them last time. Well, it was working, but they kind of lost their way, chasing 74 for victory. They ended up getting there with 8 balls to spare, but there certainly was a period in the middle of the innings where it looked like it might go a little bit off the rails. In the end, they did get the win, and that takes them 1 point behind the Ali Young Stars. And what that basically means is whichever team wins this game will go through to the finals in 4th position. And these two teams will play each other tomorrow in the Eliminator. So we know that. But, well, that could be important who's higher ranked, because if there is some rain tomorrow, if we do have an interruption, it means that the higher ranked team will go through. The lower ranked team potentially faces elimination from the tournament. And look, if you think I'm kidding, we have seen that before. And using the bat versus ball wall, all the supercomputers have been fired up, and they've said that the Warriors are 4-run favourites over the Ali Young Stars. Probably fair enough when you looked at the last game. Warriors, they snapped a 4-match losing streak in that last game, getting the 2 points, which does put them in touch. Now, if the Warriors hadn't won that last game, then really this would have been a dead rubber. But because they did win that last game, it means that they can overhaul the Ali Young Stars into 4th spot. And that's exactly what they'll be hoping to do. Now, I do have a special guest commentator. As you can see, he's a bit busy there, but I am told before too long he's going to make his way over. And I have already talked about it in the chat, so I might as well just say that our special guest commentator in this game will be the man you just saw on the screen, our tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming. Meter, jack of all trades, is going to cover for Rob this innings. And I know a lot of people have been asking to get Rob on for a while. And so I think we'll see him before too long. So fire in your questions. Now, Rob is a former Netherlands national team manager. Now, he was involved, for example, remember that memorable game, the T20 World Cup, I think it's back in 2009, when Netherlands beat England at Lord's. And he's had a lot of adventures. He's had a very colourful life, Sir Rob, and as we call him. And so he will be joining us on the commentary when he's able to get over. But yeah, I'd love some questions for him. And of course, it is random question time anyway. So fire in your random questions. In fact, we can talk food chat with Rob as well. We normally do food chat last game of the day. We did go to the all-you-can-eat restaurant last night. And Rob's a big fan of that establishment. I think it's Muerte del Pasta, or Death by Pasta. Anyway, this is going to be Mohammad Nazim to get us going. Wakas Tahir opening the batting this time with Mohammad Riyaz. So a slight change there. Let's get going. Match 116 starts in the play and a miss. And Tahir, he's certainly a guy I rate as a cricketer. I think he's got a lot of skills, brings a lot to the table. And what was weird is that he didn't even get a bat last time. He's essentially, he was batting 11. So now he goes to the other end of the order. But he does plays good cricket shots. Again, maybe T10's not his preferred format. He's trying to force the issue here. Swing and a miss. And 2 dots to get us going. Chris Shinkle's already jumped in with a random question. But I'll wait till Rob's on before I start firing these at him. But yes, Rob he's a young soul, actually. And he doesn't shy away from a challenge. I think ECN match refereeing wouldn't be the same without Rob's input. Swing and a miss, strike 3 for Tahir. Having trouble getting going early on in this one. Got to say, if you've just tuned in, you might be asking, which team is that in the field? It's the RuPaul Warriors. They've ditched the lizard kit. The new additions arrived. We called it kind of a South African-inspired kind of kit. That seems like it's a pretty good description. Driven and does make some contact this time. Fielder Gets round, fields it, throws at his knees, acted up. That's the first run of the last match of the day. So yeah, Rob is a face that you'll recognise him when you see him because he does, well, I guess all the coin tosses when we're here. It's all the coin tosses when he's refereeing for us, which is quite a lot. He did the entire ECN, the entire ACC this year. I mean, this guy's seen a lot of ECN cricket. He's just heading down. Well, some hesitation. They're going to have a pop at the bowler's end. He would have been gone. He was looking over the wrong shoulder, Mohammad Riaz, and this would have been curtains. Let's check this out on the replay. I mean, first, it's going down the leg side. And, yeah, Mohammad Riaz, I think he didn't know where the ball was. He was certainly oblivious to the imminent threat of the ball coming in from the point region, but he survives. Goes leg side. And now we might have trouble. Oh, this is close. I think he's been given. So given on the field. Tahir goes walking for a run. Riaz doesn't agree. We almost had a run out the last ball, and we have a run out the very next ball. You see, gets turned around, but he's overcommitted. Throw comes in, and it was close. Thought it was close-ish, but the umpire, spot on, doesn't even wait for the assistance. He was 100% confident that was out, and, well, if you're going to give it, you better be sure, and you better be right. And I think he was both of those things. So the first wicket falls. Utley Youngstars certainly ran into a bit of trouble in their first innings of the day with early wickets. Found themselves 10 for 3 at one point. And really, at the moment, they look like they could be heading down a similar path. 2 for 1 after the first over. Well, I am here, and Rico Fall unfortunately had to leave unexpectedly, but that is his details. And Rico had to leave because of a family situation. He's unfortunately lost his father yesterday, so thoughts are with Rico. He did just send me a message. He said thanks to everyone for all the support. He's got so much to do at the moment. These things are so upsetting. So I want to just pass on his wishes to everyone. He said, if you just joined us, he said, he's so sorry to leave without being able to say goodbye this time, and he'll see everyone next season. But he wanted to say that only something as tragic as this would take him away from his ECN family. So, yeah, Rico, unfortunately, has had to leave unexpectedly. It's just one of those unavoidable things, but he does send his best wishes to everybody. He's acted out in over number 2. And the ball's going to start with a single and a half. And now they're going to take it on. And throw didn't have too much on it, so they'll get 2. Rico isn't here, so I have had a bit of company at times today. And now it's no exception because, right on cue, here comes my special guest commentator for this innings, Rob Kemming. Hello, Rob. How are you today?
Hi, Vinny, and thank you for inviting me to join you today.
It's great to have you here with me, something I've wanted for a while. This is hit away in the air, and Prince Demand, that's his zone. Takes it very confidently, make sure it's one. So, I mean, ordinarily, you are the tournament referee. I mean, you are the tournament referee right now. I mean, Meta's covering you for this innings. But we thought it'd be good to get you in the commentary box because, I mean, you've had a very long life in cricket, haven't you?
Yes, actually, I started at about 10 years of age back in Rhodesia in those days, which is now Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
And junior school, high school. And then, unfortunately, I got involved in the Bush War, which limited a lot of cricketers from progressing in cricket.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that there were very different times back then. In fact, that takes me to my first random question that's been directed your way, and it's from Chris Schinkel in the Netherlands. And I'll give it to you after this ball from Akhdar Khan. Well, it's an up and under job, but he's got plenty of it. Maximo! What a shot from Abashir Ali, gets off the mark. Not in the opening spot, but probably as good as. This is what he did last time. He's so powerful. He did a 4-and-out job last time. This time I think he needs to score a few more. So Chris's question was, did the landmine survive your encounter? Because this is true. You had a bit of an encounter with a landmine. Just wait for this ball. And on the leg side. I mean, that sounds like pretty scary stuff. So, yeah, what happened there with the landmine? Tell us.
Well, you know, I was out on military duty and out in the bush on the Mozambique border. And suddenly I hit a landmine. Well, there were about 6 of us on the 2.5, what we call it. It was a sort of a Mercedes truck, and we got blown up on the landmine. I was
Wow.
Kazavec that same day
What?
and taken to.
Maybe this up in the air. This will be an interesting one. Might be able to stop this, but maybe not. It's going to be 4. So Riaz getting going. I like this counter attack already. It's a better start than last time, despite that early wicket for the LA Young Stars. So okay, so you were just driving? were you?
No.
You were-
Sitting at the back of the truck, being escorted to another truck.
Yeah.
Towards the Mozambique border.
Just quickly, Rob, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say to the table what's up there. If the Warriors win this game, they go above the Young Stars going to 4th. Otherwise, the Young Stars hold on to 4th. Why does that matter? Well, these two teams will play each other tomorrow regardless, but whoever wins this game will be higher ranked. So if weather was to intervene, then the higher ranked team would survive in the tournament, and the lower ranked team would be out. And there is some rain forecast tomorrow, so hopefully it doesn't come into it. But what I will say is that each of these teams from tomorrow, they'll need to win 6 games in a row. If they do that, they'll win the trophy. Okay, so you're in the back. And then what? There was a big explosion.
Suddenly there was a big explosion
Yeah.
underneath me, and we were all luckily with safety belts on.
Wow.
And
Well, you can't see this. This will be interesting. Wow, I mean, that's almost a remarkable catch for a ball that he didn't see for the first 4 of the 5 seconds it was in the air. He's almost pulled this off, Mohammed Masood. Just watch this. It's almost the equivalent of hide and seek. He counts to 10. He can't see it. Knocks off his hat. He looks for it. He's just so lucky he doesn't get that in the head. But well, that one goes down. All action. Come back to that in a second. Here's the next ball from Nazim. And that'll be 1. So, I mean, so you had safety belts on, so you weren't thrown away from the vehicle?
exactly. And well, we recovered from that, and then a helicopter would come in, take us all into a bush hospital. We'd get examined. I was blue all over. And that evening I was back in base camp.
Wow. Well, that takes me to another thing. You're a pretty tough nut. Wait for this ball from Nazim. Be dragged away. And, well, almost taken, but it won't be taken. In fact, it'll be 4. Riaz getting motoring here. Gets 4 runs. So I say you're a pretty tough nut. I mean, this is what I'll say, is that since you've been with the ECN crew, I mean, do you mind saying how old you are now? Or you'd say you're north of 70. Say that? Is that fair?
Well, next week I turned 74.
There you go. And so you were 72 at the time, and you were up there building scaffoldings. This is right in the early days.
That's
and
right.
you were rolling your arms up, and to be honest, you were putting some of the younger people to shame. Here's Nazim. It'll be a single this time. Yeah, but I mean, you're still you're a pretty energetic guy, is what I would say. You keep up with the younger folks here.
The younger folks keep me young.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, I was talking the other day, because we normally talk at this time about food and what we have been eating and stuff like that. Of course, we had a nice dinner the other night. I covered that when we went to the steakhouse. This one is gone. He's been given out, and we can't believe it. And I'll tell you what, I reckon this has actually come off the bat. I got a feeling this has only ever hit his bat, but the umpire thinks it hits his pad, and so does the bowler. Nice and slow, nice and slow. And yeah, if it hasn't hit his bat, he's out. Yeah, it's a really tough one. I don't think you can really overrule it, but I'm just telling you, my instinct's telling me that ball hits the bat. There's the deflection, and then it misses the pad. So look, it's not one really. I mean, if it's clear and obvious, then I know you've got this is when we talk about referees. So from here, you can certainly see what the umpire's seeing. The umpire thinks this has hit the pad, and if he has, then he's plumb LBW. But I mean, it's a tough one. How do you read that one, Rob?
Well, it's a difficult one. It's definitely not a howler, and yeah, we take it on merit. We don't reverse LBWs or court behinds actually, unless it is a real howler, it's like a
Yeah.
a
So
more-
by howler, you basically mean a clear and obvious error. That's
Exactly,
basically what
yeah,
you mean, right?
yeah.
So I mean, is that a clear and obvious error? Well, no. I mean, we're both guessing. I mean, I'm guessing. I have an instinct that's come off the bat, but even with the technology, it's not 100% clear. So, yeah. Julian's saying dissent shown by the batsman. Look, what I will say is there's a difference between dissent and genuine surprise. I think he was genuinely surprised then that he was given out, because in my reading of it, I have a feeling that he hasn't even hit on the leg there and he's been given out. So he's. I think that's a natural reaction. I'll be interested to get your thoughts as we get to the end of the power play, 25 for 2. So that reaction where he kind of froze and looked up surprised. How do you read that reaction?
Well, actually, I won't discuss that on streaming.
Okay.
However, I do make a note of it.
Yeah.
I record which ball, which number. Then we go back after the game. And I say to the umpire, have a look at this and see what you think.
We were talking about the umpiring quite a lot earlier today, and the fact that actually Meta and I, we agreed it was probably the most pressure-packed role because the umpires are under such scrutiny. Okay, they have some tools that can help them now, but they have a lot of decisions to make in a day. They've got a lot of games to do, and I think people sometimes, okay, in the short term, they, well, it's an easy thing to say to criticise the umpire or criticise a decision from the comfort of your lounge room, but the umpires, they will go home and they will kind of replay these decisions in their mind over and over again, won't they?
Yeah, with the modern technology, they've got the streaming available to them. They'll look back and see what they did wrong, if they think they've done wrong. But don't forget, they've got that split second to make a decision,
Definitely.
Whereas we see it over and over again on screen.
Yeah, and even sometimes we're not sure after seeing it so many times. This in the air, it could be a catching chance. Great hands. Akhtar Khan's got his own kind of technique, and I know he's got a sore right hand, but he's ready to put on the line, and he grabs that one. Mohammed Riaz goes for 13. And, yeah, the wickets keep on tumbling for Ali Youngstars. They fought back a bit, but they find themselves 26 for 3. What a good catch that was by Akhtar.
Yep.
Does that well, doesn't he? That rolls around. So, yeah, disappointment for Mohammed Riaz. Hit that pretty well. In fact, he hit it too well. Hung in the air too long. But, yeah, this is the thing. I think that the umpires, they're thinking about their, let's just say, debatable decisions. They're thinking about them for days. We've forgotten about them in minutes because we see it, we might have an opinion, we move on. But they will go back, and the amount of times umpires come up to me and say, oh, so what did you think of that LBW? And I honestly have no idea what they're talking about. It might have been a shocker, really, but the thing is, with this amount of cricket, this many balls in a day, and even if you're 99% right, you're still going to get a few wrong every day, right?
Well, I wouldn't say a few, the odd one.
The odd one. A few is an odd one when you've got like 80 overs a day. Anyway, this is an edge, and this is going to run away for 4. Says Usman Mushtaq that comes in, and Waka can't believe his bad luck. He did take a wicket, but then he goes to the boundary. So Wayne said, fun fact, Rob sleeps with a nightlight. Not because Rob's afraid of the dark, but because the dark is afraid of Rob. Well, yeah, kind of a tough character. You're a friendly character, though. You are a bit intimidating physically, though. I can understand that.
Anyway, lately, you do notice that age does catch up with you. You notice it in your eyesight, your hearing, and all these kind of things. And I make my decisions as I go along.
Yeah, well, it's a good way to do it. And right now, see how the youngsters trying to work their way into this contest. Not a bad start, but it could be better. I want to talk to you in a minute about the ECN and what that experience has been like for you. This is driven away. It'll be 1. But, I mean, how did you get involved in the ECN in the first place? Because I know that you have a history managing the Dutch team. Obviously, doing some pretty special things with the Dutch team. We'll probably talk about that in a second. But let's talk about your ECN journey. What's that been like so far?
Well, a good friend of mine, Adrian, he contacted me and said, perhaps you'd like to do some match refereeing now that you've stopped.
We'll wait for this ball because it's going to be 4. It's a nice shot by Mushtaq. It'll finish the over. Uses the leg side. Takes us to the end of the over as well. And at the end of 4, it is 36 for 3. Yeah, so you got in touch with Adrian and explain what he said?
He said to me, I'll put you forward. Perhaps you might want to do a bit of match refereeing in the future. It didn't take much longer. Then I got a call from Daniel. We spoke for about half an hour, and he said his aim was to improve the umpiring throughout Europe. And so I took that task upon me, and here I am, 2.5 years later, still doing it.
We're so glad you are as well, because we love having you around. But, I mean, the challenges of this, it's a bit different, actually, to probably what the role would normally be. Would that be a fair statement?
That is, because every Monday when you start a tournament, you don't know what umpires you're going to get. So you've got to start from scratch, really. You've done all your homework on the umpires, asked them for their CVs, their umpiring history. But when you get out there, you don't know how they're going to be on field.
Yeah, for sure. But,
And
so,
then,
so yeah,
I spent the first 2 days writing down all the, should I say, inadequacies that you see in the umpire.
things they can work on.
Work on, like signalling.
Nice
this one.
drive. Again, field's gone back now because out of the power play, it'll just be a single. Yeah, so what are some of the things that you look for in a good umpire? What are the kind of things you look for in an umpire? Because that's one of your roles, is to assess the umpires.
Consistency. That they are consistent in their decisions. And, for example, the wide is always very contentious.
Especially in this form of the game, because it can be really crucial, can't it?
Yeah, and we try and get them on to all thinking the same and understanding what is a wide and what isn't a wide.
Yeah.
And
because maybe in a longer form of game, it's not as crucial. You know, in a 50-over game or a 20-over game. This one would have been a wide, I think. Actually, it's going to be 4 because Mushtaq swings at it, gets an edge and gets a boundary. Yeah, but in this game, with only 60 balls per side, especially towards the end of a game, a wide being called or not, I mean, it potentially costs the batting team a ball and a run. It can be really huge.
indeed.
So you want them to be consistent, I suppose, is what
Exactly.
we're saying.
That's
So
it.
some of the people think we're funny about this and there should be a judgment element, but I think it should be black and white as much as possible so that the umpire isn't held responsible on a judgment call. They'll just say, look, it's over the line's wide, that's it.
That's it.
That's the end of the conversation. This is Prince Demand. He's going to bowl a couple more here. This is going to be a single. And Prince certainly kept the pressure on when he came on last time. And he's going to have one more ball to go in the first half. This will be a single to finish us off. And yeah, Demand's over, not the worst. Goes for 9. At the end of 5, the score is 45 for 3. I want to welcome you into the cube here, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rob Kemming, our tournament referee. And Rob, I want to say thank you for another great year on the tour. And I know it's actually the first time we've ever got you on, but you're always around. And want to thank you for all your hard work, because we were saying this, and I mean it honestly, the umpiring, I think, is the most improved aspect of ECN cricket over the last couple of years. And I know you're a big part of that. So thank you so much for your work in mentoring the umpires and the other tournament referees as well. Yeah. And I just want to say thanks.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a great guy to have around.
It's been a lovely journey.
And it has been. And look, you know, we talked about a bit of ECN, but I want to talk a bit more, maybe as we move into the second half of this innings, of your experience with the Dutch national team, because you know, I know that you were heavily involved in the Dutch team, the Dutch setup for a long time. I'll just wait for this ball. Skip Jarvid is going to bowl. And first ball's launched, and the Prince is hunting it, and he almost pulls it back in, but can't. A fingertip job for Prince Demand. Maximo! 6 for Nazir. Well, Nazir and Prince Demand are playing a really long game of tennis, because one hits it to the one, and then one hits it to the other, because that's Nazir's position. Prince really almost made a play on that, but it sails over his head for 6 in the end. Brings up the 50 for Ali Youngstars as well. Here's Jarvid again. This is a bit shorter. Goes sideways. Handled. I'll say that the Ripple Warriors have been a pretty good fielding team for the most part. Yeah, so obviously, when did you move to the Netherlands? Because I know you grew up in what's now known as Zimbabwe. How did you end up in the Netherlands, and how did you get involved in Netherlands cricket?
I'll tell you, I was born in the Netherlands, actually. Born in Utrecht.
Okay.
And I think it was about 1955. My parents decided to immigrate to Rhodesia in those days.
Okay.
And I stayed there till I was 32 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
Oh, look, now you're in the commentary box. We're getting delivered water. That's nice as well. So, and specifically, so you had a background, I guess, of playing cricket in Rhodesia.
Well, you know, it's the English schooling system that we had in Rhodesia was you study in the mornings, in the afternoon, after 3 o'clock it's sport.
Yeah, well, that's not a bad way to do it. This is going to be 4. Actually, another kind of thick edge from Mushtaq, but it does end up at the boundary. So it's going to be another 4. Quattro cadenas. So obviously that's where you kind of learnt your trade, and then when you moved to the Netherlands, it was natural to keep getting involved. And you actually played in the Netherlands setup when you first moved there?
Yeah, I played a few games, but then how we should say, I played for Sparta cricket.
Yep.
And
You're still involved with Sparta cricket, I believe.
I still am involved
Yep.
with him. And what happened was this youngster, Paul Mahone, came from Australia as a coach, an 18-year-old.
Yeah.
And I was 5 minutes late because I was in traffic jam. So he told me, "You got 4 laps around the field with your pads on."
Oh,
And
so like a punishment.
like a punishment just for being 5 minutes late. I said, "I'm not taking any of this."
Wow, this is a shot that's coming our
Oh,
way.
yeah, watch out.
And, well, luckily, Rob, I'm here to save you. And,
Thank
you
you.
know, nothing's come this way the whole day. And as soon as you came into the cube, suddenly you're a ball magnet. And I know
It's the same over there.
I know you've been under attack. Here we go. Rob, look at I'm looking after you. And didn't break stride, really. I had my jumpers to protect me, so if I fumbled that, then there was no worries. I would have been fine. Wow. So anyway, that'll be the end of the over. That was a funny moment. 60 for 3. So, yeah, so you went from playing, and so you had this punishment, right? You had to do the 4 laps.
Yeah, and then I decided, look, playing for first team is not my line.
Funny that.
to run around the field with pads on. So a good friend of mine, Leo de Jong, who was chairman there, he said, "Rob, why don't you come into bringing up youngsters into cricket?"
Wow, that's smashed. That's going, and it's gone. Maximo, what a shot. And yeah, these guys can give it a crunch. Shahid Nazir, he's made some good runs in this series. This one's right out of the screws. And
So
Yeah.
basically I captained the second team and
Okay.
brought up all the youngsters into the first team.
that's one thing that's cool about the Netherlands setup. It's not many countries in continental Europe that have multiple tiers of play. So you have more than one team per club. It's pretty rare, actually, isn't it? You look at Spain and some of these other countries. Wow, this is a decent shot as well. Watch the bounce. Wow, it gets past him. And I don't know if he just doesn't see this. Kind of looking straight into the sun. This will be an interesting replay. Yeah, the sun, look at the shadows. As the ball... Wow, he ends up outside the boundary, so that's the first thing that's going to be a problem. I think he just didn't realise where he was. That's why he doesn't even make a play. He realises, hold on a second, I've just gone the wrong side of the border. Yeah, so, I mean, so it's kind of what you're doing now. You're mentoring, but you were mentoring all the way back then as well, sounds like.
That's right.
It's funny because Corey's got a similar role with VOC Rotterdam now.
Exactly, yeah.
Doesn't he? Trying to bring up the youngsters and have a coaching
Yeah.
kind of aspect with them.
Yeah, most clubs in the Netherlands have at least 4 or 5 teams. So you have your first team, seconds, thirds, fourths, and sometimes in the old days we used to have a veterans team.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of more what I'm used to from the Australian structure where I played my cricket. Where, you know, at the grade cricket level, which I played, you have 4 grades, and people would say, oh, you know, 3rd or 4th grade, that's lousy cricket. To be honest, I mean, it's still pretty hard cricket down the grade. So everyone's fighting to get higher. There's a lot of talent packed into that system. Of course, the cream rises to the top.
Yeah.
And the ones that almost get to the top end up commentating. Anyway, so this will be a single. But so from there, so how did you get involved in managing the Dutch national team?
Well, it happened, South Africa came over in 1998, and I was asked if I would be the liaison manager for the South African team while they were in the Netherlands.
So what does the liaison manager do then? Tell me after this ball from Aktadar. He's got a couple to spend. Oh, it's a lucky one. And the keeper's going to have to go after this. In the end, someone will beat him there. Well, there's no keeper at the moment. I'll get to. Eventually, someone will cover. And it's like Mohammed covering. Yeah, so,
Well, actually,
so liaison manager, what do they do?
You work closely with the management of the team.
With the opposition team.
Yeah, and I've got the local knowledge.
Okay.
So when they ask for, can you get me some videos or can you get this, get that?
Yeah.
Actually, you're 24/7 busy.
I'm a bit worried if you're in the Netherlands what they're going to ask you to get for them, to be honest. Anyway, this is a good shot. Where is it? Now he's miscued it, actually. Prince is coming in, and he's gone. Well, I thought for a second he hit it well. It made a decent sound, but it pretty much went straight up off the bat of Usman Mushtaq. He does make a few more this game. Gets his team to winning position, I suppose. Let's see if they can get the Prince early. But Mushtaq goes for 25. Safe hands from the Spanish international. The score is 73 for 4 after 7 overs. Just quickly, I should say, there's more cricket coming your way tomorrow. And yeah, we're pretty excited because it's Group B finals day. And we'll have 4 matches. Look, we can tell you that These two teams will meet the first game tomorrow. It's actually 3 games in a row in the series. These guys will play each other. Now, the only thing we don't know is whether the Ali Youngstars will be 4th or 5th. Whoever wins this game will be 4th, and that means that they will have the advantage if there is weather that cancels that game. Grathia versus Rebel Sporting, they'll be the 2 top-ranked sides. Then we'll have the finals in the afternoon. Whoever wins the qualifying final will go through to Sunday. You see their Catalunya Tigers, they already qualified for finals day on Sunday because they topped this group. They're undefeated 14-0. They're really the team to beat. I have to say, Battle and Shaheen, though, had a bit of a dodgy start to the series in Group A, but basically, Catalunya Tigers and Battle and Shaheen will play in the qualifier 1 on Sunday. So that's a known game as well. Wide call to start the 8th over. So a liaison manager sounds great. It's just, so the touring team comes over, you help them out, you've got the local knowledge, you make sure they're comfortable and they've got what they need. But how does that become you being the Dutch national team manager?
Well, my first stint with the South African team was in 1998, and they had to play a World Cup game against Kenya.
Wait for this, because this is going to be a tough one. Well, he almost grabs this, and now it's going to go for 4. Well, unlucky, and it's grappling with the sun there. And Nazir's not slowing down. As we head to the 8th, though, he's been joined by Tanzia, who batted really well before, even though he wasn't around for as long as he wanted to, 4 runs. So, yeah, 1998. Tell me, how does this all go down?
Well, then the following year, in 1999, South Africa came to play Kenya in the Netherlands because we were a World Cup venue when it was hosted in England. And the South African team requested me once again.
Great World Cup, 99. So it was basically England hosting it, but there were games in the Netherlands. Was it more than one game?
Just the one game.
Just the one game. Amstelveen, was it?
Amstelveen, DRA.
Was that the ground with the tree on the ground?
That's right,
Yeah, I remember.
So I did that game, and then after they left, Rene van Eerschot, the chairman of the KNCB, asked if I would be willing to join the board, and which I accepted. And I did international cricket for about 4 or 5 years on the board.
Okay, cool.
And it was in 2007 when the Dutch manager, Hans Mulder, retired from being the manager of the Dutch team, that they asked if I would take over.
It's been an interesting one. It gets over the fielder. Maximo time. Skip Java did all he could do to try and keep that one in, but it was sailing over. Nazir playing an important hand here for the Ali Youngstars. He moves to 35 with just 15 balls. A quarter of the innings remaining. Just 14 balls, in fact, now. Yeah, so from there, he resigned. So I suppose that opened up a spot as the Dutch manager?
Yep, that's right, yeah. And I did that for a few years, and then...
This is, it's going to be dropped, actually. They're going to go for 2. Good throw has him down here. It's not a good throw. Bowler wasn't in great position either. They're probably going to check this for height. Okay, Rob, let's say you're in the booth. What are you looking at here? Side on nice and slow. Rob's here.
Yeah, there you are.
Talk to me. This is like real-time DRS. Go.
Right, we're looking where the ball is. I put my hand sort of roughly where it is. I look where the waist is, and if the ball is dipping or not.
They've called that a no ball. I think they're saying that's waist high. I'd agree with that.
I'd agree with it.
And I think what we talk about these things off camera as well. But if there's doubt, we normally say it is a no ball, right?
Yep.
Because it's not really a fair delivery. So Spec becomes a free hit. It's a slightly slower ball, and it's adios pelota. Vale, vale, vale. Manos arriba, umpire, porque eso es 6 carreras. Big 6. And well, that's still shout out to Rico. I know he's having a real tough day today, no doubt about it. And we'll come to that in a second. But let's just finish quickly. So you became the Dutch manager. Just tell us quickly, because the time goes so quickly. Tell us some of the highlights about managing the Dutch team, because there were some really amazing performances in there in your time.
The biggest highlight was 2009 when we, at Lords, beat England.
That's right.
Wow,
how about that? He goes again, and he might go even further this time. No one's even turning around for that one. Maximo Nazir moves to 49 into the over. Brings up the 100 as well for the Youngstars. The battle for 4th place continues. 101 for 4 after 8. So yeah, that 2009 victory, it was a big build-up, right? It was the first game of the T20 World Cup.
That's
Is that right?
Yeah, that's opening game.
From memory, it might have been only the second T20 World Cup that they'd had, just from memory. And it was at Lords. You're playing the host England. Everyone, including probably some of your guys, would just assume that England were going to steamroll you. But you didn't. You beat them in a last ball finish, right?
That's right, yeah. The overthrow from
Stuart Broad.
Stuart Broad, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, he got greedy, tried to run the guy out. It was a bit ECS style actually.
Yeah.
He was on the pitch. He just had to
Yeah,
hit the
exactly.
stumps, and then he scrambled back. I can't remember who was batting for most innings, but then he got out, and then a few of the guys came in. I don't even think you hit a ball for the last 3 overs. They're mostly leg buyers, getting kicked away,
sure.
you're scraping
True,
towards the score. What a game that was. This is another one, but it's catchable, and it will be caught by Karanjit Singh. Prince Daman comes on to bowl the 9th over, as he wants to do, and Tanzir goes down swinging. So not his game. It is captain getting captain.
Yep.
And the score 101 for 5. So, yes, I mean, that must have been a real highlight.
That really was.
What was that night like?
Well, it didn't stop.
What can you share with us on the...
Oh, we stayed awake until the newspapers came out, and then we got all the headlines of what each newspaper said, which is great.
Yeah.
They said,
was incredible.
for example, Bukhari was quoted as a hamburger salesman.
Is that right?
Beats England.
Yeah, it was memorable. I actually watched that game back in Australia. Remember it really well.
Yeah.
And so, I know that recently you've been involved as recently as this year, right? When the West Indies were in Netherlands. So was that as a liaison manager again, or something like that?
That was as a liaison manager, together with Pim van Liemt.
So things coming full circle for you a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds pretty cool. I know you hang
I was mainly responsible for Desmond Haynes
Yeah.
getting to and from the ground, etc., and any sort of small things which had to be
Little
done.
things that
Yeah.
just to make it more comfortable. That's great. I
Exactly,
know the
yeah.
West Indies had a pretty good time. Hey, big summer for Dutch cricket. I mean, it's
Exactly,
really
yeah,
exciting. It's the Dutch summer. Even, of course, we were excited to see them win the ECC, which is a really good result for them. Well, this is hit well as well. Straight down the ground. Maximo Nazir. He's been incredible in this innings. 55 off 19. It's just been his afternoon. He caught well. He's even catching other people's catches. Now he's gone out and he's smashed a half century. Came out at 4 in this inning. 6 sixes and 2 fours in his 55 off 19, striking at 289. And one thing that's changed, I'm sure, in the game, in your time in the game, is how many sixes are hit. And this could be another one. In fact, it will be, or will it be? It is Maximo.
Yep.
Yeah, another one. That's in your general direction. So, yeah, Desmond Haynes, that must have been pretty cool to hang out with him and kind of get back around the circuit a little bit again.
That's right, yeah.
So how about, I was just going to say, how about on going back to ECN for a second, you've travelled to a few places, and we're getting questions all the time about what have you enjoyed, where have you enjoyed going to. Nazir's had an incredible innings. All his runs were in front of the wicket. This might be out, you know. I don't think so. I thought he got back, but tell me what you see. I think he does just get back. And then he just taps it off at the end. Look, yeah, all his runs in front of the wicket, which shows you he's driving the ball very powerfully. Yeah, what are some of your favourite players that favourite places that you've toured with since you've been working at ECN?
Actually, every place I go to, I enjoy. I don't have any
Agree.
negative things. Building it up, getting it to the standards that the ECN require. And that's my main challenge.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? I mean, I have the same issues because I can say something positive about everywhere we go. 114 for 5 with an over-go. Last chance to ask Rob some questions. He's got a job to do, and he's doing a very good job at the moment. I think a few people aren't quite liking you, Rob. I'm going to burn through some random questions last over. This is just out of the reach of the infielder. Last overtime. Fielder goes to ground, so they probably would have got 2 here. It's one of the best lying down throws you'll ever see, though, and he probably would have been run out. But I think this is smart because Nazir, he wants to strike. So, Sven Prinsloo saying, hello, Vinny and Rob. Quite a familiar accent on air today. That's true. We've got Rob Kemming here. And simple question for Chris Schinkel. Rob, what's for dinner tonight? Any idea?
Well, you know, I'm on a starch-free diet at the moment. You've been witness to that for the last
I have. We'll come back to that in a second. Is Jarvid. This is a full toss. How much does he get of it? He gets enough. Maximo. As the score climbs past 120, Nazir playing such a good hand here. In what is an important match is for the top ranking tomorrow when these two teams meet again. Also some psychological points, I think. So, yeah, you are on a little bit of a kind of modified diet. Got to say, since the middle of the year, I mean, I won't say you're a completely new man, but you're definitely kind of got into shape a little bit.
A good 15 kilos have been lost.
15 kilos. And well, you're a bit of an inspiration. I think I need to do something similar. Although we did have a pretty good time at the all-you-can-eat restaurant last night. That was a bit dangerous, wasn't it?
You noticed what I ate. Just salads.
You ate salad, and then you watched me eat about 7 plates of pasta. So I was just Just trying to drag up the average. Anyway, this one is up and out of here. Maximo Nazir swings his way into the 70s. And, well, it's dangerous being his teammate. This one heads their way out of here. And give us some more random questions while we are here. And, yeah, thanks to everyone, to Andrew Smith, and to everybody else, to Tarek, to everyone. Thanks for your nice messages as well. And well, Bajendra's got a real simple one we'll finish with, I think. Bajendra is 24 years of age. He's got a question for you. In the air, though. This will be an interesting one. It's going to go right back to the line. The Prince, well, so close. So close. He lands on the line. That's a brilliant effort from the Prince, though, because he just thinks, look, if I land and I'm inside the line, it's out, and a save 6. He doesn't throw it away. He knows that he's not quite sure if it'll be on the line or not, and he's just 1 foot width out. But anyway, the way Prince bats, he could probably get those back in 1 ball. That's what he'll be hoping anyway. So Bajendra's got one question for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you after this ball, and this is what we'll finish with here. Wow, shot. And that's into the gap as well. That'll be 4. Okay, I'm going to quickly go to this question, though. He said he's 24 years of age. He's a young person. What advice would you give him for life? That's pretty... That'll make you think.
Yeah.
I should have given you a ball to think about that. With all your wisdom you've got in years, you've lived along in a colourful and an interesting life. You still are.
Be positive. I would
good.
say just be positive.
Keep
And
positive.
effective. Yeah.
That's...
And think.
You know what? That is actually so simple, but brilliant. Well, last ball. This should be run out. Will be run out. So it'll be 137 for 5. He's going to finish on 83. A rare miss from him at the end. You know, Bajendra says thank you, Rob. And I think, Rob, I think you are a positive person. I think you're a wonderful person. We're really happy to have you as part of the European Cricket Network. And I want to wish you all the best for the year ahead. Rob Kemming, great to have you in the commentary box.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you so much to everyone else as well. And Wayne said, I put Rob on the spot. I sure did. But I guess what? He came through with the goods, Rob Kemming. And he did. Stay positive. Well, pretty positive stuff as well from the Ali youngsters who had some early wicket trouble, a bit like they did in the previous game. Mubashir Ali, though, he looked good with that shot. Unfortunately, the only 60 would hit. There was a bit of a race to the finish line there. This was an interesting one. He's trying to catch a ball that he is not seeing, and that is not easy in anybody's language. This was a weird one, wasn't it? It was given LBW, but I really don't think Mubashir it does anything but hit it with the bat. This is a nice catch by Akhtar Khan down the ground. But it's interesting, you know, that was an unlucky one, I think, for Mubashir Ali, but the universe still rewards the youngsters because the form of Nazir was sublime while he was there. And really, they all picked it up. I mean, Rob almost got knocked out with the ball, but luckily, I made sure that he would live a much longer and happier life. I'm making sure that didn't crash into him. Anyway, Prince, again, he's in the hot spot. He takes so many catches down there. This was one that almost was caught and just trickled across the line. The fielder was powerless to stop it. Again, got to say, good hustle about the Warriors. I like the way they're always concentrating on their fielding. They do a lot of work on it in between games, even in the gap between games. So they do what they can do to restrict this total. But they didn't really have too many answers for Shahid Nazir, who ended up with 83 off 26 balls. He ends up hitting 10 sixes out of those 26 balls. Also 3 boundaries, striking at 319. That was frustrating. The Prince, unfortunately, he found himself on the rope when he had to stay inside. And Ali youngsters, they finished with 137 for 6 of their 10 overs. Whippo Warriors, though, we know, especially that man Prince Demand, if he gets going, every chance. And let's see, maybe they throw someone like Imran Hussain up the order, who came good late in the piece last time. 83 not out, brilliant innings from Shahid Nazir. He's had a great afternoon in the field and with the bat. Apart from that, Usman Mushtaq with 25 made a few more than last time. 13 for Riaz early on, the only other batter to hit double figures. As far as the bowling went, the bowling was... the wickets were split between 4 bowlers, but Nazim, I think he was the best of the bowlers, conceding only 11 off the 2 overs. Had the youngsters on the ropes early, but all the other bowlers going for a few. And we'll say they didn't give him too many extras, just 1 no ball and a wide in there. The chase is on. Whippo Warriors, if they want that 4th spot, I should say, the 3rd seed tomorrow, then they need 138 for victory. Should be a big finish. Again, will it be the Prince show, or will he have to go and somebody else stepping up to get the Ripple Warriors to the target. All of the young stars be able to defend this total and cruise into 4th spot. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks again to Rob Kemming for his commentary in that innings. I'll be back after the break to take you home here in the round robin stage. Hope you're enjoying the day. Beautiful sunny afternoon here in Barcelona. We'll see you the other side of this break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Barcelona. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great once again to have your company. And we are now ready for the last innings of the group stage. Well, just a few matches at this point. 116 matches, in fact. This is match 116. And still something to play for because the Ripoll Warriors, if they can chase this down, they get 4th spot, not 5th. And you might say, well, why does that matter? Because 4th and 5th will play each other tomorrow anyway in the Eliminator. But the truth is that if rain intervenes, then the top team will be in and the bottom team will be out. And I mean out of the tournament. And just looking at the forecast, again, we normally get lucky, but I've got some rain setting in around 5 in the morning. Our first game's 8:30. It says 50, 40, 50%, something like that. So, look, hopefully it doesn't come into it, but you've got to realise that it's a possibility. So there could be more riding on this than you realise. And I want to say hello to Wazza. Now, Rob's gone back to his spot in the officials' tent. He was a really fun guest commentator to have. We're going to get going with Karamat Subani. The first ball is knocked away, no run. Prince Taman's out there with Mohammad Nazim. That's all in the start here. If they have a bad start, it's really hard to see them coming back, but they have a good start. Could be a very different sort of a game. Prince Taman, class player. Seen him playing for Spain during the year in T10 and T20 international cricket. I want a power play around the 40 mark, I'd imagine. Maybe more. Short, smashed away. It's not a great delivery. It's going to be the first boundary of the chase. Sabani, he likes to dig it in. Like Danny DeVito, he's often a little short, and Prince had the answer. I'm trying to get in Prince's head here. He probably thinks, okay, Sabani might pitch it up now, and the other shot that Prince has got, this kind of a signature stroke, is this kind of elevated cover drive where he goes down on his back knee, and I think sometimes you're looking for a shot. I think once you've hit a shot like that, you're thinking the next one might be pitched up a bit. Counter to that, though, they put a deep point back, so maybe he'll try it again. Sabani, when in doubt, he does normally dig it in. He does. And it's on the hook again. Bit of a top edge, but this will fly away. It'll be another boundary. So Prince, who was out on the hook earlier, and so you really can't blame Sabani for trying it on here. And Prince wasn't really in control of this shot either, but it does end up as another boundary. If they're going to chase this down, Ripoll Warriors, they're going to need a bit of luck. I don't think there's any way around that. All the way to the end of day 29, we're still finding that things aren't quite settled. Sabani with a comeback ball. And he pitches one up. Prince uses the wrist, sends back his partner Nazim. He's run out earlier. He was almost run out again without facing a ball. Let's have a look, Nazim. Sometimes he's guilty of ball watching. But at least this time he has a peek at Prince and he realises, actually, he's not running. So he gets the memo just in time. I don't think it would have saved him. I think a direct hit there still would have been just out. Another grunt, slower ball. Mishandled. Prince gets a single. Over to Mohammad Nazim now. He had a good start last time, but just found himself going cold at the non-striker's end and then ended up getting run out. It was a weird kind of innings from Nazim. Say a big hello to everyone in the chat. Hopefully enjoying your day. Make sure you're tuning in for finals weekend. Tomorrow and Sunday, they're both finals days. Tell your friends, tell your family, because it's their last chance to catch ECN for 2022. Ends our 45-week season. So, yeah, spread the word. So, Wayne had some really good ones. And he said that Rob doesn't wear a watch, he just decides what time it is. Yeah, I like that. And Vijendra, I think you've been pretty funny in there as well. Well, end of the over. And the score in the second innings is 10 for no loss. 52 matches without a golden ball now. If we go all the way to the end of the season, I think we'll end up at 61, if I'm not mistaken. But nobody wants that. we want a golden ball. And who knows, with finals around the corner, you expect those teams are going to be pretty evenly matched, as these teams are. Well, this is a miscue. It's up in the air, but it gets over the infield. Nazim will get one. Prince decides two's not on. It's funny, I'm seeing strike manipulation, or what I call soft strike manipulation, earlier and earlier in innings. So Prince there might be two, but he knows, hey, this is a power play. I'm the kind of guy that can hit multiple boundaries here. So I don't really want to take a semi-risky two. I'd rather take responsibility. I don't mind that. I think it's worth more than one run to have him on strike. Now he gets something short and wide, and well, there's your answer. That's why you want him on strike. Such a good player. Cuatro Cadenas moves into double figures. And yet, who's on strike is super important in this form of the game, not just at the end of the game, but also in the beginning. Now he gets a bit creative and he gets four more. Well, this is just a class shot. As Prince just threads the needle. You look at that. It's deliberately played later. And the later you play it, the further backwards it goes. So he knew they'd put the fielder back for, you know, that elevated cut shot that he hit earlier on. That's super clever cricket from Prince Demand. With only two outfielders, he's really tough to bowl to in the power play, or any time for that matter. This time he goes the other way. Fielder dives, does well to pull it back. That area is still pretty wet because it's in the shadow of the fence. So you can see the splish splash happening over there. But Prince gets a single, gets to the other end. Nazim's got a role to play as well here. At minimum, he kind of needs to give the strike back to Prince, but also he needs to attack himself. That's what he does. This is T10 Singh bowling the second over. Okay, not the worst over. To stay on track, you need about 14 and over from the get-go. So they want to be about 28 right now. They're not quite that many. There's Nawaz Sharif. Probably see him with the ball a little bit later on. Goes straight and goes long. That's good from Nazim, showing that he can bang him too. Maximo! What a finish to the over. That was pure power from Mohammad Nazim as we finish the second over. He's 26 without loss. And it was very Khartoum-esque. It was a full delivery. It wasn't quite a Yorker. And Nazim able to drive through it, get six, and get his team close to the rate required. This is what we're talking about. We know Fateh, Yada Tigers and Hawks, they're out of the tournament. Catalunya Tigers will be straight through. So Gracia, Ravel Sporting, and these two teams will be playing in Saturday finals tomorrow, the Group B finals. These two teams will meet again in the Eliminator tomorrow morning. But whoever wins this game will be the highest seed, and that means that if rain intervenes, which is, I don't want to put the cart before the horse here, but it's a possibility. So this what you're seeing right now could decide which team stays in the tournament. Right now, Prince gets another short ball and he smacks it over the leg side. Maximo, 6 runs. Tanzir comes on, he gets the same treatment. Both openers are up and away in the power play. The Warriors climb up to 32. One of the nice things about Rob being on, Bajendra had a question for him. He said, I'm 24 years old. It was a really interesting, broad question. With all your experience, what advice could you give me for my life? And Rob thought for about 3 or 4 seconds and he just said, be positive. Not always easy, but very good advice, I think. This is going to be 4 more. Prince is having a party in the power play, and I think the young stars can't wait until they can have 5 outfielders, because he's making hay in the afternoon sun right now. Prince Demand, 24 off just 9 balls. Chris said, Rob is just a great guy. Sure is. You can definitely say that. Came to the party with a very good answer sometimes. In a few words, get the job done. Just dug out some respect for that ball. Tanzir took 4 for 2 earlier. Finding things changing pretty quickly for him. He took 4 for 2 and a direct hit run out off his own bowling. I really think that's 5 for 2. Not a good ball. Finds the fielder though. Fumbles it. I think he's pretty happy he stops it though. Saran Salik in that position. Haven't seen him yet. So that's a change in tactics from the early young stars. Not bowling spinners early. Yes, we'll turn the strike over. So Prince gets the strike back. Now I wonder what he's thinking about the last couple of balls of the power play here. Does he attack them? Does he over-attack? He whips this away, beats the fielder. Salik chasing, and 4. Cuatro carreras más. Nice shot. And really, it has been a good power play, all things considered. It was Nazim, actually, because they turned the strike over to Nazim. I think now can obviously have a crack at this. I don't think you're too worried about who's on strike. I think both these guys are up and going now. But they are up at the rate required. Whipped away. Don't quite carried the long on. Heed Nazir. Well, he's kind of the young stars prince because he fields in that position and he can hit a long ball. He fields that one. It's the end of the power play. 42 without loss. So they're right on that 14 and over that we talked about. But can they keep it up? That's the question. Andrew Smith saying if it goes for a 6 in the shady wet bit, is that a splash emo? Very creative. Bajendra saying he thought that was very good advice. Have a look at the last few overs, how the Allianz Stars really turned it on. Yeah, just looking at the last 3 overs, went for 28, 13 and 23. So they went from 73 off 7 all the way up to 137. So 64 coming off the last 3 overs. What a finish. It looked like they were only heading for maybe the 100, 110. But yeah, Bajendra, we're really happy that you're enjoying the T10 action. I know a lot of people say that. They say it's kept them company in some less than ideal times. So I'm really happy that you're enjoying the European Cricket Network. We love to be positive as well. And obviously we have a lot of fun doing what we're doing, but we really want to have a positive impact on cricket, but also people's lives. I think even people that aren't really cricket people, they haven't historically liked cricket, a lot of them come here and really enjoy the entertainment, find a great way to get into the game and find a community. Well, that ain't a great shot from Prince, but he survives. Just go back to plan 8, batting. I don't know what that was. Yeah, doesn't really need to premeditate. Again, they're just got to find the 2 boundaries and over to stay up with the rate. And if Prince is there, I see them doing it. And Nazim's playing his role as well. No run here. Every dot ball is valuable. But yeah, shouldn't have to panic here. Prince would know if he stays there, just bats the way he bats. Every chance they can pull this off. If he gets out, I think the chances go down dramatically. Shot. And there's nobody back here. That'll crash into the fence. Well, not quite a splash emote, but it is splashdown moment for Prince Daman, who moves into the 30s, bossing this second innings at the moment for the Warriors. So Bajendra asked, wondering what he'll do for the next 4 weeks. Well, bad news, Bajendra, it's actually 7. But the other thing is, what I suggest is why don't you go back and watch some ECN from before you started watching. So I don't know exactly when you started watching, Bajendra. Let me know when you started watching, and I'll give you an advice of a series you can watch. And then you can still watch every day. It'll still keep you company. It'll still seem like new. Just don't cheat by looking up the website and looking up the scores. So Bajendra, if you tell me when you started watching ECN, then I can give you some advice about some exciting series that you might want to watch. And that's the beauty of the modern day. Remember when you had to watch something on TV and once it was gone forever? Or you'd have to try and find a video cassette to tape it on. You tape over your brother's favourite movie and next minute there's all chaos in the house. Digs this out for 1. This will be the end of the over. Pretty good one actually from Nawaz Sharif. Just get things tilted back towards Ali Young Stars. 49 for no loss after 4. Marnus is predicting Badalona Shaheen to win. They look unstoppable with the Spanish Chris Gale in Babar Khan and the Mati Sami Uraman combination. Yes, the fact they haven't played for a couple of weeks, will that matter? Maybe. Don't know. I mean, they're a high-risk, high-return kind of team. Any team that can hit 229 in an innings is. But you know, Catalunya Tigers have been motoring here. Remember, Barcelona Shaheen, their start to the series wasn't particularly good. Barcelona Shaheen were actually on the bottom of the ladder for a while. They had some games to make up, but ended up storming all the way to the top. And so, yeah, a short answer, I don't know. Something's telling me the Tigers with this. You know, how can you tip against a team that are 14 in a row? Of course, anything can happen on the finals weekend. Barcelona Shaheen will play Catalunya Tigers in qualifier 1 on Sunday, and so I suppose whoever wins that will be my tip. All right, in the air, top edge. This is a big moment in the game, and it's going to be caught. Yeah, nicely taken. That was a bit of a steeper. Nazim tried to pull across to the leg side, gets the top edge, and spin to the win. Harun Salik comes in. And with immediate effect, he changes the innings. He picks up the first wicket. The opening partnership broken at 49. It's 49 for 1. Nicely taken catch. It wasn't an easy one to judge. But Nazim, he didn't have too much to strike, but I mean, he played his role, didn't he? Didn't waste balls. He finishes 15 off 10. And that was well held by Tajinder Singh, who has been in the action a fair bit today. New batter coming out is Saqib Mohammed. So first time we've seen him in the series. Not to be confused with Saqib Javed, who has been playing some matches. Yeah, well, Wazza, he remembers. Put the piece of tape over the tab so you could record over it. I remember. Wazza, I'm showing my age now. Julian saying a definite advantage being Group B, but if Group A teams have been playing cricket in the meantime. Look, I think so. There's always a fair bit of informal cricket that goes on as well in Barcelona, just because the amount of teams and players. So it's quite a rich tapestry of structures and formats. This will be a dot ball. Saqib Mohammed. Well, he needs to just, with 4 balls left in the over when he comes in, he probably just needs to try and get one there, get Prince on strike. You don't want Prince going cold. Probably same applies here with 3 to go. He does swing away. He actually gets this into the gap. This will run away, and it will be 4. So Saqib coming to the party as well. Harun Salik, look, he's a good bowler, but in the last couple of days, occasionally, he's just kind of lost his control. Left arm spin is all about control. He's been a bit full. Occasionally, he's bowled some gundy balls down the leg side. That's a full toss to the new batter. Got to put him under more pressure. Got to get him something that's hitting the stumps. See if you can trap him in front. Or outside off like that. Prince wants to go, and they do get one. Well judged single. 54 now. Yeah, Mike saying, let's go to Blockbusters and get a movie. Tell us something about, let's just say, fairly recent history in your lifetime that just doesn't make sense anymore. Like, let's go to Blockbusters and get a movie. What's obsolete now from earlier in your life? That's a good random question I'm putting out there. Try and think of one for me. Well, I'll give you a strange one, because I'm sure there's some more obvious ones. But, you know, when I was growing up, Prince wants one here, gets one, keeps the strike. 56 for 1 after 5 overs. So they actually done really well, the early youngsters, to come back into this contest, because first 3 overs went for 42, but then since then, just 7 and 7. And so that's my question for you guys. What has changed? So for me, mine was that if you wanted to get petrol or gas on the weekend, you couldn't go to a petrol station, a service station, or a gas station. There would only be one in the area that would be open, and there'd be a piece of paper on the door. It was called the roster, because they would take turns. There'd be a roster of who'd be open on Saturdays and Sundays. So you had to go find that one, which isn't great if you're running out of petrol. Now that's something that doesn't really exist anymore. I mean, so many are 24 hours now, or at least really long hours, 7 days a week. Give us one of yours. New bowler, Mohamed Tanzir. And this is going to find its way to the boundary. Prince Demand, again, is controlling this innings, isn't he? He's controlling the strike. He knew what he was doing last ball, last over. Again, just hits through the line. Watch the follow through. Yeah, Julian's got a good one. Waiting for the holiday photo prints to come back from the developers. Where is the sense of expectation these days? So true, Julian. Well, this is up in the air, but it's going to be away from the fielder. This is going to be 4 more. And the boundaries are coming. As long as Prince is there, I think the Warriors are still in the hunt. Good batting again. What he does so well with his offside shots, he seems to be able to delay his contact point or hit it earlier even or later. to get it away from the outfielder. It's very, very good batting. Oh, takes a bit of a risk here, but he whips and he gets it past the fine leg. Don't know if he gets a finger on that. It still gets there. Well, Prince, what a good innings this is. 47 off 20 now. That was a risky shot because that's a straight ball. It's on middle stump. If he misses it, he's gone. But he does get a little bit of bat on it, and it flies away. Yeah, so back in the old days, you used to have a 24 roll of film, or I think sometimes they'd have 36 roll of film. This is down the ground for one. Prince will hand back to Saqib. So, yeah, 36 roll of film. But then the thing is, you wouldn't even know if they were any good or not. I remember occasionally, because the camera would click and it would kind of automatically wind up the film when you ran out of photos. It would often tell you how many to go. But I remember occasionally you'd feel like you were getting away with one if you had a 24 roll of film and you go to 24 and you'd find a 25th or a 26th photo. You feel like you hit the jackpot. But now you can take about 100 photos in 1 second and just delete the ones you don't like. It's quite incredible. Tell us other things that don't exist anymore or that are out of date. Up in the air, chance, and Salik spills it. Saqib Mohammed. He's taking his chances. Don't mind that. I mean, to an extent, he's dispensable, I guess. You've got more batting to come. And Salik, again, took a good catch, a bit like this earlier on the other side of the field to actually get Prince running with the flight, but that time couldn't hold on. And Julian saying, yeah, 36 roll on film if you're feeling flush. Andrew says, going to a record shop to buy CD singles. Yeah, CDs, even they were fairly new for a while. This is going to be 6. Well, it could be a fingertip job for the fielder out there. That's Baba Basharat. Well, he's been teased. And he hasn't been pleased in the field today. He's had some moments. And again, it's a half chance at best. It grabs a fingertip on the way through, but bangs into the wall. Maximo time. End of 6 overs. The score 77 for 1. What a good game this is. Look, whatever happens here, I think we're setting up for a really good contest tomorrow in the Eliminator when these two teams meet again. Tanzania, we takes 4 for 2 in the first game. In this game, he takes none for 37. That's how quick things can turn around. Yeah, some good performers there with the ball. Saw 1 for 7, Salik with his spin, but they're holding him back. Now was Sharif. He bowled a good over and he went for 7. They're bringing him back now. So just keeping Salik up their sleeve. Saqib Mohammed. He's walked. He's strangled down the leg side. So look, credit to Saqib Mohammed because I'm not sure this would have been given out because it looked like it might have flicked the pad, but he must have known. He got a little touch on it. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, I mean, as an umpire, I would have had some doubt about that, but Saqib takes it out of the umpire's head. And he says, you know what, a little touch on that. Nicely taken down the leg side by Mubashir Ali. And so, it will be the second wicket. Saqib, well, he doesn't disgrace himself out there. And yeah, good honest play from him as well. With 6 to his name, he has to walk off. The second wicket down, 77 for 2. Marnus thinks that Prince should become a music artist with that type of style. He loves Prince's cover drive. He does play it well, doesn't he? Chris is enjoying good old pre-internet days when kids played outdoors. We still find a fair few kids like that. Sometimes they need a bit of a push these days. I suppose if there's not one thing, it's another. Back in my day, I was told to stop watching the TV and do something. Didn't need too much encouragement. I guess, yeah, the kids pretty spoiled with their entertainment options and what they can do on demand these days. Here's Waqar Khan coming out at 4. And he doesn't waste any time. And he might be gone first ball. He is. So, unbelievable stuff. Well, has he caught this? I thought he did. I think he's actually put it down. Well, I was unsighted because I'm behind him. Let's see what actually happened. I thought the Waqar was pretty casual. Was someone that just got caught? But, oh yeah. He does come up with it, but it already bounced. Waqar's to here. Doesn't drop too many catches. That's why I wasn't expecting it. So, Waqar gets a big life. Could have been out first ball. Oh, that's an incredible shot. And there has to be an element of premeditation about this but he spotted a gap in the field and he said, no matter what, I'm on the sweep. And let's put it this way, Nawaz Sharif is no spinner. Well, that's really taking the mickey, as they say in the classics. 4 runs to Prince Demand. This is a real masterclass at the moment. But again, still plenty to get. They need 56 from here. And just think about what happened last time when Prince got out. Kind of set about a chain of events that saw the balance of power swinging against the Warriors. Now he's on the hook again. He will get it over the fielder. This is 4 more. Cuatro más. Cuatro. You know, that Prince is enjoying what he's doing right now. This is the shot. He hasn't always got out of the middle. This is how he got out before, but he goes the full 360 degrees of motion there. Puts it away. Wayne saying, remember when you were young and older guy, we'll tell you a story, and the story would start with back in my day. Yeah, well, I've started using back in my day stories, Wayne, so I guess it happens to everybody. I'll tell you one of my favourite quotes. I actually said this to Rob the other night. You know how, I'll just say the quote first and I'll explain it. Not that it needs too much explaining. Might just wait for this ball because the Prince show is in session. He's on 62. Oh, takes this on. Uber aggressive, gets 4 more. Yeah, I think this is a risky stroke, but he's not going to die wondering, Prince Demand. He gets enough bat on it. Again, it flies away. I think what he's trying to do, he's trying to force them to put an outfielder down there so he can go back to plan A, which is just whacking over the offside. But, well, they hadn't done it at that point. Now I think they will. They can keep it backward square. Here's the quote I was going to say. It has to do about age and generations and things like that. Every generation thinks they're smarter than the one that came before them, but wiser than the one that comes after them. Let that sink in for a second. Beautiful shot. He'll only get 1, but he knows what he's doing. 7 overs down. Big finish coming up on the cards here. Prince sticks around. It's 91 for 2 after 7. Let's have a quick look at what's coming up tomorrow before we go back to the philosophising. And other young stars and Ripple Warriors, we know that they'll take part in the Eliminator. We don't know which one will have the top seed. That could be important if there's a bit of rain around. Gracia versus Ravel Sporting in qualifier 1. The winner of that game goes to the qualifying final. The loser has to play the winner of other young stars and the Warriors. And so basically the winner of match 120, they go through to Sunday. They already are through. They're joined by the winner of match 120, the qualifying final. So Tigers and qualifying final winners are there. We know that also Barcelona Shaheen and Hiris Abadella there as the 2 qualifying teams from Group A. Yeah, so that quote, every generation thinks they are smarter than the one that came before them and wiser than the next. It means that, think about you and your parents. Your parents might not be able to handle technology or something, so you think you're kind of smarter because you can do more things than them. And so you think anyway. So you kind of feel pretty special about that. And then you look at people younger than you and you go, well, look, you don't have any life experience. I've got life experience. I'm a bit wiser than you. And that's something, I think it was a few hundred years old, that quote. So it's obviously not a new thing. So when we talk about it, it is something that's pretty relevant even today. Oh, Roger is in the chat. Hello, Roger. Roger is the robot's boss. You got to watch out when Roger comes into the chat. Well, watch out if you're Prince Demand. This one gets him. Well, this has hurt him, actually. Pinned him on the shoulder. Oh, that's right in the point of the shoulder. I guess it could have been worse, but that doesn't tickle. And this is the difference between footballers and cricketers, because Prince is going to shake it off, and I bet he keeps batting, unless it is something very serious. But, I mean, he's a tough cookie. Man, that's a pretty good bouncer. Tell you that much. Sabani came in and he tested Prince out with some short stuff earlier. Is this over the shoulder? I guess not, because it hits him in the shoulder and he's not quite standing up. Just wondering if it's a bouncer or not. He's going to get a little bit of treatment here. Let's go back to the chat then. So Roger saying, what a fantastic show. After more than 300 days of cricket, only this year, still so much passion and joy. Stronger together, united we play. Thanks a lot, Blue Crew. Well, there you go. That's Roger Finer, the European Cricket CEO, who has put in a message of support. Well, Roger, thank you so much. We want to thank you for your support as well. And I know that everyone in the office and the corporate side of the business understand that everyone here is very, very passionate about European cricket, and it's putting in a lot of work to make sure that the show continues to get better and better, and we know that's exactly what you guys are doing as well, putting your effort in to improving European cricket. We've come a long way in a short period of time. We're super excited for 2023 and beyond, and yeah, really, really happy that we've got such a diverse team, and yeah, I suppose we don't always agree on everything. That's natural when everyone's got opinions, but I think when it comes down to it, one thing that can't be doubted is all the people involved are really, really passionate about the success of European cricket and excited about how far we've come already. So thank you, Roger. That's really nice, and I hope you're enjoying your Friday. Hopefully you get a bit of a weekend as well, and if you do, then we'd love for you to tune in and watch the last couple of days of the season. Also great to have the robot in there asking, is that Roger Federer? Well, it's the more famous Roger in European cricket, Roger Finer. Here we go. Funnily enough, we got asked who would you like to take to dinner. Who would you like? My answer was Roger Federer the other day. I just think that would be an interesting dinner. I'm getting eyes from the crew saying that was a boring answer. But let's just say it's one that came to mind. But I suppose I'm spoiled. When I have gone out for dinner with Roger Finer before, so. Sabani, you know that he's going to try and hurt somebody. Anyway, this is a chance. Big moment, dropped. Well, the Prince, he was softened up, and then he offered a chance. He was almost out on the hook again. Big moment in the game. That's Tajinder Singh out at deep square leg. Prince, once bitten but not twice shy. He went for it, and it wasn't an easy catch. It was low down. But Tajinder, I mean, drops one. One thing about the Warriors, their fielding was pretty solid. Chris saying about the wise quote, wise enough to ask the kids for help with technology. Very clever. That is true. Right, slower ball, bottom edge, but doesn't carry to the keeper. Waka Khan. Waka's an interesting one. I mean, he's certainly very capable with the bat, but he's a bit out of sorts. He's dropped first ball. Now he's just trying to be a bit cute here. Marnus with a question. Interesting one. He asked, in my opinion, is Rahmatullah Mangal the best bowler in Europe, aside from the national teams of England, Ireland, Scotland? Interesting one. I think probably some of the Dutch bowlers would have something to say about that. But certainly he was a real action machine, wasn't he, in the ECC? And what about France? We're talking about some of the highlights, some highlights of the year. The French team, that golden ball game against Belgium, there's all sorts of emotions going on there. They managed to qualify despite having a horrendous start, despite not really knowing which end of the bat to hold, actually, for a lot of it. But they bowled and fielded so well. Really entertaining tournament. Look forward to that coming back in September next year as well. But yeah, I'd say there'd be a few ahead of him, but very exciting to watch. Sabani, well, it continues to go upstairs. This time it is called a bouncer. So the one he pinned him on the shoulder and the one that was a drop catch weren't called bouncers. This one is. Against tough call, but I think it's a good call. It's a tough call to make, is what I mean. I think they've got that spot on. Well, Marnus saying to Roger, thank you for all the work you and your colleagues do to provide us with pure entertainment. The raw nature of European short format cricket is so much better than, well, won't mention the other competition, but I'm glad that that's your opinion. Of course, we're very pro cricket in general, but there's nothing quite like European cricket. I don't like to say we're better or worse. I just think we're different. Cricket different. Mid-off's up, and Prince refuses this. I think this is good strategically because they have just fallen away in the rate now. They're going to need something magical to finish. 45 required off the last two. So we head into the ninth over. It's 93 for 2. So Pista's asking, when will we release the schedule for the next Barcelona series? Well, here's the thing, Pista. It may not be until around Christmas or New Year. And the reason is there's still work to be done to work out exactly how many teams are playing, who they'll be, and what the fixtures will be. So this is why we can't do that yet. But you will get normally about 4 weeks' notice, I would say. And since we're starting on the 30th of January, I would say probably around New Year. So everyone, I'm going to tell you something. You can take my advice. You can not take my advice. I don't mind. But drum roll for it, because Salik's coming back in the 9th. Prince needs boundaries and quick. He won't get one here. He doesn't want singles anymore. I reckon he's just going to try and whack him to victory. So if you want, you can take a little bit of a break from the ECN. I know I will be. I'll probably still be enjoying some cricket. I'll be watching some other sports as well. This one is going to be, well, it's going to be runs. It's going to be 6 runs. Maximo time. Kind of lost that in the minute, in the moment for the Sun. And then when it came down, it looked like it made the journey. So I think Prince wants to face all 12, well, not all 12 of the balls in the last 2 overs. That went over the fence in the end, did it? So we'll have to get that one again. It was right into the Sun. Here's the leak. On the walk. Well, he'll get lucky here. They'll take the 1. I'm a bit surprised that they did, but I mean, obviously trusting that Waka can play his role as well. Prince has kind of motored up to 74 BT dubs. So keep an eye on the website if you want to know about the new Barcelona series. They almost get a chance to run out Prince, but they don't. That'll be 1. So, yeah, no, don't be afraid if you need to take a few weeks off. That's fine. I mean, I'm going to have to do that. If you just cannot wait to see more ECN cricket, I would suggest go and watch some historical streams. You could go watch some of the ECL from last year. I highly recommend the ECC, particularly the ECC Championship week. Well, this is going to be 6. Yeah, good stuff. The Prince goes Maximo, moves to 81. Well, he hit a century in a losing cause against the Hawks. He certainly doesn't want to do that again. Well, I suppose you're going to lose. Getting 100 is not a bad way to go. But even if the Warriors don't get across the line here, the question, I suppose, that's in other youngsters' heads when they play tomorrow, how are they going to neutralise the Prince? And I've got to be honest, I don't really know the answer. I think with 31 to get, you still got to go for this one. And he does, and he absolutely pounds that. Well, that's a one-way ticket out of here. Maximo. Prince moves to 87. And so 31 off 7 becomes 25 off 6. There would have to be a record amount of runs off a last over to win. But we did see 23 scored off last over from the Hawks the other day, which equaled the record set by Kings 11 in Bologna last year. But this will be new heights, 25 off 6. But here's the issue as well. Waka Khan is on strike. He's 2 off 6. And it's tough because you might say take the 1, but you burn a ball. The best result is kind of to go like a 2 wides or something like that doesn't burn a ball. These are some of the highest chases, and this one won't be quite up there on that list. But we have seen some big chases in Barcelona. In fact, you can see that 3 of those top chases have taken place in this series. Pat Moncada chasing 154, Pakai Care chasing 159, and Badalona Shaheen setting a new record, 162 target chased against Men in Blue. Poor Men in Blue featuring for the wrong reasons on the record books this time. Usman Mushtaq to bowl the last, 25 to win, and it starts with Waka. He takes the ball out here, and I think they're just going to go for the 1. So, well, it's pretty simple. And he need 4 sixes. He's got 5 balls. And he ain't taking a single here, Prince Demand. We saw 5 sixes in a row from Yasser Ali in the last over earlier in the day. Now or never, but I think he's going to be gone. He's not going to run here. And I think that's smart. I mean, Waka doesn't really look like he's going to hit 4 sixes. If anyone's going to do it, it's the Prince. But it's like on a computer game, when you're down to your last life, you know, you're 1 second away from elimination. He needs to be perfect here, Prince Demand. Anything that stays in the park, and it's going to be game over. Slower ball. It goes up in the air. It's mishit. And it's mishandled, but it doesn't matter. Already you can see Prince Demand, he just walks through. He knows that any chance of the game really, barring something like a no ball 6 or something like that, it's pretty much gone. Look, credit to Ali youngsters. You go back to the first innings and the fact that they scored so many runs, 64 runs, I think, off their last 3 overs. This is in the air, and the fielder won't get it, overruns it. It will run into the boundary for 4, but these are consolation runs now. Yeah, going back to the previous innings, I mean, after 7 overs, the youngsters were 73 for 4. So you go from there, you're thinking, look, 2 a ball, they make about 110, let's say, and that's with an average finish. Ripoll Warriors, I mean, they're already 119. They would have chased maybe 125 or something here, but it's all about that finish from the youngsters. I think that's where they win this cricket match. Waka with no pressure, suddenly smashing them everywhere. And this will run away for 4 as well. But again, it's hard to bat with a broken heart. At the moment, that's what Warriors are doing. But in the end, let's give credit to the young stars. They have secured 4th spot, which means that if rain does intervene, hopefully it doesn't, because I really hope it doesn't, because these two teams have had 2 really entertaining matches, 2 close matches. This is going to end this one. And they might have a sneaky run out of Prince, but they're not going to bother. It's going to finish 137 to 123. So just 14 runs in it, 2 really entertaining matches, 2 close matches, and the points are split this afternoon. And I think that's fair. And I think what it also tells you is that these 2 teams, they are evenly matched, and we'll have a really interesting tussle between them tomorrow. And that Waka Khan, I mean, he'll be hoping that he finds his mojo. There were signs of it, really, when the game had been killed off. But, yeah, hello to Awoken Nightmare, hello to everyone else. Thanks to everyone in the chat, and to everybody else. I hope that you're enjoying the action. And Ben also mentioning that plenty of cricket happening in the ECN off-season. That's true. Looking forward to that as well. Now we can confirm this is what finals day looks like. Ali Young Stars finishing in 4th place. They'll play the Warriors, who finish 5th in the Eliminator tomorrow. Double chance for Gracia and Ravel Sporting. And then ultimately, whoever wins the qualifying final will go through to final day on Sunday, the next day. Catalunya Tigers, they top the table. They're automatically through. They get a day off. They just get to sit back and watch, like you can if you join us tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. Let's go back to the action. And Prince, well, it was a great innings, wasn't it? 88 off 35, but once again, he just doesn't have enough help to get him across the line. But it was a masterclass in stroke play, and really hit a lot of 4s in that innings. He hit 12 4s, 5 6s, striking at 251. But really, in a shootout, I suppose he's outgunned by Shahid Nazir in the first innings, 83 off 26, who just scored about a similar amount of runs, but quicker. And it was always going to be tough for the Warriors, wasn't it? You don't see too many chases of this magnitude, although we have seen it done, but you almost need everything to go your way. But it's seen for a while with Prince, if he was there, then he might get him across the line. I suppose one of the issues was he wasn't really able to control the strike as much in the second half of the innings as he was in the first, where he dominated the strike. That was really sporting from Saqib Mohammed, who walked when he tickled one down the leg side. I'm not sure if anyone would have known that. That one fooled me to here. I thought he caught it, but he caught it after the bounce. Prince then started pulling some strokes out from you-know-where, but this was a chance to get rid of him, and you thought that might have just cost the Young Stars. Prince bravely battled on, and Haroon Salik, again, the spin. It was effective at times, but again, Prince was in. He didn't really care at this stage. This is late in the piece where already they needed over 6 a ball, but yeah, they got all the way to 24, needed off 4. And unfortunately for the Warriors, they couldn't quite get across the line. Still a decent batting innings for them, 123. That'll win you a lot of cricket matches here in Group B. But ultimately, it's not enough to get them the points in match 116. Look at the scorecard. Prince Demand, 88 off 35. Again, look, if you're a cricket lover, it's always great to watch him bat. He'll be disappointed to lose, but he'll know tomorrow's a new day. And he'll just be hoping the rain stays away and he gets an opportunity to really get some revenge on the Young Stars for this game. Nazim played the role, 15 for him, 11 not out at the end for Waka Khan. Couldn't really get going though. As far as the bowling went, got to say Subani was best of the bowlers for me, and he troubled Prince with some genuine pace and bounce. Went wicketless though, he took none for 12. The wickets went for Nawaz Sharif and Haroon Salik. And really, it wasn't pretty, but it was effective from the Young Stars. Well, I just want to say a big thank you to all of you for joining us on what has been a bit of a difficult day for us here on the European Cricket Network. Again, I want to extend our thoughts and our condolences to Rico and the whole full family for their loss, of course, which has taken Rico away from us a little bit early. But I know he's been messaging me. He's been telling me he's working hard to make arrangements. It's a really tough time. And he was saying he feels like a little bit like he's let us down by not being here. But I said that no one thinks that, including myself. Obviously, we're just really concerned for him at this time, and we welcome him back when we'll see him at the start of next year. But we have had a great day on the park, and I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat again for all the positive messages and for all the interaction today. Really enjoyed that. I think that when it comes down to it, the scene is set for a fantastic final fling to the season. Finals tomorrow for Group B, and then finals for the whole tournament, final day of the season on Sunday. So we don't often go into a Sunday. I think it'll be worth the wait. So yeah, big thank you to all of you. And I know a lot of people are wondering what they're going to do with the weeks off. Or either take a break, or you can go back and maybe watch some old tournaments that you haven't seen yet. And I think you'll find it just as fun. Just before we go, I want to say a big thank you to Spring Productions. I want to say a big thank you to all the Blue crew. I want to say a very special thank you to Mita and also to Rob, who had some guest stints with me today in the commentary box. And it was nice, I guess, to get some fresh perspectives. And maybe you learned a little bit about how the ECN works behind the scenes. Just a reminder before we go, if you haven't already, please thumbs up this video, click subscribe as well, and join the 333,000 plus people that subscribe to ECN. Of course, big thank you to all our FanCode viewers as well. We couldn't do it without you guys. And look, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Only 2 days left in the season. Also, our social media at European Cricket. Great place to go if you want to find out more about what is happening. And there's certainly some highlights today that I can't wait to see again. A few question marks for tomorrow. Will Manwani be able to return? He had a concussion scare and he had a cut above his eye that he needed stitched up. Will he turn out for RL Sporting tomorrow? We don't know that yet. A lot of unknowns. We do know that 3 teams already through to final day. We'll find out the 4th tomorrow. We're going to leave with some highlights of the day. Thanks to our great crew at Sprint Productions. But for now, on behalf of the whole ECN team and the ECN family, have a safe evening. Look after your loved ones. Give them a hug. And we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.